Chapter 285. Huimao walked around the robot and flicked his ears. That's not right. It is. Sillin agreed with Huimao's opinion, but Sillin also realized one thing. Sigma's master was definitely connected to Black Viper. Otherwise, this was the first robot Sillin had encountered since he came to the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. He thought that the robots here would be more like Sigmas, but the reality was far different. Even though the robots he encountered earlier in this one were closer to human consciousness than the Robert family's robots in the League of Stars, they were still far from what he had imagined. "Who's your master?" Sillin asked the robot. The robot seemed to have sunk into its memories when it heard Sillin's question. "My master has many." "Many?" Huimao jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and stared at the robot. "Do you know Sigma?" "Sigma?" The robot's eyes flashed with an indescribable light when it heard the name. However, it was soon replaced by confusion. The name sounded very familiar, but it couldn't remember anything about it. How strange. Logically speaking, a robot's memory should be pretty good. It should be able to record everything it saw and heard, and when it was needed, all it had to do was look for it in its memory. But now, no matter how hard it tried, the robot couldn't find any memories of Sigma. It should have been familiar, but it couldn't remember anything about it. "Sigma, I think I know the name, but I can't remember anything about it." "Strange, strange," the robot muttered to itself. Sillin looked at Huimao. Huimao shook his beard. This robot must be suffering from dementia. Huimao scanned the robot carefully again before saying to Sillin, "Let's go. We won't get anything out of it. When we get out of here, we'll find a robot maker of Black Viper. Maybe we'll get some answers from him." That's the only way. Seeing that the robot in front of him was still in a state of deep thought, Sillin checked the surroundings and left the underground network with Huimao. Since Sillin had turned off the earthquake generator, the ground had gradually returned to normal. The mess that was left behind was slowly being repaired. When Sillin returned to the safe zone, Gu Exin, Tu Ba, Orville, and the others were cleaning up the carcasses of the dead animals on the ground. Those that needed to be burned were burned, and those that could be made into meat were kept. After all, they still had to stay here for more than 10 days. They couldn't go without food. The wild beasts that were shot with poison bullets couldn't be used as food. Every time they were hauled away, a detector would be used to inspect the wild beasts. It was a detector Neo had made on the spot, and it was set according to Neo's own standards. If the limit was exceeded, the meat would have to be discarded, no matter how delicious it was. On the other side, Heido, Huali, and Mon were chatting with a couple of strangers. Neo's unhappy face was displayed on the screen Heido was holding. Needless to say, someone must have come to seek cooperation. There were 2 Black Viper members there, and they probably didn't come here together. There were also a couple of strangers with them, and they all looked pretty strong. One of them was a muscular man with a lot of wild beast blood on his body, but he himself wasn't injured at all. It all started during the earthquake. At that time, everyone was busy fighting the vicious beasts, shooting the white mice, and cleaning up the area. Heido, who was in the safe zone, was keeping an eye on the defense system. It was at that time that Heido received a call request on her metal chain. The person who requested the call was also someone who knew the ropes. From the moment Heido agreed to the call, the person knew that Heido's location was relatively safe. The feedback from Heido provided him with a lot of evidence. Therefore, the person led a couple of other people who had been tossed here, just like Sillin and the others. Heido didn't know what to do. This was Neo's territory after all. Before she could clarify things with the person, her metal chain lit up again. Another person had requested a call. Heido had a good personality, and her professional knowledge was great. That was why everyone in Black Viper's territory was willing to contact her instead of spitting on Neo and Mond. Black Viper's thoughts were unimaginable. Sometimes, they were twisted to the point where they looked like they lacked a brain. People like them would start a war of words whenever they ran into each other. For example, Neo was currently spouting nonsense to the people outside through Black Doe's communicator. It was rare that Mond was on Neo's side this time. Therefore, one crazy person and another crazy person were basically idiots. Anyone would have wanted to slap them with their shoes if they heard the words coming out of their mouths. The faces of the people who weren't Black Viper were twitching a little. On the other hand, Black Viper's two local specialties were able to calmly find grammatical errors in Neo and Mon sentences. Not far away, Erdi and another person who came with Orville were happily exchanging insults with each other. Normally, they were the ones who would vomit blood in anger, but when they saw these two crazy people fighting against the outside world, they felt like their stomachs were cramping up from laughing. When Heido saw Silen's figure, she ran towards him like her savior. "Heido, please don't move your bracelet when I'm talking. You're putting me in a difficult position." Neo started complaining again because Heido had moved her bracelet away while he was in the middle of a molecular argument. Now, the screen was moving so that Neo couldn't see her face from the other side. Instead, he was looking at Silen. Heido couldn't care less about comforting Neo right now. She cut off the communication link and explained the situation to Silen. Both parties were surprised and curious by Heido's behavior. Then, they looked at Mond and Hua Li, the two native Black Viper clansmen. They completely agreed with Heido's actions. Why was a person who wasn't Black Viper able to make these Black Viper clansmen with different personalities agree and obey their orders? For example, although Mond had accepted Orway and the others into his safe zone, it was only because Orway and the others had saved his life once. From the bottom of his heart, Mond did not fully acknowledge Orway and the others. He classified it as a special relationship. If Orway and the others ordered or restricted Mond to do what he should or should not do, Mond would not be happy and would resist. It was exactly because they knew that Mond was such a person that Orville and the others decided to borrow Orville's hands and connections to find a way to survive in this unfamiliar environment. Orville and the others didn't object even if Mond wanted to be a team leader on a whim. Survival was their #1 priority, so they might as well let the kid be the team leader. But Silen and Neo were different. Moreover, Mond was more inclined to trust Silen after he learned about Silen's capabilities and Silen's capabilities. What Mond didn't tell the others was that he trusted Hui Mao more than Silen. The reason Mond could see the right path from Hui Mao's choice was related to his abilities. Hui Mao chose to trust Silen, and Mond chose to trust Silen as well. After listening to Heido's explanation, Silen thinks for a moment and said, "Tell them to wait outside. I'll go in and talk to Neo." "All right. Thank you, Silen." Heido immediately let out a sigh of relief when she heard that someone was willing to take on this difficult task. Silen and Heido walked back to the exit at the same time, but it was at this moment almost a dozen white mice suddenly rushed up from the ground behind them. Every single one of them was in a berserk state. Their bodies were covered in spikes, their claws were covered in thick scales, and their tails were covered in ring-shaped spikes that looked like thorny whips. There's a problem with the defense system. Someone tampered with their defense system. Who could it be? Everyone in this area had a scanning device installed. It was part of the defense system surveillance circle. But now, so many white mice had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, they were all agitated and in a very troublesome biochemical state. Because of the newcomers, Heido wasn't keeping an eye on them inside the safe zone. She was in automatic defense mode, and Neo was busy spitting saliva at the other two. No one noticed that the defense system was acting strangely. Although they didn't see or hear any alarms, it didn't mean that the defense system wasn't acting strangely at all. This turn of events was so sudden that no one noticed it. Gu Xian and Tu Ba were still processing the vicious beast meat in their hands, while Erdi and the others were chatting with the newcomers. Silen and Heido were the closest to the white mice. Silen could definitely escape on his own, but Heido couldn't. Escape with Heido? Their speed would be slowed down. A dozen or so white shadows appeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, they were only 20 meters away from Heido and Heido. Heido was dumbfounded. When she saw the white mice, she had already calculated how long it would take for them to catch up to her. Less than 2 seconds. Even if she tried to escape now, she would be bitten to death in less than 2 seconds if she was chased by the white mice whose speed had almost doubled in this state. Bang! A few of the white mice that had leaped into the air and were about to tear her apart with their claws. 12 berserk white mice had all fallen to the ground. Every white mouse's head had exploded, and the wound was in the shape of a hexagon. It was a very standard hexagon. Bang, 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 bang. All the white mice that had exploded their heads stopped one step away from Sillin and Hey-Do due to inertia. The smell of blood unique to the white mice made Hey-Do's stomach churn. It wasn't just a symptom of being overly frightened, it was also the smell. Hey-Do couldn't help but vomit. Xianxia and the others were still holding their guns. They didn't have time to shoot, or they didn't hit their targets after firing. The berserk white mice were too fast, and their defense was too good. As long as they didn't hit their target, they would be completely ineffective. Looking at the dead white mice on the ground and the wounds on their heads, they knew that none of this had been done by them. The group looked at Sillin as if they were looking at a ghost. Mon's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He's a monster, absolutely a monster. They didn't even see what happened. All they heard was a bang, and then the heads of the 12 white mice ballooned. It was a hexagonal flower, no less. Sillin stood in the dead silence with a white gun in his hand. The gun was very strange. It wasn't big, but its proportions were different from a normal gun's. It was hard to imagine that this gun was the cause of such a scene. Those were 12 rats in a state of agitation. Even Xianxia couldn't guarantee that he could kill them in one shot, even if he was fully prepared, let alone 12 of them at the same time. Sillin looked at the white gun in his hand. There was an emblem and an S on the gun. It was Guanfeng's Purgatory Thundersnake S. As expected of Guanfeng's proudest creation, it was also the gun with the greatest damage in the Purgatory Thundersnake series. Sillin sighed in his heart. A great man's temper was the same for a gun. The stronger a gun was, the harder it was to control. If one were to describe this gun in human terms, it would be a freak among humans. Not everyone could tolerate its temper. Sillin looked at the blood slowly dripping down his hand. The shot was shockingly powerful, but Sillin himself had suffered a negative impact as well. His hand holding the gun was cracked in many places. If Sillin's constitution wasn't strong to begin with, his entire hand would have exploded from the negative impact. The Purgatory Thundersnake S was very different from the K. As expected, different Purgatory Thundersnake series guns had different temperaments. What Sillin didn't know was that the 3 heads of Black Viper were watching the scene on the screen in the distant building. This wasn't something they could have done, but they had been paying close attention to Sillin all this time, and the Underground Network incident had piqued their curiosity about Sillin. That was why they were able to see this shocking scene through the multi-angle surveillance cameras of the satellites in space. Everyone, including Guanfeng, felt like they had been sucked in a cold breath when they saw the 12 white mice. However, the tables had turned in less than 2 seconds. The meeting room was deathly silent when they saw the 12 white mice's heads explode almost at the same time. Finally, Christian let out a sigh. Guanfeng, that's your proudest creation, isn't it? I didn't think that you'd let that kid use it. It hadn't been long since Guanfeng created the Purgatory Thundersnake S. It could be said that no one other than Guanfeng had the chance to touch it. After all, every time Guanfeng designed a new Purgatory Thundersnake, he would go through a long period of observation. Only those who received Guanfeng's approval were qualified to own a Purgatory Thundersnake. Every direct disciple of Guanfeng who wanted to use a Purgatory Thundersnake had to go through many tests, many trials, countless strengthening and adaptation training, and all kinds of observation tests before they could get their hands on a gun marked with the Purgatory Thundersnake's emblem. The higher the rank of a Purgatory Thundersnake gun, the longer the test and observation period. Why else would there be so few people who could use a Purgatory Thundersnake K until now? It wasn't that Guanfeng had set the bar too high or that his requirements were too strict. It was because the Purgatory Thunder Snake gun's characteristics determined that it had high standards for its user. The Purgatory Thunder Snake was very destructive, but at the same time, it was no different from suicide for those who didn't have the ability to use it. It was exactly because they understood this that they were impressed by Guanfeng's unusual treatment of Sillin and his boldness. If a student like Sillin didn't have the ability to use a Purgatory Thundersnake S, wouldn't he have no place to cry if he was accidentally shot by a bullet? Everyone looked at Guanfeng with such thoughts in mind, but they didn't realize that Guanfeng himself was shocked. Guanfeng rubbed his forehead with a smile when he saw everyone looking at him. His fingers were still a little cold. He was probably scared by that little bastard Sillin. Although he had told Sillin to keep the gun, Guanfeng really didn't think that Sillin would actually use it. It was because the gun hadn't been perfected at all. At the time, Guanfeng had clearly told Sillin not to use the gun. The gun wasn't finished yet, and it could easily cause a suicidal effect. How could Sillin not know this when he was using the Purgatory Thunder Snake K? Of course he knew. If it wasn't for the fact that Sillin had taken out 12 white mice in the blink of an eye, Guanfeng would have used his personal means to contact Sillin and organize the little bastard who didn't know how big the universe was to use S on him. At the time, Guanfeng had placed 3 booby traps on the blueprint. He had intentionally left them there, so that anyone who tried to use an S without his permission would suffer the consequences of their own actions. That way, the shooter would be the one to suffer the consequences of his own actions. No one knew how scared Guanfeng was. Even his fingers were cold right now. However, if Sillin was able to successfully take out the 12 agitated white mice with the Purgatory Thunder Snake S, then he must have perfected the gun. Sillin did have the talent to understand the parts that needed to be perfected after looking at the flawed blueprint. Of course, perfecting a gun was one thing, and succeeding in it was another. One of the high standards of a Purgatory Thundersnake user was that the user had to be calm and capable of calculation. Every time a new model of the Purgatory Thundersnake was born, the user's calculation ability would increase to a higher level. The S-series was especially demanding. Was the guy's brain really that big to be able to complete such a huge calculation in an instant? That was 12 white mice we're talking about. Every additional target doubles the amount of calculation required. What kind of brain does one need to have to do that? Shooting at more than 10 targets at the same time was completely theoretical. Guanfeng was conceited, but he couldn't hit 12 targets in one shot, even if he was the one doing it himself. The Purgatory Thunder Snake Model K was fine, but Guanfeng could only prove that the Model S was reasonable in theory. Truth be told, Guanfeng didn't think that someone would be able to do it so soon after the Purgatory Thunder Snake Model S was born. Guanfeng didn't even have time to sigh when he saw Sillin take out a knife and start skinning the white mice. Guanfeng nearly choked on his breath. Due to the huge amount of calculations required, the instantaneous high energy consumption of the brain would cause the shooter to become dispirited or unconscious due to insufficient energy supply to the brain, and there might even be life-threatening situations. But look, that little bastard was still alive and kicking, skinning the white mouse biochemical beast. Sillin had no idea how many times he had scared Guanfeng with his actions. All he knew was that the white mice's skin was incredibly tough, and he thought that they could be used to make special protective gear for everyone. They could also be used to make some tools and tools. After all, the tools and materials available in this area were limited, and it was a rare opportunity to run into something good. Of course, he had to make the best use of it. Sillin neatly skinned one of them before twisting the skinned white mouse up and flinging it into the ground, not too far away. There was a loud boom as the ground cracked and dust spread like mist. It could be seen just how heavy and intensified white mouse biochemical beast was. The explosion woke everyone up from their shock. Wally was the first to act. Her desire to dissect things suddenly skyrocketed when she saw Sillin skinning it. She took out a custom-made scalpel and walked next to the white mice that Sillin had just finished skinning and tossed to the side. Xianxia and the others were still holding their guns. Their eyes twitched when they saw Sillin and Hua Li's actions. There were freaks every year, but there were especially many this year. After learning Sillin's goal, Xianxia and the others joined in and started skinning the white mice. Their attention shifted from their shock to the white mice as they continued to skin them. You don't say, these white mice are really strong after they've been activated. Erdy glanced at the skin that looked like a hedgehog and touched its spikes. He clicked his tongue in praise. If they were stuck in a crowd, they'd be skewered right away. Mond was ready, but he couldn't catch mice with his hands. He could only watch from the side with Hey Do and comment from time to time. What did you see? Tuba teased when he saw Mond staring at a white mouse. Mond said thoughtfully, their final expression told me that they died in happiness, which means that they were killed before they could have any other thoughts. Xian pulled at the hexagonal hole in the white mouse's head and pulled at a few of its whiskers that looked as hard as spikes. He then revealed the white mouse's teeth. "Hey, take this, and I'll use a tooth as a dagger," Xian said to Tu-Ba. Tu-Ba didn't give it to him, but he managed to cut off a few of the teeth himself. "Tisk so hard." "Of course. Otherwise, why would I want to use this rat tooth as a dagger?" Xian held a large rat tooth in his hand and gestured with it, nodding in satisfaction. Tu-Ba passed one of the treated teeth to Heido. "For you to protect yourself." Heido hurriedly caught it. Thank you." Tu-Ba waved his hand and continued cutting the tooth. Neo finally couldn't hold back any longer. He came out to witness the spectacle and collect some samples for research. The 12 white mice's protective skin was soon peeled off, leaving behind only their smooth flesh. However, this flesh was inedible. After being activated, the white mice's toxins multiplied and became even more toxic. More unknown toxic proteins were produced, and these randomly synthesized proteins were exactly what Neo needed. The white mice's flesh gradually changed from a faint reddish-brown to a deep reddish-brown, then brown, and finally black. The change was quick and obvious, just like the flesh of an apple exposed to the air. He sprayed some chemical on the white mice so that the dust wouldn't carry active toxins and spread to the surroundings. Then he took out a 1,000-degree incendiary bomb and burned the white mice to ashes. The reason Silin was able to deal with the white mice without fear was because he knew that there was no longer any threat in the vicinity. The signal Hui Mao had detected had already escaped. However, Hui Mao remembered the signal. Since the other party was playing dirty, he would definitely pay them back double. After dealing with the white mice, Silin had Xian and the others move the items back. He had a chat with Neo and the newcomers. In reality, the newcomers had only come to test the waters, but after they saw Silin instantly kill the 12 white mice, they had already made a clear decision. Working with an expert would definitely increase their chances of survival. Although there were a few lunatics here, they had to admit that this was the best place to work at this stage of the game. Now, they were speaking to Silin in a different tone. They were less aggressive and showed their sincerity. Silin thought for a moment. Neo's safety zone couldn't hold any more people. Although it still had space, it was easy to get into trouble if there were too many people. Moreover, judging from the two idiots bickering just now, they would probably fight every day if they worked together. In the end, Silin made a suggestion. He told them to move to the perimeter of the safety zone. Since they were working together, they could help each other out if there was any danger. The other party had some technology that could strengthen Neo's safety zone's defense network once more. This way, there wouldn't be another incident like the one just now. Thankfully, it was Silin. If it was anyone else, they probably would have been torn to shreds by the white mice's biochemical beasts. The two newcomers had a portion of their safety zones that could be moved. If they moved together, they would be able to build a new safety zone with a little more expansion. It would be closer to Silin's group, and they wouldn't have to deal with Mond and Neo as reinforcements either. Why wouldn't they do it? Even Silin had sent people to help build the new safety zone. It wasn't like Xian and the others could just sit around and do nothing. Xian even knew two of the newcomers, so they communicated with each other for a while. Just like everyone else, everyone knew nothing about this place. They had all learned this information from the Black Viper tribe. Silin used the materials the newcomers provided and discussed the problem of the defense system with Heido. They incorporated the technology provided by the newcomers and built some physical defenses both underground and above ground. The surveillance range was expanded a lot, and the concealment methods were improved as well. On the 20th day, the three people gathered at the meeting room's light screen were quite eye-catching. If there are no surprises, it should be those three, Gu Chang'an said. No matter who the other two candidates are, Silin is the only one who could take over Guan Feng's position. Christy Lang's eyes flashed as he stared at the screen. Shikai hadn't said a word this entire time. He had been especially quiet ever since he received the information from the Underground Network's robots. Chapter 286. When there was a first, there would be a second. When Silen's safe zone was established not far away from Silen's safe zone, more listeners came over to request permission to build a subsidiary safe zone around Silen's safe zone. One had to admit that Neo's safe zone was located in an excellent location. It had survived several natural and unnatural disasters without a scratch. Of course, everyone understood in their hearts that a lot of people valued Silen's group's comprehensive abilities. Look at the configuration of their surroundings. Look at the bullets they used to kill the white mice's biochemical beasts. Look at the equipment they were wearing. Even an idiot would know that there was a highly skilled person overseeing this place. This place was different from the outside world. Everyone who came here did not have anything in their hands. It could be said that they had returned to a primitive environment after a night's sleep. Only in this kind of environment could Silen's wealth better be displayed. Rob? No one would be able to beat Silen's group, be it openly or secretly. Apart from a few temporary groups from other places, there were also a few people who hadn't split up yet. They were interested in joining after hearing about the situation here. The more people there were, the harder it would be for the vicious beast to set foot on the mountain. Every person who came here to take this test had taken countless lives. They were all ruthless characters. Everyone knew that their chances of survival would be higher if they stuck together in an environment like this. At first, there wasn't anyone who everyone could trust to form the core of the group. However, after Silen's appearance, everyone showed their sincerity and gathered around him. There was no lack of Black Viper people among them. Every Black Viper people had their own specialties, and they provided a lot of resources that the safe zone urgently needed. As the overall leader, Silen led Heido and the others to build up the defenses around the area. The establishment of any group required skills and talents. Therefore, Silen gathered these people who had their own specialties and assigned them their own tasks. In 3 days' time, 2 more safety zones have been built on the mountain. The construction of these 2 safety zones was completed by Silen, Heido, and the others. Even if some people were suspicious of Silen's identity and motives, they had to admit that Silen had the ability to better equip the area. Therefore, the new recruits respected Silen mainly because they viewed Silen as a highly skilled person, just like how the people of the Empire viewed a member of the RAS. Many people were skeptical of the rumor that Silen had killed 12 white rats in one shot. There were some who wanted to spar with Silen, but they were beaten back as soon as they showed up. Didn't they see that Silen was busy setting up the defensive equipment? If they wanted to spar, that could wait. In a situation like this, the safety zone's construction was their top priority. Neo was the owner of the safe zone, but Silen had unwittingly become the decision-maker of this area. Black Viper's people knew that it was hard to talk to the psychopath, and no one wanted to argue with him if he could handle things himself. The people who weren't Black Viper knew that it was easier to talk to their own kind. After all, not everyone could accept Black Viper in such a short time. The rumors circulating around the Empire had already taken over many people's minds. If Guanfeng and Gu Chang'an hadn't told Silen not to treat Black Viper the same way he used to, Silen would have been on high alert against Black Viper, just like them. Heido wiped the sweat off her forehead and directed Tu Ba and the others to place the equipment at the designated locations. She made a good gesture when she saw the satisfactory results on the testing device in her hand. The combatants provided the labor, while Heido and the others provided the technology and brainpower. It's pretty much done. 3 of the 4 auxiliary safety zones have been completed, and the last one is still under construction. Heido said to Silen. Silen looked at the completed test data and nodded. Let's rest for now. If we can't do it today, I'll go check on Neo. Silen then looked at Tu Ba and gestured for him to stay on guard. After receiving an affirmative reply, Silen arrived at Neo's safety zone, the so-called core safety zone of this mountain. Rinho was busy analyzing the effects of the medicine in the lab, so he didn't notice Silen's arrival at all. Neo was almost completely focused on the task at hand and didn't pay attention to anything else. Other than Neo, Silen also had permission to enter the lab. Neo had set it up himself because he thought that everyone else in the lab was below the level of a chimpanzee's IQ other than himself and Silen. They weren't worth his time. Silen stared at the results on the screen and asked, "Is the medicine ready?" Neo jumped in fright when he saw that it was Sillin, but he immediately returned to his work. It's ready, but it's not very stable. It needs to be improved, or its effects will be limited. Neo was frowning all the time as he spoke. A lot of people have been eyeing his safety zone as of late, but Neo wasn't in the mood to argue with them. Sillin came up with a plan, and that was what Neo had been working on recently. In the past, Neo wasn't a fan of researching white mice. A person like him who was obsessed with cleanliness would look down on research subjects that looked like secondary excrement. However, his recent interactions with Sillin had piqued his curiosity. He was already rubbing his palms together when he saw Sillin's experiment plan. He even boasted that he could complete it in 3 days. But to his surprise, he still hadn't succeeded after 3 days. Although the medicine was ready, it wasn't as effective as he imagined it to be. Therefore, in Neo's eyes, it was a failure. As the saying went, the more frustrated one was, the braver one became. Neo was a one-track mind when it came to this kind of work. Unless he succeeded, he would put everything else aside and focus on this one. Is the molecular formula the same as the theoretical one? Sillin asked. After he gave Neo the experiment plan, he had been busy arming the safety zone with Heido and the others. He didn't ask about the progress or results of the experiment. Neo brought up the molecular diagram of the medicine and pointed at 3 spots. These 3 spots aren't stable enough, and the molecule can't be folded to the theoretical effect. I've made a few modifications. Neo moved his fingers and brought up another diagram. This is the modified one. 2 spots have been resolved, and the stability has been verified. However, there's still 1 spot that isn't working. Sillin and Neo worked together in the lab for an entire night and finally came up with a stable theoretical molecular diagram the next morning after combining the results of the analysis and the sequence of the active macromolecule with the 4th-order structure diagram. The new molecular diagram was much more stable than the previous ones, and they were very satisfied with its efficacy. It's finally done. Neo started recording the experiment. It was his habit. Sillin used the synthesizer to synthesize a portion of the finished product and said to Neo, "Get some rest after you're done." Even with Neo's weak physique, he hadn't rested for more than 3 days. He didn't like to inject hormones or nutrient fluids to maintain his stamina, so he only ate some food irregularly. His complexion didn't look too good, but he couldn't hide the obvious relief and joy he showed after the experiment's success. It made him look a little more energetic. Of course I know that. I don't need you to remind me. All right, don't let unrelated people come in and disturb me. Got it. Sillin walked out of the safety zone with the synthesized medicine in hand. He glanced around before his gaze fell on a silly cat who was playing with a feather that had fallen off Ovi's body. "Wheeze, come here." When he heard Sillin's call, Huimao ran over to Sillin while biting the messy feather in his mouth. He jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and stuck the disfigured feather into Sillin's hair. "Haha, meow, Sillin, you're so dumb." Sillin flicked the feather off his hair and pulled Huimao's whiskers. "I'm done synthesizing the medicine. Let's go take care of those mice." Huimao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was bored to death right now, so it was good to have something to do. Sillin told Heido that everything here was settled and that he needed to give her orders. "You're going to look for that sneaky bastard?" Xianxia asked. "Yes, I'll be fine alone. I'll give you a signal if there's a need. Just guard this place well. If anyone tries anything, don't hold back. Of course I know that. But won't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? Ahem, just you and Wheeze?" Xianxia quickly corrected himself before Huimao could fly into a rage. What were the people who lured the 12 white mice here planning these days? Sillin definitely wanted to take care of them before they made their move. "If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. If you pour a basin of excrement on me, I will give you a cesspool. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, send a signal if you can't hold on. We have a lot of people here, so it won't be a problem to take care of them." Sillin shook his head. "They have a hypnotist who can control a dire beast. It won't be easy for us to take care of them." Although Xianxia didn't know what Sillin was planning, he knew that Sillin was a resourceful man. He stopped asking and smiled. "I really want to know what happened to them." "No problem. If everything goes well, I'll send a signal to you guys and let Hey Do receive the image. You'll be able to see what happens to them. We can also use this as a warning to those who have ulterior motives. Xianxia shivered. He hadn't known Sillin for very long, but his evaluation of Sillin was already very high. Even Tuba and Erdi were very wary of Sillin. This young man was always full of surprises. All right, I'll wait here for the good news. Sillin and Hui Mao's departure didn't attract too much attention. The construction of the safe zone was still going on, although there were only 5 days left until the deadline Guanfeng gave them. No one would stop the construction, even if it was just 1 day. Every second spent on the safe zone was a chance for them to survive. At another place a bit further away from Neo's safe zone, Sillin and the others' new detectors wouldn't be able to detect them. There were 3 people here, and one of them was the person who tricked Sillin and the others back then. The other 2 had been brainwashed, or more accurately, deeply hypnotized. It was a type of hypnosis that was forbidden by the Empire. In other words, a person who was hypnotized by this method would become demented even if the hypnosis was lifted. They would never be able to return to normal. All of their memory cells would be erased, and their old memories would be forcefully replaced with new ones. They would be completely under the control of the hypnotist. The hypnotist had retained the 2 people's skills and memories, so they could use their original skills to fight their enemies just like before. Everything else, however, wasn't their own. Sillin asked Hey Do to investigate this place, and it turned out that there were a lot of Black Viper's men in this area. These 2 people probably weren't Black Viper's men. Other than these 2 people, there were also some alien beasts, white mice, and high-rank biosoldiers around them. A hypnotist like this had a lot of advantages in this place. He didn't have to worry about being attacked by other beasts with these beast puppets. It was this person who had hypnotized the 12 white mice and tricked Sillin and the others back then. Who would have thought that Sillin would instantly kill the 12 white mice? Right now, this person was resting. Deep hypnosis was a lot more exhausting than normal hypnosis, and the stronger a person or creature was, the more energy it took to hypnotize them. He had just hypnotized another 3 white mice, so he was catching his breath. The expansion of Celine's safe zone had already made a name for itself in this large region. Many people had chosen to seek refuge and cooperate with them, but this hypnotist wanted to take that safe zone for himself. He was prepared to arrange an attack with puppets and monster puppets, then hypnotize the core personnel there and take over that place. Sillin and Hui Mao had split up before they arrived here. They had already released the newly developed drug in a large area with this area as the center. This drug had a special inducer that would excite the white mice and biochemical beasts and lead them to the source of the drug. The net had been cast, and all Sillin could do now was wait. Using beasts to control beasts was the best way, wasn't it? Due to the changes in the brains of the hypnotized white mice, they wouldn't react to the drug. Therefore, they just sat there quietly. They didn't react to Sillin's drug at all. Since the drug was specially made to target the white mice, the biosoldiers and beasts didn't react in the slightest. The hypnotist trusted his pets, so he just sat there and rested. Hui Mao's ears twitched, and he signaled to Sillin, "They're coming." Sillin had also noticed the movement coming from afar. He and Hui Mao hid there quietly to observe the hypnotist's movements. Finally, the white mice and beasts that had been hypnotized into puppets began to notice something and issued a shrill warning. The hypnotist woke up. He looked around and took out a gun that he had obtained from one of the hypnotized people. He stepped back and let the puppets protect him. There was a cave behind him. If the puppets couldn't hold on, he would close the cave. He had to survive this crisis first. If the puppets were killed, they could be hypnotized again. He wasn't worried about that. At most, he would just have to spend a little more energy. The first white mouse was running toward him. It was obvious that it had been hypnotized. The hypnotist looked at the excited white mouse and frowned. He could tell that the white mouse wasn't hypnotized, but why would such an agitated white mouse run toward him? No matter what, he had to get rid of the white mouse first. The hypnotist ordered the 3 puppet white mice to deal with the white mouse. The 3 white mice didn't disappoint him. Soon, amidst the white mouse's screams, the first white mouse was bitten to death by the other 3. However, This was just the beginning. White mice started appearing one after another, and their numbers were increasing. It wasn't only because of Silen's drug, but also because of the sharp screams of the white mice from both sides. The screams were like a catalyst for the drug, causing the white mice behind to become even more excited. Their bodies expanded and they ran even faster, as if they couldn't wait anymore. Silen gave Huimao a look. Huimao received the order and sent a message to Heido, who was far away in the safe zone. In the safe zone, after Heido received the signal from Huimao, she took out a projector and transferred the signal. The image shown on the projector was the scene Huimao saw. The puppeteer panicked when he saw the increasing number of agitated white mice. He couldn't understand why this was happening, so he sent out all the biochemical soldiers and the 20 or so hypnotized white mice, leaving only the 2 brainwashed people to protect him at the entrance of the cave. The biochemical soldiers and beasts were completely defenseless against the white mice in this state. A few biochemical soldiers were torn apart by the white mice, and with a few stomps of their large claws, they were turned into meat paste. What caught everyone's attention was the battle between the white mice and their biochemical beasts. Both sides were agitated white mice, but since they had been hypnotized, it would affect the potential of the white mice. Under the condition of excessive agitation, the natural white mice were more skilled than the hypnotized ones. In the beginning, the hypnotized white mice had the advantage due to their numbers, but slowly, more and more white mice gathered from other places. 10, 20, 30. The scene of the white mice biting and tearing each other sent chills down everyone's spines. These guys were indeed excellent biochemical beast weapons. The collisions, bites, and kicks caused the spikes on their bodies to shoot everywhere. The surrounding stone walls were already covered with a layer of broken spikes. The situation gradually became one-sided. The hypnotist decided to hide in the cave. Before he went in, he felt something hit him, but since he didn't see any injuries, he didn't pay much attention to it. What he didn't know was that the thing that hit him was a soft bullet shot by Silen that was filled with drugs. When the soft bullet hit the hypnotist, it broke and released the drugs, causing them to stick to the hypnotist's body. Therefore, the white mice that came one after another only had eyes for the hypnotist standing in the cave. The hypnotist ordered the 2 puppets to block the cave and retreat into the depths of the cave. However, the digging ability of mice was not to be underestimated, let alone the white mice that were in such a state. 1-2. After the white mice finished dealing with the puppets, the biochemical beasts began to dig into the hole. Huimao took the opportunity to sneak into the cave. After all, it had a difficult task, live broadcast. Chapter 287. There was no lighting in the cave, and no light shone in, but in Huimao's eyes, it was extremely clear, so the signal received by Heido was also very clear. Because it was so clear, every detail could be seen clearly, and it even made people feel like they were there. Asho and Heido's faces turned pale. Although the others were used to seeing blood, they still felt their scalps tingle when they saw so many agitated white mice swarming toward them. At the same time, they became more and more afraid of Silen. Perhaps everyone could not have a specific estimate of Silen's individual combat effectiveness, but Silen's ability was indeed admirable. Some people like Xianxia might have guessed the means Silen used, but others who did not know Silen could not figure out what method Silen had used to make these white mice deal with the hypnotist. It was exactly because Silen, Heido, and the others have been guiding the construction of the safe zone and defense system for the past few days that a lot of people thought that Silen was an expert in this field. However, they didn't realize that Silen was also an expert in the field of medicine. He might not be the best, but compared to the people here, Silen could be considered a highly skilled person. A powerful hypnotist can hypnotize people with every move. Magic's hobby is to directly turn people into his puppets, so his hypnosis is strong and overbearing, completely irreversible. If you don't want to be hypnotized by him and turn into a fool, you must have a stronger willpower than him, or else you won't be able to resist it, and the result will be the same as those 2 people, Xianxia whispered. The hypnotist was called Magic, and Xianxia knew him. Although he had never met him before, he had seen information about Magic from some secret files. Magic was also on some lists of the military and was classified as a dangerous person. Looking at the bloody bodies of the two puppets ordered by the hypnotist Magic to intercept the white mice, everyone present felt a chill. Two of them had encountered Magic before. One of them avoided it because of his stronger willpower, and the other escaped because of the help of a temporary companion. So, their experience was the most intense. Inside the cave, the white mice that pounced on him didn't show any change in expression even after their arms were broken. They still followed Magic's orders. The puppets that blocked these white mice were gradually devoured clean. Magic opened the previously dug escape hole and ran outside. But he didn't expect to see two white mouse biochemical beasts running toward him just as he poked his head out of the hole. Magic was desperate. At this time, he couldn't calm down to hypnotize the white mice. He tried, but the result gave him a splitting headache. After all, such a strong and irreversible hypnosis method had side effects. Magic hadn't fully recovered, and he was forced by the situation. His mind was in a mess. Inside the cave, a white mouse biochemical beast had already rushed over while stepping on the puppet's bloodstains. Magic pulled out his gun and started firing, but a gun and bullets of this caliber were nothing more than tickles to the agitated white mouse. Even though Magic's hypnosis was amazing, his marksmanship was trash among trash. He clearly wanted to shoot the white mouse biochemical beast's glowing red eyes, even in the darkness. But the bullet hit the white mouse's toe scales instead. The gray cat was crouching on top of a protruding rock at the top of the cave as it watched the live broadcast, shaking its beard. Magic roared as he fired indiscriminately, like a final vent in despair. His voice echoed in the cave, making people's hair stand on end. Finally, the white mouse's claws clawed at Magic. If it was just someone else, the white mouse biochemical beast would at most bite them and eat them, instantly ending the prey's life. But Magic had the drug laid down by Sillin. After the agitated white mice arrived in front of Magic, they did not treat Magic like a puppet. Instead, they surrounded Magic and sniffed him. Their claws scratched Magic's body. Their claws were so deep that bones could be seen, but they were not fatal. But if a group of claws were to scratch him, it would be a different story. The white mouse biochemical beasts inside and outside the cave surrounded Magic and raised their claws a few times. Magic's screams rang for a long time, then gradually weakened until only the sound of the white mice's claws could be heard. The cause of death for the hypnotist, Magic, was excessive bleeding. Such a way of death was very cruel, because the injured would clearly feel the loss of blood and the passing of life, as well as the deep sense of despair. At that time, Magic even wanted to use that overbearing method of hypnosis on himself, but in the end he was unable to do so because he had no energy to concentrate on hypnosis. In fact, Sillin did not expect these white mouse biochemical beasts to treat the hypnotist like this. He always thought that at most, the white mice would follow the hypnotist's scent and kill him with one claw or bite him directly. He did not expect such a bloody method to be used. It was a complete torture. Wuxia closed his eyes. The famous hypnotist, Magic, ended up like this. He did not know what kind of expression the Austrian army would have when they found out. After all, Magic was personally classified as a high-risk person by them. Everyone who saw this image had the same thought: provoke anyone but Sillin. Perhaps there were some people who came here with a fluke mentality and an attitude of muddling through life, but after seeing this image, everyone changed their attitude. No one was a fool. They understood that this was Sillin's way of beating his opponent. If there was any bad behavior here, it was estimated that it would be the same as the hypnotist, Magic. Mao closed his eyes after Magic was dealt with and cut off the signal. After yawning, he licked his mouth. So many mice, Sillin stayed outside the cave and listened to the sounds coming from the cave and some white mice being thrown out. He sighed in his heart. There are so many white mice. Can't Grandpa Cat judge the situation? Sillin sent a signal to Mao to quickly retreat and stop playing with these white mice. After playing with the white mice inside the cave for a while, Mao slipped away. If Huimao used all his strength to run away, even the agitated white mice wouldn't be able to catch him. Sillin shot another 3 soft bullets containing drugs into the cave. After all the white mice had entered the cave, he threw a couple of time bombs inside. Sillin let out a temporary sigh of relief when he heard the explosion and the mushroom cloud rising from the other side after running far away. He had taken care of the hypnotist, as well as some lab rats. The time bomb he made with those precious materials was not wasted. He looked at Huimao, who was licking his claws on a tree branch. There were still bits of the white mice's spikes next to his mouth. Remember to wipe your mouth clean, too. Got it. Inside the distant building, Guanfeng and the others praised repeatedly when they saw the disappearance of the white mice's signal and the image taken by the satellite array. Guanfeng, you're a good teacher, Christy Lang said. Guanfeng curled his lips. Good teacher, my ass. I haven't even met that little bastard for long. How am I supposed to teach him? At most, I'm a talent scout who can recognize talent. Should we put those things over there? Someone asked. Christy Lang thought for a moment before drawing a circle around Sillin's area. There's no need to release them here. We'll proceed with the original plan elsewhere. So we're going to leave this area? Whatever. It's a waste of resources anyway. Sillin is the only one here. We'll follow the original plan for everyone else. All right. Gu Chang'an smiled when he heard Christy Lang's words. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were the one who recommended Sillin. Christy Lang didn't get angry. There's no helping it. There are too few people who can take over this position. That's true. However, we can't say for sure whether or not that kid can officially take over the position. The 3 heavyweights fell silent at the same time. It was true that the final candidate had to be approved by an important decision-maker before he could take over. That person was the true ancestor of Black Viper. After Sillin returned to the safe zone, everyone's attitude towards Sillin changed noticeably. This was especially true for the newcomers. In the past, they could joke around and punch each other without any scruples, but now they were much more careful. There was no need to offend this fiend because the deadline wasn't far away. What surprised Sillin and the others was that the last few days were very peaceful. Most of the white rats had been taken care of at the cave, and the remaining white rats, bioweapons, and ferocious beasts couldn't even take a step forward in front of them. The gray cat rolled from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain out of boredom, teased the wild beasts for a bit, and then climbed up the cliff to bully the great eagle Mercury. This caused Mercury to fly desperately into the sky whenever it saw the gray cat. Thank goodness this cat didn't have wings. What would happen if it did? After Sillin and Heido finished setting up the defense network and discussing Neo's incomplete experiment plan with him, the last few days finally came to an end amidst everyone's confusion and worry. The timetable was based on Sillin and the others. The 30-day deadline Guanfeng mentioned was actually Sillin's 30th day since he arrived at the safe zone. On this day, a couple of huge space planes flew into the safe zone and landed. The people inside them were all robots with human appearances. Black Viper's people had nothing to worry about. They had another space plane to receive them, and these space planes would move their labs and workshops away from the safe zone. Sillin was the first to step onto the space plane. Guxin, Tuba, Guxin, and the others followed behind him. When the space plane flew them out of the area and back to a cluster of buildings, Sillin separated himself from the others. Unlike everyone else, Guanfeng drove the flying car directly to pick him up. He picked up White Knight on the way. Unlike Sillin, White Knight's body was covered in wounds. He wasn't the only one. Everyone on the space plane he was on looked a little worse for wear. In fact, White Knight wasn't the only one. Sillin's group wasn't the only one. Guanfeng smiled when he saw Sillin's puzzled look. You're different from them. How so? Different roles, different positions, and different requirements. Sillin raised an eyebrow. Take over? Guanfeng raised his hand and smacked Sillin's head. Don't look like I don't like it. It's a good thing. To be honest, the nobles wouldn't dare offend you even if you didn't have the Gen family backing you up. You can send your people to deal with anyone who offends you. Sillin and White Knight completely ignored Guanfeng's words. Is this how you teach a student? Where are we going? Sillin asked. Somewhere. Of course. Sillin rolled his eyes on the inside. We need to contact Nikki and the others first. There's no need. I've already told them. You seem to be prepared for everything. That's not it. It's just like how I didn't expect you to kill those 12 white mice with the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. I even had to force myself to calm down and talk nonsense with those old guys. Guanfeng was both displeased and proud at the mention of that incident. He had never felt so many different things at the same time in his life. White Knight's eyelids twitched. Purgatory, Thunder Snake S. 12 white mice. He knew very well that the white mice weren't any weaker than the monsters that appeared later. But what did Guanfeng just say? Kill 12 white mice? White Knight was truly shocked. He thought that Sillin wouldn't run into much trouble since he looked fine, but it seemed that things were different. Guanfeng led Sillin and White Knight all the way to a port. This port was different from the one Sillin landed at. Although most of the passengers were robots, there were some humans here as well. Judging from their appearance, they weren't ordinary people and probably held a lot of weight in Black Viper. The moment he got off the car, Sillin immediately felt a few probing gazes on him. One of them was especially intense. Sillin looked over and saw that it was a rather ordinary-looking man. He didn't have much of a powerful physique, but the machine language coming from his body was very obvious. Sillin could tell. He wasn't a robot, but he was giving off a mechanical signal. Huimao crouched on Sillin's shoulder and wagged his tail. He told Sillin in private, "This man has a signal similar to Sigma's." This meant that the man in front of them was the one they were looking for. But now wasn't the time. After Sillin and White Knight got out of the car, another flying car swiftly landed and came to a steady stop. The man who walked out of this car looked like White Knight. He looked a little ragged, but he exuded a strong aura. Although he had withdrawn his killing intent after the battle, he still exuded an inexplicable and awe-inspiring aura wherever he went. It was obvious that Wheeze and Sillin weren't the type of people who would show respect. Wheeze's tail was wrapped with a feather it had plucked from Mercury's body before it separated from its body. When it swung its tail, the feather would brush against Sillin's hair. Therefore, while everyone else was trying to create a serious atmosphere, the man and the cat were swinging his tail and fiddling with the annoying feather. He completely ignored the few heavyweights present at the scene. "Aye, it's you, old man." Huimao pointed a paw at Gu Chang'an, who was being pushed over by Chiu Su, and shouted. Gu Chang'an was still sitting in the wheelchair. Sillin didn't understand. He was a man with both legs and feet, so why was he sitting in a wheelchair all the time? Did people in Black Viper all have weird habits? Because the atmosphere was quite serious, it was very quiet here. Other than some mechanical sounds, there wasn't much movement. Huimao's shout was quite loud. "Old man?" Gu Chang'an, one of the 3 giants of Black Viper, was actually called an old man by a cat with a very mocking tone. Therefore, after Huimao's shout, everyone present looked at Gu Chang'an. Even the person with the strong aura, just now, was full of surprise. Gu Chang'an wasn't angry at all. He reached into his pocket and took out a bag of dried fish. He waved at Huimao. "Kitty, come here. This is the freshly made dried fish." Everyone, Huimao raised his head. "You want to bribe me with just a bag of dried fish?" Although he said that, the cat had already jumped out and ran to Gu Chang'an in a few steps. He raised his paw and scooped the bag of dried fish into his arms. He even found a comfortable spot on Gu Chang'an's leg and started eating. Sillin covered his face. "This is so embarrassing." This was supposed to be a serious occasion, but Huimao's interference made things a lot easier. Guanfeng chuckled and spread his hands at Christy Lang and the others, indicating that it was completely normal. Ignoring the cat issue, Christian Lang sent Sillin, White Knight, and the man called Hadar over to him. "Do you 3 understand the positions you're going to take over?" White Knight nodded, Hadar nodded, and Sillin shook his head. Christy Lang explained the situation to Sillin with rare patience. There were 3 leaders of Black Viper, and each of them was responsible for their own domain. For example, Guanfeng was responsible for academics and was more active in the open. White Knight was taking over Gu Chang'an's position, and the people he came into contact with were similar to them. Hadar was taking over Christy Lang's position, a position that was responsible for decision-making and coordination. They hoped that Sillin could take over Guan Feng's position. Sillin didn't say anything. What do you mean by similar to them? Sillin was very confused by this sentence. You want to know the answer? Go find out for yourself. You'll know everything about Black Viper there, Gu Chang'an said from his wheelchair. A space plane descended from the sky while they were talking. When the cabin door opened, Sillin saw a young man. He had seen him before at AFI, but he didn't know who he was. After this young man appeared, all the important figures of Black Viper in Christy Lang's group saluted him. The young man also saluted Christy Lang and the others in a different way. He will lead you to the rest, Christy Lang said. For what? Sillin asked. To meet the ultimate decision-maker, the progenitor of Black Viper. Speaking of the final decision-maker, whether it was Christy Lang or the young man who had just appeared, all of them held the final decision-maker in high esteem. As for the term progenitor, Sillin didn't understand it either. What kind of person could be called a progenitor and receive unadulterated respect from these people? Sillin, White Knight, and Hadar stepped onto the space plane. Huimao jumped onto it with a bag of dried fish he hadn't finished yet. No one said a word to him. The space plane's cabin door closed, and they left the ground and the planet. Their destination was another planet not far from the one they were on. If the star map in his memory was correct, that planet was right at the center of this missing area. Chapter 288. The young man who brought Sillin and the others here was Xianxia of the Mist Bodhisattva royal family. He was one of the more influential princes, but he wasn't a high-profile prince in the affiliated schools. Zhen, Xingming, and Bel, the descendants of the three kings, were a lot more high-profile than they were. A prince who could show up here was definitely a special one, and Sillin thought that Xianxia might very well be the next heir to the throne. On the way to this planet, Xianxia seemed to be more amiable. They were all young people, and the four of them were relatively close in age. Although their statuses and backgrounds were very different, Xianxia said that if they could get that person's approval, they would all work together for the Empire in the future. White Knight didn't like to talk much. Even though the other party was a prince, and very likely the next emperor, White Knight and Hadar still kept a cold expression on his face. Xianxia and Hadar didn't mind. In fact, they really didn't. There were a lot of things Sillin didn't know, but White Knight and Hadar knew a lot more than Sillin. Maybe it was because they were born and raised in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Even though Sillin had read a lot about the history of the Empire, he didn't know much about its secrets. Who is that person? Sillin asked. White Knight didn't know either. He finally gave face and looked at Xianxia and Hadar when he heard Sillin's question. Hadar knew a little, but he didn't want to say it because he had never met that person in person. Up until now, everything he knew about that person was from his grandfather, Christian Lang. Hadar didn't know what that person looked like or what his temper was like. Moreover, there had never been any pictures or images of that person, other than the three heavyweights. Even the people from Black Viper's headquarters had never seen that person. That one, Xianxia sighed. I've only met him once, not too long before you guys. I can't tell you right now, but I'll warn you first. Calm down when you see that person. Recalling the scene when he first met that person, Xianxia felt as if he were in a dream, and he was truly shocked. For a long time after that, he felt that whenever he closed his eyes, he would see that pair of cold eyes staring at him from the darkness, causing him to have nightmares. In the past, I'd only heard that Black Viper was the progenitor of the entire Black Viper race. Every 3 leaders of Black Viper would visit Black Viper, and every successor to the Mist Bodhisattva throne would visit Black Viper a couple of times before they inherited the throne. Xianxia didn't believe in God, but most of the time, that feeling was beyond imagination. Xianxia shuddered involuntarily at the thought of that time. Since Xianxia did not want to go into detail, Sillin could only fill in the blanks with his own imagination. Huimao squatted on Sillin's shoulder and wagged its tail slowly. It raised its paw and scooped up the dried fish from the bag to eat. Sillin's shoulder was full of fish scraps, and he could smell the fishy smell from afar. The planet in the middle of the missing area on the star map was a very strange planet. Why was it strange? From the data analysis of the probe, it could be seen that the planet's environment was very suitable for human habitation. However, anyone who saw it for the first time would feel an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if they couldn't explain why. There were no satellite arrays around the planet, but there were a lot of space fortresses a certain distance away from the planet. These fortresses protected the planet very well, and every person who wanted to enter had to undergo a strict inspection. Even a prince like Xianxia was no exception. After the strict inspection, Silen's group of 4 was finally allowed to enter the planet. However, they didn't use the same space plane as before. Instead, they used another space plane from the space fortress. It had a dedicated pilot. The guards of the space fortresses answered directly to the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor's orders. They didn't give face to anyone, be it the 3 kings or a prince. Not even the former emperor was an exception. The solemn atmosphere made everyone nervous. Fortunately, Silen and the others had strong mental fortitude, so they weren't truly intimidated. That being said, Silen and the others admired the guard stationed here. They were all experts among experts, and they obeyed orders and were merciless enough to act like human robots. The pilot was completely focused on piloting the space plane after greeting Xianxia. He wasn't affected by Silen and the others in the slightest, and his attitude was one of "don't disturb me." Even when Hui Mao was chewing on the fish ribs inside the dried fish, the pilot didn't react in the slightest. "This guy looks a lot like you," Silen said to White Knight. Bai Yi looked at the person who was busy working in front of the control panel and said nothing. When they finally entered the planet, they could see it more clearly. There wasn't much machinery here. Most of the environments were primitive. Forests, mountains, just like the place where Silen and the others were tested. The only difference was that the environment here was more primitive, and it was large enough that it felt like they had entered a primitive kingdom of giant beasts. There were all kinds of dinosaurs, pterosaurs in the sky, and many animals that hadn't been seen on other planets. Every leaf of the ferns on the ground exuded an ancient aura. It really was a primitive place. No wonder he was called the Black Viper progenitor. The spaceplane flew into an area protected by a hemispherical barrier. There was a special landing spot there. It was the only place where mechanical things could be seen. There were buildings and machines, but no people. There were only a few robots here, and they gave Silen the same feeling as the robot he'd seen in the underground network. There was a difference in familiarity. "Let's wait here for now. They'll notify us when he arrives," Xianxia said to Silen and the others, pointing at the approaching robots. The robots that looked like humans brought food to the 4 of them and chatted with Xianxia for a while. Hui Mao looked at the robots for 2 seconds and then ignored them. He circled around the food on the table, sniffing it from time to time. White Knight and Hadar didn't mind. Instead, they cut off some meat and gave it to Hui Mao. Silen only ate a little and stopped eating. Not everyone could eat as much as Hui Mao. Silen was curious about his surroundings. Through the hemispherical barrier, Silen could see giant creatures walking by, as well as groups of animals that had only existed for a short time in history, only to be seen in fossils. These animals were not animals that had disappeared from one or a few planets, but creatures that had appeared and disappeared in the development of a considerable number of planets. Right now, it wasn't easy for people to restore those creatures. Many fossils were too damaged or affected by other factors to restore their genetic material as a whole. Silen had seen a lot of simulated creatures cloned by researchers using equipment to calculate the possible genetic information arrangement, but these creatures were all unstable. There were always problems of one kind or another, and even if they managed to survive, they weren't like the theoretical ones. Too much randomness made it impossible for many creatures to be restored. This had always been a regret in the minds of researchers. But here, Silen saw many creatures that were classified as species that could not be restored at this stage by the authorities of the organization. If they could not be restored, where did they come from? Silen did not think that these were creatures that had survived naturally. In just a short time, Silen had seen extinct species from at least 100 planets. Moreover, the existence of these species was distributed according to a kind of ecological stability. The people who created them had put a lot of thought into it. The entry of one species would not cause an overall change, and the disappearance of one species would not cause a chain reaction. Who had the means to do this? Just as Sillin was thinking, Huimao, who was burying his head in food, pricked up his ears and looked in a certain direction with wide eyes. At the same time, the robots that were talking to Xianxia also told Sillin and the others that that was coming. The animals that had been strolling lazily around the area spread their hooves and claws and ran away, afraid that they would be too slow. After almost all the animals in the area had run away, the hemispherical barrier was closed. Feeling the smell and the wind, Sillin's eyes narrowed. No way. Huimao ran to the top of the building and looked into the distance, then shouted, "Wow. What a big snake. So fucking big." Snake. White Knight's pupils shrank, and he looked in that direction. Xianxia and Hadar straightened their clothes and stood there like obedient children. Sillin could already feel the movement under his feet, and the dense branches of the tall trees in the distance were falling to the sides. Just by looking at the movement of the branches, he could tell how big this thing was. After the sound of the trees breaking and the branches being squashed, the sound got closer and closer. Finally, the big guy appeared in front of them. Its armor-like scales were scattered with dark stripes, and there were two slightly protruding lines on its back. Its broad triangular head was covered with hard scales, and there was a horn on the top of its head. This horn was like a crown, and it was crowned. It also indicated that this big guy was the overlord. With the arrival of this big snake, Sillin felt the temperature suddenly drop a few degrees, and the light reflected by its scales was cold. It didn't climb directly into the area. Although the barrier was closed, this big guy didn't seem to like coming to this place. When he saw the snake, Xianxia took 2 steps forward and bowed. Unlike the bow he used when facing Christy Lang and the others, Xianxia's bow now was completely the etiquette of a junior to an elder, and it was the etiquette of the royal family. Xianxia's expression was much more respectful, and even his voice was cautious. "Greetings." Hadar followed suit and saluted. It was not a royal salute, but it was respectful enough. However, this made Sillin and White Knight stand out, because they didn't even have any reaction from the beginning. The two of them looked up at the big snake in front of them. Is this the person they were talking about? So that person isn't a human. No wonder Xianxia told them not to be too shocked. Sillin finally understood why the Mist Bodhisattva Empire treated this kind of beast better than the League of Stars. It was not a python, but a viper. Although Sillin did not know how the viper had grown so big and looked like this, he was certain that it was a viper, a venomous viper. After looking at them, the big snake flicked its tongue at them. Although it still looked cold and indifferent, its 2 round eyes were as cold as ice as it stared at the tiny people below it. However, Sillin could sense that this big guy was very impatient. In fact, Sillin thought that if this was a human, it probably would have spat on them instead of flicking its tongue. The big snake ignored them and looked at Huimao, who was staring at it curiously from the top of the building. It was this cat that was making strange noises just now. "Who are you?" the big snake asked. As it spoke, Sillin saw the fangs in the big snake's mouth. This snake was extremely poisonous. Xianxia and Hadar, who had just finished saluting and hadn't straightened up yet, heard the big snake's words. They looked to the side and saw the cat jump in a beautiful parabola onto the 2 big nostrils at the top of the big snake's snout. Sillin and the others. How the fuck is this guy so bold? Xianxia felt the hair on his back freeze, and his hair was about to stand on end. The robots also quietly gathered around Xianxia. If the big snake went berserk, they would protect them and escape, especially Xianxia. They couldn't let anything happen to this prince. Huimao jumped onto the big snake's nostrils and looked at the 2 slender eyes that were looking at him. He raised his paw and patted the thick, cool scales he was sitting on and said, "Hello, my name is Hubaelu, and my nickname is Wheeze." Sillin covered his face. Who cares about your nickname at a time like this? Strangely, the big snake didn't go berserk. Instead, it said, "You're quite bold. Thank you for the compliment." Huimao said proudly. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Isn't this a compliment? What are you so proud of? Yo, you're over 200 years old. aren't you?" the big snake said. Its voice was filled with affection. "Over 200 years old?" White Knight, Xianxia, and Hadar looked at Sillin. Was this little cat that old? The corner of Sillin's mouth twitched, and he nodded. "Then how old are you?" Huimao asked. He couldn't calculate the age of this big snake, because it was too strange. It didn't seem like it grew up naturally. Something must have happened during its growth that caused it to mutate. "Me?" The big snake stuck out its tongue. "I don't remember. About 1,000 years old." 1,000-year-old snake? This was the first time Sillin had seen one. No wonder this old guy was called the ancestor. Letting Huimao play around with its nose, the big snake looked down at the people below. "These are the candidates for this batch." Yes. Xianxia secretly wiped his sweat. It really scared him. He should stay away from cats in the future. The big snake looked at Sillin and the others and nodded. "Come on up. I'll take you there." Xianxia gestured for Sillin and the others to climb onto the back of the big snake. The big snake would take them somewhere. There, they would learn about the origin and development of the black viper. This wasn't the first time Sillin had climbed on the back of a snake, but this time, the snake was much bigger than Bonner. The scales on its back looked ferocious. After Sillin and the others climbed onto the back of the big snake, the big snake didn't say anything to Xianxia. It turned around and left in another direction. In this primitive environment, the big snake was indeed at the top of the food chain. Wherever it went, other animals would avoid or hide, so there was no obstruction along the way. After climbing through a forest and coming to an open area, the big snake sped up and brought Sillin and the others to a mountain range. There was a big hole in the mountain range. This should be the big snake's nest. Chapter 289. The serpent led Sillin and the others in. After entering, the cave entrance was obviously much wider. Some of the mountains had a large hole dug out, forming a passage. Even a serpent could crawl freely in it. It was obvious how big the project was. The most valuable thing was that Sillin could feel that the entire mountain range was a combination of mechanization and nature. Advanced technology had been integrated into the primitive foundation, and there were countless mechanisms and hidden compartments. If the serpent hadn't led them here, and someone had tried to barge in, they might not be able to find those hidden things even if the entire mountain range was turned upside down. It might even cause the entire planet to explode. This was the true core of the entire planet. There was no mechanical lighting in the passage, only traces of light cast through the cracks in the stones. Finally, Sillin saw a place that was glowing. It was a rather spacious area surrounded by mountain walls. There was an opening above, and the light shone down, illuminating the place. A large circular pool came into view. The water's surface reflected the light, and there was a floating hut on the pool. However, the serpent didn't allow Sillin and the others to approach the hut. There were some small flowers on the grass beside the pool, and they were growing very well. It was very warm here. Sillin and the others came down beside the pool and looked at the place. There were many murals on the surrounding mountain walls. They had been specially treated to prevent the rain from corroding them, so that these murals could be preserved here forever. They were very simple strokes with a somewhat childish feeling. Then, slowly, the strokes matured, becoming smoother and more detailed. It was like a record of a person from childhood. In those simple murals that looked like graffiti, Sillin felt that they were related to the serpent and a person. In the simple sketch of a person, there was a thin curved line wrapped around the small person's arm. That should be the original appearance of the serpent. Most of the murals were drawings of a person and a serpent. The small person threw the serpent above his head, twisted the serpent's tail, and gave the serpent a fruit, but it got stuck. It looked like a line that was tied into a knot. 3 light screens popped out and flew in front of Sillin and the others. There was a light screen in front of each of them, and on it were some drawings and text records. The light screen flickered, and the rectangular light frame covered Sillin and the others. The 3 people who were enveloped in this rectangular light shield would see a projection, as if they were inside it. The light screen in front of them was like a navigator. Where they wanted to go, and what they wanted to know, it would be displayed and analyzed for them. First, Sillin chose a button under the root directory. It was the section about the origins of Black Viper, and very few people paid attention to it. Normally, people would choose the general origin of Black Viper first, but Sillin chose the individual stories. After making his choice, Sillin felt the projection around him change. Then, a different scene appeared. A little boy was sitting in the courtyard. He was very quiet, and unlike the others, he did not fit in with his surroundings at all. No one wanted to talk to him, and even if they did, they would only say a few words to him before leaving with a bad look on their faces. This was because no matter what they said, the little boy would either stare at them silently or reply with a few completely unrelated words. It was no wonder that such a strange scene had formed. This young boy was another core figure of the origin of Black Viper. He was the fourth son of the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor from 1,000 years ago. He was the most influential person in the history of the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. Compared to his father's famous name, there was very little information about him in the historical records. Sillin learned a lot about Mist Bodhisattva Freeman from the written records on the light screen. Sillin was very interested in this person. He even looked through all the video records about Mist Bodhisattva Freeman. He only skimmed through the development of Black Viper, its combat strength, and destructive power. Mist Bodhisattva Freeman. Among the sons of the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor of that generation, he had a very low presence. In fact, he was a person that many people gossiped about out of boredom. This was because Freeman was different from other children after he was born. He was quiet, of few words, and looked at people with a very strange gaze, even to his birth parents. Most of the time, he entertained himself like a person living in his own world. Later on, Freeman saw a little black striped viper in the garden and raised it. However, in order to protect the prince, the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor had his men inject the little viper with a toxin-dissolving agent. And so, when Freeman was 7 years old, he made his first friend. This friend couldn't talk, couldn't laugh, and wasn't even human. Freeman named this viper Black Viper. Many of the drawings on the mountain walls that Sillin saw were Freeman's drawings. Just as Sillin had expected, they were all drawn by the Mist Bodhisattva Freeman. Although Freeman didn't talk much with other people, he talked a little more with Black Viper. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Freeman was talking to himself. The reason why Sillin paid so much attention to Freeman wasn't entirely because he was curious about the prince. In the first image, Freeman was only a 2-year-old child. Freeman played with the levitating blocks that were very popular in that era. Because Freeman was a bit of a loner, he was often alone in his small room. Freeman took out the levitating blocks and assembled them. He assembled a picture of an airplane. The workmanship of the levitating blocks was very detailed, enough for any child to use their imagination. Perhaps many children would assemble some strange patterns or just play according to their preferences at the time, but Freeman treated it like a mission. When assembling, he placed almost all his attention on the levitating blocks in front of him. His assembly was similar to the airplane toy on the table next to him. The placement and assembly of each levitating block seemed to have been rehearsed in advance, without the slightest mistake. Starting from the head of the airplane, he gradually completed the other parts, and soon, an aircraft-shaped block puzzle appeared. If it were any other child, regardless of whether they could complete such a task alone, they would definitely show it off after they completed such a project together, when their parents praise and enjoy the envy and jealousy of their peers. However, Freeman did not do so. With a wave of his hand, he messed up the pattern and then assembled it for the second time. However, he didn't look at the model during the second assembly process, and he didn't start from the front of the airplane, but from the fuselage. The second assembly took much less time than the first, and it was much more perfect. Even though it was just a levitating block, the compatibility between each block was perfect. Such an assembly was actually the work of a 2-year-old child. Then, Freeman messed up the completed work again and assembled it again. However, the result of the assembly this time was somewhat different from the airplane toy. Sillin deliberately pulled out the actual picture of the fighter jet of that era to take a look. There must have been some simplified parts in the toy, but Freeman relied on his intuition to restore the simplified parts of these toys without seeing the real thing. It had to be said that Freeman was a genius. And in the later images, as Freeman grew up, he no longer came into contact with levitating blocks, but some more sophisticated toys. He disassembled these toys and assembled them into jaw-dropping works. The Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva discovered something special about this child who had a very low sense of existence. So he found a tutor to teach him, but the effect was very frustrating. No matter how teaching was done, there had to be a process of communication between the tutor and the student first. Even if there was no communication, as a student, it was right to listen to what the tutor said and see what the tutor did, right? But Freeman didn't. He was still the same, minding his own business. Other than the little viper wrapped around his arm, there seemed to be no one else in his world. Therefore, the Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva had no choice but to let Freeman fiddle with it himself. In a part of the palace, there was a special activity area for Freeman, which provided all of Freeman's toys and some teaching videos. Gradually, Freeman faded out of people's sight and out of the circle of people's topics. Occasionally, someone would mention him in private, the child whose soul was eaten by the devil. That was how people described Freeman. Later, Freeman fiddled with something and blew up a building in the palace. Since then, Freeman was classified as a dangerous person, and many people in the palace tried to avoid Freeman as if he were the plague. And because of the communication barrier, he had a grudge with his big brother, who was chosen as the heir back then. Perhaps he didn't even know that he had a grudge with his big brother, and he didn't realize it when he offended someone. He just lived in his own world and didn't even feel lonely. The Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva had no choice but to send Freeman away in order to better train his eldest son as the heir. Freeman chose a place in the star map, an obscure planet. That was the planet Sillin was currently staying on. As a prince, the Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva provided Freeman with a lot of things. Anything Freeman wanted, he would provide. Perhaps this was the Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva's compensation to this son who had no sense of existence. When Freeman was 17, a large-scale civil war broke out in the empire. Several high nobles joined forces to rebel, and for a time, the empire was filled with an uneasy environment. People of the royal family had to be protected by guards, even Freeman, a prince who had been kicked out of the capital star region. One day, a team of royal guards was sent to this planet. By chance, the captain of the guards found a gun that Freeman had casually tossed to the side like a toy. This gun was very similar to the common guns the captain had seen before, so the captain fired a shot when he was bored. As a result, the area was blasted into a huge pit more than 100 meters in diameter, and the area around the pit was filled with sporadic sparks that didn't go out for a long time. The soil and stones there didn't look like they had been blasted to this state, more like they had been instantly burned away. The part between the captain's thumb and index finger that was holding the gun cracked, just like when Sillin first used the Purgatory Thunder Snake S. Seeing this result, the captain's hand trembled, not knowing whether it was because of the crack or because he was shocked. Later, the captain found a lot of weapons that were much better than those of that period in Freeman's place, so the captain reported it to his superiors. In that chaotic period, the Emperor of Mist Bodhisattva was very surprised by this news. The main reason that turned the situation around wasn't these much improved weapons, but the birth of high-density compressed energy reserves and the discovery of the steady-state enhancement potion. These were all created by Freeman, and it was also a technological reform with far-reaching significance in the history of the Empire. However, the public history of the Empire didn't record it in such detail. It only mentioned that these new technologies were discovered during the rebellion, and didn't mention Freeman himself. But after that, news leaked out, and Freeman was assassinated. The assassin broke through many obstacles and finally had the chance to shoot Freeman. At the critical moment, the black-striped Viper blocked the bullet for Freeman, and the Viper itself was broken into several pieces by the bullet. If such a bullet had hit Freeman, it would have killed him instantly. Freeman ignored the others, ignored the assassin, and ignored the guard captain's shouts of hide. Instead, he left with the broken Viper and entered his room. Freeman's room was also his laboratory. When Freeman came out again, the broken Viper had been reconnected, but its appearance had changed a lot. Sillin also finally understood that the reason Black Viper was able to live for more than 1,000 years and grow into its current appearance was all because of Freeman. After watching all the images of the prince, Sillin finally understood what Gu Chang'an meant when he said this kind of people. After learning about Freeman's abilities, the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor formed a group to gather children like Freeman. The Mist Bodhisattva Emperor asked Freeman to give the group a name, and Freeman only said one word, Black Viper. That was the embryonic form of Black Viper. As time passed, the group grew larger and larger, and the Emperor discovered more and more that these people were different from ordinary people. In many ways, they were even stronger than the people of the RAS. While it was a pity, these people also obtained a talent that others didn't have. It was like a sharp blade that could be used as a weapon, but a moment of carelessness could also cause damage to the user. If the enemy got their hands on it, it would be even more dangerous. Therefore, the Emperor issued an order that from then on, Black Viper would move completely into the shadows. People would forget some of the short-lived rumors of that time, but Black Viper's technological achievements had unknowingly spread to every star region of the Empire. These people in Black Viper couldn't blend into normal life, and they were always subconsciously ostracized. Even the most advanced technology couldn't make them the same as a normal person. It couldn't change their special central nervous system or their strange behavior or temperament. They seriously lacked emotional contact with other people, and they didn't realize that their strange behavior would be ostracized by others. Some people were terrifyingly quiet and unapproachable. However, their narrow self-world allowed them to have more eye-catching skills, extraordinary memory, calculation, and so on. These skills were a stark contrast to their learning difficulties in other areas. Asho, Neo, and the others were just like Sillin. Some people didn't know how to laugh or cry, but that didn't mean they didn't have feelings. Freeman, for example, didn't cry even when Viper was cut into several pieces by a bullet. He always looked indifferent to everything. However, Sillin believed that Freeman was sad when he saw Black Viper being cut into several pieces. In fact, he was a little desperate and painful when he stayed in the lab for 5 days and 5 nights until he snatched the snake's life back from Azrael's hands. People like this had their own unique frequency. It was just that no one else could obtain it. They weren't sick, they weren't weirdos, and they weren't people whose souls were devoured by demons. They were just different from us. Even though this world has its flaws, we should all believe that every flower has its own reason for blooming. Looking at the technology that had slowly seeped into people's lives over the past 1,000 years, Sillin finally understood what Gu Chang'an and Guanfeng really meant when they said, "Don't look at Black Viper the same way you used to." So that's why. This was the source of Guanfeng and Gu Chang'an's strong emotions. Guanfeng might not be this kind of person, but Gu Chang'an definitely was. After seeing all this, Sillin could already tell them apart. The reason why Gu Chang'an liked to stay in a wheelchair despite his nimble legs was because he could only feel at ease in a wheelchair. To others, this habit might seem like a strange habit that couldn't be explained. But Gu Chang'an was exactly this kind of person. Sitting in a wheelchair and staying in a small, if not dark, room would make him unusually focused. There was also White Knight. White Knight's example was similar to the one recorded on the screen. That person had 2 colored pupils, just like White Knight, and they seemed to see a different world than normal people. Sillin didn't know what kind of world White Knight saw, but Sillin finally understood why Guanfeng had asked White Knight to fight for this position. Maybe only someone like him would be able to think for the sake of the group. Black Viper was no longer the small group it used to be. Their strength and ability had grown considerably. Back then, the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor hoped that this blade could be used to protect the Empire in the end. This blade was a gift from his son who had a weak sense of existence. That was why the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor put a lot of effort into choosing a leader for Black Viper. In the end, he decided to choose 3 leaders to manage this special group together. Each of them had their own role, and that was how things developed to this day. Every successor would come here to visit this giant snake who had lived through many generations of Mist Bodhisattva Emperor. If it hadn't been for this giant snake, no, it should be a small viper, who had saved Freeman back then, there wouldn't have been any more technology, and there wouldn't have been an organization called Black Viper. Every time the Mist Bodhisattva royal family saw the giant viper, they would feel an inexplicable sense of confidence. The existence of the modified Black Viper was like faith. Yes, it was like a kind of faith. If this faith was gone, Black Viper would suffer a huge blow. Sillin and the other two went about their own business, trying to understand this mysterious organization through their own questions and the answers they hoped to find. Black Viper coiled quietly at the side. It had seen too many generations of leadership candidates, and most of them could only make it say yes instead of good. Yes meant that the candidate who came here could truly inherit the position of Black Viper's leader, and good meant that the candidate was truly acknowledged by the giant snake. However, there were very few good comments. The giant snake looked at White Knight and Sillin with a bit of warmth, especially Sillin. The giant snake was very satisfied with Sillin. He knew what everyone was looking at, and he could see their temperament and priorities from their choices. There were very few people who would patiently watch all of Freeman's videos, and Sillin was one of them. The giant snake approved of people like him even more. Huimao rolled a few times in the grass nearby before jumping onto the giant snake's back. He lay there quietly and closed his eyes to sleep. "You're a good master," the giant snake said. Huimao's ears flicked. "He's not my master, and I'm not a pet." "Good, you're not a pet," the giant snake said with a smile. "However, Sillin is indeed a good person. No, let me tell you, this kid was very cunning back then. He made me sign an unfair contract. Back then," Huimao angrily told the giant snake about how Sillin tricked him into signing an unfair contract and debt agreement. The giant snake listened quietly, and its eyes that were as cold as the abyss gradually warmed up. The gray cat grew tired of talking, so it jumped to the side of the pond and drank some water. When it saw that Sillin was still standing there, it ran to the light barrier where Sillin was and urinated in passing. After he was done, Huimao twitched his nose and chuckled. He ran to the giant snake's nose and continued to criticize Sillin's misdeeds. There was wind here, and the wind was warm, giving people an inexplicable sense of tranquility and warmth. The giant snake liked to stay here. Even when there was no sunlight, it was still warm. It was the same warmth he had felt back then. Finally, the time was up. The light shield faded, and Sillin and the other two recovered from that state. The way Sillin looked at Hei-Tung also changed. However, a familiar stench soon attracted Sillin's attention. Even a cyborg cat's urine smelled. Huh, Sillin gritted his teeth. Huimao wagged its tail and flicked its ears, ignoring Sillin. It looked like it didn't know what was going on. The smile in the giant snake's eyes surprised White Knight and Hadar. They didn't expect the snake's eyes to be so easygoing. Why was Sillin able to make this snake, who didn't even give face to the Mist Bodhisattva royalty, look at him like this? Was it because he had a cat? White Knight and Hadar couldn't understand. But after reading the information on the light screen and learning more about Hei-Tung, they didn't have time to think about why Sillin was given special treatment. They waited for the giant snake's evaluation. The giant snake obviously knew what they were thinking. It said slowly, "This generation is pretty good." Hadar let out a sigh of relief. The giant snake gave him too much pressure. He didn't feel this way even when he was facing his grandfather. After receiving the giant snake's evaluation, the three of them knew that their inheritance was confirmed. A large light screen appeared not far above them. After the giant snake tapped a few times with its tail, a small hole appeared in the mountain wall, and a small flying robot flew out. "Go out. It will take you away. There will be a space plane parked there after you leave the mountain range. You can take that space plane and leave." After saying this, the giant snake looked away. The three of them looked at each other, bowed to the giant snake, and left. "Goodbye. I'll come back to see you when I have a chance," Huimao said as it patted the snake's scales, which finally had some warmth. The giant snake watched as the gray cat jumped down and chased after Sillin with its tail raised. Then, it jumped up on Sillin's shoulder familiarly. Its eyeless eyes carried a kind of inexplicable emotion. It was a little sad, a little emotional, and also a kind of nostalgic happiness. It was as if it was recalling certain memories. Silin used to say that people blinked when they were smiling because they were thinking of happy things. However, the giant snake didn't have eyelids, so it couldn't blink. Some people could only see the coldness in its eyes, but few could see the emotions hidden deep in its chilling eyes. Silin and the other two left through another tunnel with the small robot. This tunnel wasn't as big as the one they came from. It was meant for humans. The three of them didn't say anything. After reading the records, they were all thinking about it. Their thoughts might be different, but one thing was the same. The three of them had a clear change in their view of the Black Viper organization. Even Hadar, who grew up in the Black Viper, was shocked. Any one of the things they learned today was enough to shock people for a long time. So it was understandable that the three of them were behaving this way. When Silin was reading the records, he also realized that the rise of the robots in the Black Viper happened 1,000 years ago. However, Silin couldn't find more detailed information here. If he wanted to know more about the robots, he had to go to the people involved. "Wheeze, I suddenly remembered something," Silin said. "What is it?" Huimao asked lazily. He had been complaining to the snake about Silin and didn't get much sleep. "Did you wash your claws after you peed?" Huimao pulled his ears back and pretended not to hear it. Not long after Silin and the other two left, a sound came from the other side. It was the sound of the giant snake. However, this sound was different from the hissing of ordinary snakes. This sound was like a wonderful carrier, with solemnity and tranquility, containing some indescribable emotions. After hearing it, people would be moved, and their consciousness would recall many things that had left a deep impression in their memories of the past. The giant snake raised its head and let out a cry, then went to the hut above the pool. The modified viper had changed a lot over time. It could speak, but the person it wanted to speak to was long gone. There was a person inside the wooden house. This person was quietly lying there, as if he was in a deep sleep, but his face was still clear. Although he was old to the point where he no longer looked young, his sleeping appearance was the same as before, as beautiful as a child. Chapter 290. The little robot took Silin and the others out of the mountain range and flew back. Just like the Viper said, a spaceplane had been prepared here a long time ago. The trio flew it back to the landing site. The Viper was the one who brought them here, so their journey was smooth and unimpeded. But there were still some flying beasts in the sky who were curious about them, even though they were riding the spaceplane. They didn't dare to kill the beasts on this planet carelessly, so their main priority was to avoid them. It was not easy for them to return to the landing site on this planet. The three of them did not leave immediately. Instead, they rested for a while and chatted. After all, the three of them would be working with Xianxia in the future. Even though the three of them were in charge of different departments, they were still in charge of the Black Viper organization. Silin and Hadar weren't people like White Knight, so neither Silin nor Hadar would interfere with the management of people like him. Silin was an academic major, so he was involved in a lot of things. But if Silin took over, what would happen to the Royal Academy of Sciences? Was he going to hang a sign on both sides like Guanfeng? Silin didn't know why they trusted him so much. Was it just because of Guanfeng's recommendation and the Viper's approval? If they found a way to return to the League of Stars, Silin would definitely go back. What should they do then? After learning that the Viper had agreed to take over the throne, Xianxia was a lot more easygoing than the Viper's successor. From Xianxia, Silin learned that the Viper's opinion greatly influenced the choice between the royal family and the current leader of Black Viper. The reason the Viper was able to survive until now was because it was very intelligent, and the more intelligent an animal was, the more trustworthy its instincts were. At the very least, there hadn't been any problems with the leader of Black Viper until now. For the past 1,000 years, Black Viper had maintained its mystique as the #1 dark power. Plus, Silin's new position was a pretty important one in Black Viper, but there were 3 leaders in Black Viper at the end of the day. Even if something were to happen to one of the leaders, the other 2 leaders could take care of it as long as the Imperial family didn't interfere. Not to mention that Black Viper was backed by the Mist Bodhisattva royal family. After a short break, Kinsar dealt with some matters here and applied to leave. That's right, even the future Mist Bodhisattva Emperor and the 3 Titans of Black Viper were here. After getting permission to leave, the pilot allowed them to board the aircraft. However, before they left, a flying robot flew over. This flying robot was similar to the one that guided Sillin and the others out of the mountains, but it was bigger. This is a gift from the Black Viper King, the flying robot said as it took out a plate. There were 4 sets of clothes on the plate. They were clothes made from the molted skin of the snake. Due to the Black Viper's unique characteristics and its monstrous age, its molted skin was highly resistant to radiation, acid, alkali, cold, and heat. It could even be used as a bulletproof vest, and it was also very beneficial to the human body. It was an extremely rare treasure. The snakeskin had been suppressed and processed, so it was very thin to the touch. But even Sillin couldn't tear this snakeskin clothing easily. The 4 sets of clothes were given to Sillin and the others. Every piece of snakeskin was tailor-made and perfectly suited for them. Kinsar felt flattered. He hadn't received such good treatment when he came here before. It was already good enough that the robot was giving him face and talking to him, but he was making snakeskin clothes for him. Dream on. Forget Kinsar. Not even the royal family members who came here before were treated like this. But today, Kinsar didn't think that it was because of him or he would have received one the last time he came here. It seemed that the Black Viper King was very satisfied with this generation's successor. The 4 of them knew the value of the snakeskin clothes in their hands, so they carefully put them away. When they were about to thank him, the flying robot took out a leather ball and a few pieces of special-looking scales. What was more surprising was that these things were for Huimao. Huimao had only mentioned it casually on the way to the mountains. He didn't expect the Black Viper to really make a leather ball out of its own snakeskin. Huimao played with it for a while and thought it was pretty good. As for the scales, they were very heavy. Huimao scratched them with his claws and took a few bites. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Thank you, Big Viper. Huimao lifted the leather ball with his tail and handed the scales to Sillin. Sillin and the others' eyes twitched. What are these scales for? Kinsar asked Huimao. To sharpen my teeth and claws. Huimao said matter-of-factly. The 4 of them, how extravagant. What cat would sharpen its claws with the scales of a 1,000-year-old viper? After thanking them, the flying robot did not say anything else. The Black Viper had no intention of communicating via video, so the 4 of them didn't force themselves. After saying a few words to the flying robot, the 4 of them stepped into the spacecraft and left. When the spaceplane flew into space, Celine and the others could see the figure of the Viper on the mountain range. They could see the big guy with their naked eyes. They didn't see it on their way here, so it must have stayed in the mountain range at that time. The Black Viper watched from outside the mountains as the spacecraft left, then went back into the mountains. Everything on the planet returned to its original state. Ordinary beasts would piss their pants at the smell of a 1,000-year-old viper, so every time the Black Viper came out, it would cause a commotion. After the Black Viper returned to the mountains, the other animals at the top of the food chain would come out again to show off. The 4 of them felt a lot more relaxed after changing to the spacecraft. After all, there was always a serious and oppressive feeling in the specially made spacecraft. Kinsar and Hadar didn't say anything. They were a lot more relaxed after the change and started chatting about the current affairs of the Empire. Now that Huimao had a toy, it didn't stay with Sillin and the others. It was happily playing with a ball. The balls he bought in the past couldn't even take a few swipes from the gray cat before they were decommissioned, but this snakeskin ball was a lot better. The gray cat had a lot of fun during the voyage, and if the broken instruments were excluded, the return trip could be considered a smooth one. Kinsar looked at Huimao, who was rolling around with the ball on the ground. He couldn't help but admire Guan Feng and Gu Chang'an. No wonder they treated the cat differently. They were using it to please the Black Viper. If it weren't for the cat, he probably wouldn't have the snakeskin suit he was wearing. Although he was the prince of a solar system empire, Kinsar wouldn't dare use the skin of a 1,000-year-old snake to make a suit even if he were to ascend to the throne. Guanfeng and the others were informed of the results by the time they returned to the testing planet, so they gathered some of the important figures in Black Viper for a meeting. To Silen's disappointment, Shikai had to leave due to an emergency. Other than a few Black Viper executives who couldn't make it to the meeting due to special reasons, everyone else gathered in the meeting room to announce the succession of Silen's trio. Kinsar was one of the people present, and he was the witness to the succession of Silen's trio. Since the three heads of Black Viper were in charge of different areas, the time of their succession would be different as well. After the meeting, the three successors would have a private meeting with their original leaders. Silen would have a more detailed discussion with Guanfeng after the meeting, and Guanfeng would explain some of the things he needed to pay attention to in private to Silen. Everyone, including Kirsty Lang, looked envious when they learned that all four of them had been given a snakeskin suit. No matter how advanced the technology was, it was impossible to make the skin of a 1,000-year-old snake exactly the same. Moreover, the Black Viper's skin was different every time it shed its skin. This snake was constantly evolving and mutating, and no one knew what it would become in the end. However, there was one thing that everyone agreed on. The skin of this special 1,000-year-old viper was definitely good stuff. The most unique and enviable thing in the meeting room was the gray cat. It was fiddling with the rubber ball as if no one was around, and there were a couple of times when the rubber ball jumped onto the meeting table, but no one went back to scold it. In fact, everyone was looking forward to the rubber ball jumping in front of them so that they would have the chance to touch this special rubber ball in broad daylight. Those who knew the ropes could see that the snakeskin Huemao's ball was even better than the clothes Silen and the others were wearing. Forget the Black Viper members. Even Kinsar missed the feeling of the ball a lot. He had the chance to touch it on the space plane, and it felt so fucking good. Only Silen, who understood some of Huemao's vile nature, knew that the cat was toying with them. With this cat's ability, how could it not control the direction of the ball? Bullshit. The moment Huemao's whiskers trembled, Silen immediately knew what the cat was up to. The meeting ended with Huimao throwing the ball. Silen and Guanfeng would leave together after the meeting was over, and White Knight would stay behind to accompany Gu Chang'an. AF1's file on White Knight would also be wiped clean. All right, what will happen to Nikki and the others, Coach Guan? Silen asked. There is no way he would believe that Guanfeng would let them go so easily. He would either wipe their memories completely or force them to join Black Viper. Guanfeng smiled innocently. Their files will be wiped clean as well. In other words, they would be dragged into Black Viper. But that didn't matter. Silen suspected that Guanfeng had planned this from the start. They didn't join any other force or organization, so they were dragged into Black Viper one step at a time. The gray cat had been lured over by Gu Chang'an's bag of dried fish. It was currently lying lazily on Gu Chang'an's thigh and eating the dried fish, leaving crumbs everywhere. Gu Chang'an pinched the ball in his hand with a smile and allowed the gray cat to wipe its mouth on purpose, smearing the crumbs all over Gu Chang'an's pants. The old man and cat duo caused the faces of the Black Viper members and Xiao Su, who was pushing the wheelchair, to twitch. Let's go, Glutton! Silen called out to Huimao from next to a spaceplane. All right. The gray cat stuffed the rest of the dried fish into its mouth and flicked the rubber ball in Gu Chang'an's hand away with a sweep of its tail. Every time the rubber ball was about to hit the ground, the gray cat would jump up and sweep its tail to send the rubber ball flying to its calculated destination. When Huimao finally stopped in front of Silen, he caught the ball with his tail and walked into the spaceplane with his chin raised. After bidding farewell to the people waiting outside the spaceplane, Silen and Guanfeng left and flew back to the capital region. Unlike when he came here, Silen now had another identity. It might not be a secret identity, but it allowed him to take care of some problems without the Jin family's help. Moreover, Silen was also able to access some deeper information. He had been away for a long time, and it was time for a new semester exam. However, Silen wasn't afraid. Silen had learned all of the courses he was going to take, and Guanfeng had even given him a private lesson. Therefore, he was confident that he could pass both the exams and the semester exam. After returning to AF1, Sillin had to prepare for a couple of exams. Hui Mao was bored anyway, so he went to look for the animals of AF1. However, a commotion broke out in the area, especially the semi-bona. He was knocked out cold by Hui Mao's ball. It wasn't because Hui Mao threw the ball with too much force, but because the ball carried a natural suppressive aura that caused Bona to flinch and faint. At first, he was going to look for a human, no, an animal to play with, but not a single animal dared to touch the ball at all. Humans might not be able to feel it, but animals could deeply feel the fear of standing in front of a gigantic object and not being able to struggle free. It was just a ball, but it was enough to cause a lot of animals in AF1, especially reptiles. The culprit, Hui Mao, regretfully took the ball and looked for someone to play with after causing a commotion. Animals couldn't do it, so he went looking for a human. There were a lot of genius children in AF1, but Hui Mao only knew a few of them. Taida was one of them. Hui Mao ran into Taida, who had just finished his exam while he was picking the ball up and down with his tail. He called Taida over to play with him. The cat might be a little stupid sometimes, but there were some things he understood very well. For example, he wouldn't tell anyone about Black Viper. That was why when Taida asked what Hui Mao had been doing lately, Hui Mao's answer was visiting a friend. That snake counts as a friend now, doesn't it? Today, Sillin's doorbell rang right after he returned to the dorm after he finished his final exam. Sillin let out a sigh when he saw the image on the screen. The door opened, and Jin Xingming, Naimi, and Jin Xingming squeezed into the room to question him. "Hey, Sillin, where have you been all this time? We've been looking for you many times." "Yeah, I even asked Second Grandpa, but he only said that you had something to do. He didn't say what you were going to do. Could it be you want to pick up girls?" Naimi asked with a perverted look on his face. Sillin rolled his eyes at them. He almost lost his life when he had the time to pick up girls. "It's nothing. I went out with Coach Guan for a bit." Coach Guan and the others stopped asking questions after they heard Sillin's answer. A student had to have a mission or a job to do, and it was a matter of confidentiality. If Sillin didn't tell them first, they would have changed the topic at the same time. "All right, let's not talk about that. Do you want to go out and relax for a bit after we finally finished another round of exams?" Jin Xingming came over and put a hand on Sillin's shoulder like a good brother while winking at him. "Where to relax?" Sillin asked. "I haven't decided yet. Let's go somewhere." "Oh, right. Kaka, didn't you mention that cousin is getting married? Has the wedding been held yet?" Jin Xingming and Oliginuo both pounded their fists in unison when Bell mentioned it. "Yeah. Let's go eat, drink, and see a beautiful bride. I heard that there will be a lot of pretty girls at the wedding." Oliganuo's cousin wasn't really a member of the royal family of Blizzard Windiska. In fact, they weren't even related by blood. Their relationship was a little more distant. He belonged to Oliganuo's mother's side of the family. However, because he had an aunt who was a royal concubine, his cousin managed to establish a connection with the royal family of Windiska. Oliganuo's cousin was doing quite well. After all, he was a member of the upper nobility. It was just that his status wasn't as high as a member of the royal family of Windiska. The royal family of Windiska didn't pay much attention to Oliganuo's cousin's wedding. Only Oliganuo's mother had mentioned it before. Originally, they only planned to send someone to deliver a gift, but now, of course we have to go since he's my cousin. And so, the rich kids quickly decided on their next destination. But before they could discuss the specifics, the door to Sillin's dorm opened. The only person who could open this door freely was Sillin and Hui Mao. Hui Mao walked in with his tail raised. He glanced at the people who were discussing excitedly before turning his head to the milk machine. "Yo, long time no see, Wheeze. We were planning to go out and relax. Do you want to come?" Jin Xingming froze on the spot like he was constipated before he could finish. Jin Xingming wasn't the only one. Bell, Oliganuo, and Naimi all had the same expression on their faces. It was because another person had entered after the gray cat had entered. It was Taida who had just finished playing ball with Hui Mao. "Long time no see, Sillin." Taida greeted Sillin before greeting Jin, Xingming, and the others. "Hey, Taida, why are you here?" Jin Xingming asked with a stiff smile. Taida tossed the ball in his hand. "I just played ball with Wheeze, so I came to drink some milk." Taida walked to the chair next to the milk machine and sat down. He picked up the cup that Hui Mao pushed over with his tail to fill it with milk. Taida's old servant was standing outside Silen's dorm. He only came in after Silen invited him with a smile and a bow. "Where did you say you were going to relax?" Hui Mao looked at Jin Xingming after he was done licking the milk. Jin Xingming shook his head seriously. "No, we just gathered together to relax and chat. Then we'll go back to our studies." "That's right. We've learned a lot of areas of knowledge that we're weak in during the test, so we're going back to enrich our brains." Naimi hurriedly nodded to show that he was thinking the same thing. They shouldn't lead a child astray, especially one like Taida. If Taida's father found out about this, he would probably discuss the child's education with the three kings. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to avoid a memorable round of corporal punishment. Silen turned his head away and let them talk nonsense. Taida didn't want to continue arguing with them either, so he left after finishing his milk. His mother and siblings were coming to visit him today, so he couldn't stay here. After Taida left, Jin Xingming and the others wiped their sweat and returned to normal. They rattled off a bunch of plans. Bell poked the tip of Hui Mao's tail. "What do you think, Lord Cat? Are you interested in getting some free food and drinks?" Hui Mao wiped the milk stain on the corner of his mouth on Bell's sleeve. "Of course." Chapter 291. Silen did not leave immediately. Even though Hui Mao refused to budge and even threatened to go on a hunger strike, Silen did not change his mind. That was because after this large-scale test, Silen still had an elective course to attend. The instructor for this course was a well-respected old professor. He was quite good at academics, unlike some academicians in the Royal Academy of Sciences who wore academic hats and fought with politicians all day long. Of course, the reason why Silen chose to attend this old professor's course was not entirely because of his character. More importantly, it was because of the content that the old professor taught. The course this time was about audio interference and signal assimilation. Many students were not interested in this aspect, so there were not many who chose this course. The class was also a small one. A true teacher would do his best even if there was only one student sitting in class. This old teacher was such a person. Although there were only a dozen or so people in the class, the old teacher was still as passionate as ever, and the content of the class was very beneficial to Silen. The processed audio signal could affect other signals within a certain range. In class, the old tutor did an experiment. He played an audio signal, and the dozen or so students in the classroom turned on their communicators. Under the influence of this signal, the brightness and image displayed on the communicator's holographic screen jumped at the same rhythm. At the same time, a kind of bewitching power that made everyone's pulse almost synchronized was spread out by this audio signal. This feeling was very familiar to Silen. In the League of Stars, the Hunter group liked to use this kind of audio signal as a group music. The way the Hunter group appeared with this prelude signal was indeed very cool. However, what Silen was more concerned about was how much this audio signal could be expanded and how many places it could be used. Every time the class ended, it would be resumed after a period of time. This time, because the old professor had something else to do, he adjusted the course and brought forward the next class. Therefore, Silen had to stay at the affiliated school for a few more days. After the first class, Silen returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Hui Mao lying on the ground, moaning and groaning. It looked like it was about to collapse from diarrhea. Since Hui Mao had been protesting against Silen's decision to postpone his departure for the past 2 days, Silen was no longer surprised by its behavior. Hunger strike? Silen shot a glance before walking past the gray cat that was pretending to be weak on the ground while holding the electronic notebook that contained his lecture notes. "I told you many times to lick the crumbs off the side of your mouth after you're done stealing food. Besides, although I'm not a feline, I have a good sense of smell. I can smell the fishy smell from far away when you yawn." Hui Mao. Humph. He stopped pretending. Hui Mao crawled up from the ground and scratched Silen's pant leg, turning Silen's pant leg into a noodle shape. Also, Silen poked Hui Mao's round head, who was scratching his trouser leg, Don't think I don't know what's going on with the screen flashing like it was having a spasm today. Huimao pulled its ears back and didn't reply. It was just venting a little. Who told the teaching device to be so useless? How many more days do you need? Ever since Jin, Xingming, and the others left, Huimao often made long-distance video calls with them. Jin, Xingming, and the others had been enjoying themselves outside every day and showing off in front of Huimao, which made Huimao so angry that it went to bite the scale that the black adder had gifted it to grind its teeth. Who knew if the black adder would regret it when it saw that the scale it gifted to Huimao was used to vent its anger? 5 more days. The next class has been brought forward. 5 days. Huimao continued to pretend to be weak on the ground. It was too much of a blow to the cat. It had been so bored lately that it had a toothache. It swore on the few fish biscuits it had in stock that it didn't bite the scale. Then what are we going to do in the next 5 days? Huimao rolled around on the ground. The affiliated school was so boring. It seemed like everyone and every animal was busy. If there were no classes, then there were missions. People like Jin, Xingming, and the others who had neither classes nor missions would just go out and enjoy themselves. Sillin paused for a moment before saying, "Then let's go back to the Jin family and take a look. I wonder if that little pet of yours is still throwing a tantrum." Sillin didn't go back to the Jin family last time because time was too tight. He only video called Xianxia for a bit. As for Huimao's pet sea beast, it had grown up again. Xianxia's yard was too small, so he put it directly into the artificial sea. Only the Fuji royal Jin family, with their background and financial power, could easily build an artificial sea. Xianxia built a small yard next to the artificial sea and watched the sea beast play with the fish inside it every day. However, the sea beast seemed to be throwing a tantrum because Sillin and Huimao didn't visit it. It often sprayed seawater into some of the buildings around the artificial sea or howled in the middle of the night, making people complain all over the place. It wasn't afraid that people would cook it and eat it because Xianxia was its backer. Huimao became spirited when he heard that they were going back to the Jin family. Even if the Jin family wasn't fun, it was still a lot better than the affiliated school. The restrictions of the affiliated school were too troublesome, so it was better to visit the Jin family's pet and get some fresh fish from Xianxia. Sillin quickly packed up his things under Huimao's urging. He left the affiliated school for the Jin family's main residence after saying goodbye to Guanfeng. The guard fleet of the main residence only did a routine inspection when they saw Sillin. They treated Sillin very well and even sent someone to escort him to Xianxia's place. The blue sea was very eye-catching in the middle of the green area. Although it was smaller than the sea Sillin had seen before, the quality of the seawater was still pretty good. Xianxia had planted a couple of Fuji trees in Xianxia's new yard. They weren't as big as the ones in his yard, but they were growing pretty well. They didn't look dull when they were planted together. Xianxia was very happy to see that Sillin had returned. He didn't ask what Sillin had been up to recently. Sillin had his own path to walk, and no one could interfere with it. Xianxia also believed that Sillin would be able to take care of his own business. Children and grandchildren had their own happiness, and Xianxia had long since regarded Sillin as his own grandson. He didn't expect Sillin to achieve anything great in the future. All he wanted was for Sillin to live and be happy. Many times, parents and elders had high expectations for their children, but in reality, their bottom line was very low. Living well was their bottom line. Xianxia had experienced too many things in his life that no one else knew about. No one, not even Jin Liao, would be able to get the answers out of him if he didn't tell them. After experiencing so many things, Xianxia enjoyed a peaceful life like this very much. Sillin and Xianxia sat together in the yard by the sea. They didn't need to talk, they just sat there quietly. It was better than anything else. At first, the sea beast howled loudly when it saw Sillin and Huimao. After that, Huimao and Blueskin went to other parts of the artificial sea to play around. Even if the sea beast didn't grow under natural conditions, it might have been influenced by spending too much time with Huimao when it was born. To borrow Belle's mother's words, the sea beast had grown crooked. As it turned out, Belle's stubbornness was contagious. When Sillin saw the sea beast pretending to be a seal and swinging its tail to catch the fish the gray cat threw at it to eat, he suddenly remembered the saying, "Do not wash one's dirty linen in public." It was fortunate that they were in this place. If they were somewhere else, especially those planets that were rich in sea beasts, they would laugh their heads off. "All right, you said you're going to attend Oliganuo's cousin's wedding?" Jinya asked. "Not really. Jin Xingming and the others dragged me there to have some fun. Oliganuo even gave me his entry pass." Sillin took out the entry pass and showed it to Jinya. The bride and groom weren't the only ones who handed out entry passes in the upper nobility circle. Most of the people behind the bride and groom were the ones who gave out entry passes. No matter what, profit was always the priority. Many of the guests invited by the elders were people the bride and groom hadn't even met before. They were only introduced to each other by the elders, and then everyone would greet them with a smile like they were old friends. That was why when Oliganuo asked for the entry pass and invitation from the organizer, they were overjoyed. They wanted nothing more than to stuff everything into Oliganuo's hands. After all, as a prince, the people he knew and the people he socialized with weren't just ordinary people. Jinya looked at the name and words on the card and smiled. "Oh, the bride is from the Gleason family." The Gleason family had a lot of influence in the military. In fact, they were no weaker than Taida and the Yurong family. Both the Gleason family and the Yurong family were big shots in the military. The Gleason family... Jinya told Sillin about the Gleason family, but that was all in the past. Jinya knew a little about the current situation, but it wasn't very detailed. Still, judging from the past, the Gleason family wasn't too bad. They were very strict with their children's education, unlike the other nobles who raised a bunch of good-for-nobles. You can go take a look and give them a gift. The Jin family will send someone there too, but it won't be a core member. After all, the bride with the Gleason surname wasn't a core member of the Gleason family. If she really was a core member of the Gleason family, the old General Gleason would have sent an invitation directly to the Three Kings. Although the Three Kings didn't go, Three Princes did sneak over. As for the word sneak that Jin Xingming emphasized, it was probably more like taking off one's pants and farting. All three of them were familiar faces among the upper nobles, and they could guess the origins of the other two as soon as they recognized one of them. It wasn't hard to imagine how much they were enjoying themselves right now. Master's second grandpa, Hui Mao, climbed ashore and shook off the water. Then, he ran over and jumped onto Jinya's lap so that he could wipe his fur. "How much fish did you eat?" "Don't kill all the fish in here," Jinya said with a smile as he wiped Hui Mao's fur. "I didn't eat much. It was all blueskin." Sillin looked at the frequency at which Hui Mao's whiskers were trembling and knew that the guy was definitely lying. When this guy lied, his ears would subconsciously move to the sides, back or lower. His whiskers would also tremble at a specific frequency. Blueskin was the scapegoat. Hearing that Jinya wanted Sillin to go out and make more friends, Hui Mao pointed his paw at Sillin. "Look, even Master's second grandpa said that, but you're still stubborn." Sillin raised an eyebrow and grabbed the fur on the back of Hui Mao's neck as he walked towards the other side of the sea. In a parabola, plop. When Hui Mao climbed ashore again, he purposely rolled around on the sand and rubbed against Sillin's clothes, covering Sillin's body with sand and seawater. Jinya was amused watching from the side. 5 days later, after Sillin had returned to the affiliated school to attend that elective course, the gray cat immediately bit his trousers and dragged him out of the house. This fellow couldn't hold back at home, and the moment it was bored, it would look for something to do. And the thing that the gray cat looked for was to eat. It ate everything mechanical, organic, everything. Raising such a cyborg cat with such a wide diet was seriously torturous. Hunger strike was bullshit after all. After packing up his things and grabbing Jinya's gift, Sillin jumped onto the spaceplane he borrowed from Guanfeng with Hui Mao under his arm and flew towards the star map coordinates Jin Xingming had given him. The destination planet had been decorated very well because of this wedding. Although the two parties involved in this wedding didn't mean much to the Three Kings, it was still quite famous among the upper-class nobles. When they discovered that all three princes were attending the wedding, Those who weren't planning to send their children to the wedding immediately called their children over to interact with the three princes and the other upper-class nobles. Even if it was just to make them familiar with each other, it would still be good. From space, the entire planet was decorated. Some of the big heart-shaped patterns were visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that a lot of effort had gone into these decorations. The planet wasn't big, but it was beautiful and full of flowers. Unlike the little garden planet Scylla saw in the League of Stars, this planet had a longer history. It was a private scenic planet owned by Uliganuo's cousin's family. Most of the ships that came to the wedding were family fleets, and all of them had their family emblems printed on their starships. It was as if they were afraid that no one would know who they belonged to. Compared to these fleets, Scylla's tiny spaceship seemed insignificant. There were a few large spaceships next to them that weren't starships, but they were still large spaceships with gorgeous appearances. When the people on those spaceships saw Scylla's tiny spaceship without any emblems, they all sneered. Are they here to attend the wedding too? No way. They must be some family's errand boy. Even the spaceships used by our family servants are bigger than this one. Our house is the same, and it looks much more luxurious, not as shabby as yours. Which family is this guy from? Some people asked each other through their communicators, but no one admitted to anything. Sigh, who would admit to something like this? It's pointless to ask. Some people felt that they had seen through the truth of the matter, and they spoke with an inscrutable tone. As soon as the statement was made, many people echoed it in agreement. Scylla and Hui Mao stared at each other as they listened to the communication they had stolen from the device. How could Guanfeng's proud spaceship be criticized like this? One had to know that this spaceship was the work of Guanfeng and an engineering scholar from the Royal Academy of Sciences. If Guanfeng knew about this, he would have taken his new Purgatory Thundersnake S and shot these people to death. Guanfeng was a man like this. It was fine to criticize other people, his character, and some of his misdeeds, but you couldn't criticize his work for no reason. If you criticized them blindly and couldn't find a reason for it, Guanfeng would fly into a rage. These people really don't know what's good for them. How dare they flaunt such a trash spaceship? Hui Mao said disdainfully. A pause later, Hui Mao wagged his tail and grinned. Should we give them a greeting gift, Scylla? Chapter 292. A greeting gift? Scylla looked at Hui Mao's eager expression and smiled. What do you want to do? Many aristocrats liked to use elegance to flaunt themselves. In fact, apart from their bright appearance, some people's hearts were dirtier than the public garbage dump in AF1. For example, some of the people who had spoken just now. Therefore, Scylla did not stop Hui Mao's revenge. On some of the starships and aircrafts that were rushing to the wedding, many people were still talking. In order to show off their influence in this circle, many people started video calling each other before they even met each other. They talked and laughed in a familiar tone. The topic quickly changed from belittling Scylla's small and shabby aircraft to the people and gifts that he had brought this time. However, as they were talking and laughing, they found that the image on the screen began to blur. Not long after, the screen became clear again, but it was not the image of the other party. Instead, it was another scene. On the vast grassland, two elephants were performing primitive, impulsive movements. For a moment, the people on the surrounding aircrafts and starships were dead silent. Not only these people, but even Scylla, who was sitting in the aircraft, after seeing this image, his face twitched for a long time. Where did you get these films? Scylla asked as he pinched Hui Mao's ear. He really did not know that this cat was so wretched. It actually knew how to hide films. Hui Mao said proudly, I got them from King Kong. That guy is still hiding it from others. Then why didn't you bring out 2 gorillas but 2 elephants? It's not good to let gorillas out. If King Kong knew about it, he would be shy. Shy? He even hid so many films, and they were of different species. The animals in AF1 were not well behaved. The nobles on the starship were so angry that their faces turned blue. It was obvious that someone had hacked into their starship's network and signal receiving system, but no one had discovered it, and no alarm had sounded. According to their usual practice, they would have been furious, but after all, this place was close to the wedding venue, and everyone was paying attention to it. Therefore, they could only investigate in secret and did not dare to say anything. It would be too embarrassing to say it out loud. Should they ask everyone they met, "Hey, do you have elephants?" That would be a complete loss of face for the nobles. The patrol fleet stationed on the periphery of the planet did not notice this anomaly because Huimao did not target them. The patrol team was still carrying out their mission, and the ceremonial team was already waiting at the spaceport. If they wanted to leave the starship and spaceplane at the spaceport, the people in charge of reception and the ceremonial team would help them with that, and then send a spaceplane to take them to the planet. If they wanted to fly directly into the planet, they would give the guests a map with the docking point marked on it. At the same time, there would be special guides in charge of navigating the way. Many aristocrats who brought a large number of troops into the planet would not bring all of their troops into the planet. They did this for safety and to show off their family's financial and material resources. To enter the planet, one would definitely need identification. For fleets with a large number of troops, the reception staff at the periphery would only say a few words to them and let them pass. For people like Silin, who had the advantage of flying alone and did not have the special aristocratic emblem, they would definitely have to check more closely. The ceremonial team at the spaceport had already issued a rather polite reminder for Silin to park the spaceport, where there would be specialized personnel to receive and check the pass card and invitation. Silin flew the spaceport according to the guidance shown by the received signal. He had nothing to worry about. He had the pass card and invitation. Even if he did not have an aristocratic background, these people would not make things difficult for him. After flying in through a passage opened by the spaceport and stopping the spaceport, Silin opened the hatch. There were already people waiting not far away. The higher the aristocracy, the more they understood the word etiquette. Even if these were all on the surface, they would not neglect it. Therefore, the reception staff did not show any disdain or contempt towards Silin, even though he did not have the aristocratic emblem on him during the identity verification. They still maintained a smile on their faces. "Hello, Mr. Silin, is it? I am Rido, the person in charge of reception sent by the Lore family. It is a pleasure to have you here." The immaculately dressed, middle-aged man walked over and bowed politely. The Lore family was Oliganuo's cousin's family. They were a member of the upper nobility, and although they were not as powerful as Taida's military giant Yurong family or Naimi Sizer family, who made a fortune by building flying cars, the Lore family still had a certain amount of influence in the business world. They had a lot of connections, or the Gleason family wouldn't have agreed to this marriage and made such a big fuss. "Hello." Silin did not say much and took out the invitation letter and entry pass of his own accord. If he didn't take the initiative, this man would beat around the bush and say a lot more. He caught the invitation letter and entry pass with both hands and placed them on a machine to verify their authenticity. However, when he saw the small pattern displayed on the machine when it scanned the entry pass, the smile on Rido's face grew a little wider and more sincere. After the verification was complete, Rido handed the invitation letter and entry pass back to Silin with both hands. At the same time, he bowed a little wider than before. "Thank you for coming." Silin accepted the invitation letter and entry pass. He asked if there was anything else he needed to check, but Rido shook his head with a smile and took out a map projection to personally explain the flight route to Silin after they entered the planet. Someone who could receive guests here was definitely not an ordinary servant. It could be said that Rido was definitely a trusted aide of the Lore family. After all, if this matter was not handled properly, they would become enemies with the Lore family. In the process, they would have to face many nobles. Those who could recognize the faces of these nobles would definitely be among them. Therefore, even if this person's status in the Lore family was not high, it was definitely not low either. In fact, after checking the invitation letter and entry pass, they still had to do an identity check. In any case, the people who would come here would not be big nobles, so they were not afraid of being criticized for a few more checks. However, after hearing Silin's question, Rido decisively shook his head. The entry pass in Silin's hand and Carrie's hand contained a joint pattern of the Lore family and the Gleason family. This joint pattern would only appear when the entry pass was scanned by a machine. Although there were many entry passes given out for this wedding, and they all looked the same on the surface, they were not actually the same. The entry passes that were given to Olegenuo were the ones from the Gleason family and the Lore family with a high-grade pattern. This meant that they would be treated with high standards. It was no wonder that Rito would react this way after seeing the pattern. In fact, even Rito himself was surprised. He could not believe that a person who did not have a noble identity would receive such a high-grade entry pass. Seeing Rito's reaction, Scylla knew that there was definitely a secret behind it. However, Scylla did not have the time to be curious about it. After Rito expressed that there was nothing else, Scylla returned to the spaceship and flew it towards the planet. After Scylla flew the spaceship away, Rito immediately contacted his master, the father of the wedding's bridegroom, a core member of the Lore family. After Rito told him about Scylla's matter, the core member of the Lore family remained silent for a while. Then he asked Rito to tell him about the information and serial number of the spaceship that had been scanned. Reed reported the serial number that he had scanned along with a few other pieces of data as he quietly waited for the other party's orders. "So it's this?" His tone was filled with surprise. Some spaceships and starships had serial numbers that were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. They contained hidden sequences, and these hidden serial numbers were coded characters. Only those who understood the meaning of these characters would be able to understand the meaning behind them. The people behind spaceships and starships with hidden serial numbers were all influential figures in the Empire. After understanding this, the other party was very satisfied with Rito's actions. This was also why he sent Rito to the spaceship to be in charge of the ceremonial reception. On the other side, Scylla successfully landed his spaceship at the designated location under Rito's guidance and the guidance of a navigator Rito had sent out. This landing spot was very close to the main venue of the wedding. The surroundings were decorated with romantic colors, and the atmosphere was very lively amidst the music. After refusing further guidance from the navigator, Scylla took out his communicator and contacted Jin Xingming. "Scylla, you're here." On the screen, Jin Xingming was holding a glass of wine and doing something. He must have found a place to pick up the call after seeing Scylla's call. Scylla pointed at his face. "It looks like you guys are having a good time here." There was also a fresh lip mark on Jin Xingming's face. He didn't know which family's lady had applied it there. Jin Xingming chuckled and wiped away the lip mark on his face. Besides, still the same old. Nothing new. Although he said that, he knew that these people were having a good time when he saw Jin Xingming's sneaky smile. "Where are you?" "Where at?" Jin Xingming reported a location and sent the icon to Scylla. Jin Xingming couldn't locate Scylla's communicator. It wasn't that easy to locate a guide's communicator. "I just arrived. You guys go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll head over after a while," Scylla said. Jin Xingming was currently surrounded by a bunch of noble young masters and ladies. Although Jin Xingming had found a gap to pick up the call, someone was already calling him to hurry up. "Then hurry up. Gaga, Belle, and the others are all here. It's fun when there are more people. Relationships are built by playing. Didn't second grandpa tell you to get to know more people? Come over. I'll introduce you to some good guys. Of course, I won't be stingy with pretty girls, hee. All right, go ahead and enjoy yourselves. I'll head over to you guys in a bit. All right, hurry up. No pretty girls if you're late." Someone was urging Jin Xingming again. Jin Xingming didn't waste any more time talking to Scylla. He ended the call after a few vulgar scolding words and went back to having fun. Scylla took a look at his surroundings after ending the call. This planet was a great natural attraction. It was obvious that the Rawl family had invested a lot of resources to preserve the planet's natural appearance and improve it. There were flying cars flying across the sky from time to time. Many noble children would bring their flying cars along with their space planes or starships, but Scylla didn't. Instead, Scylla took out a hoverboard that he had made himself. He preferred the ease and convenience of a hoverboard over a flying car. Without wearing a windshield, Scylla took to the sky on the hoverboard with Huimao clinging tightly to Scylla's shoulder. The wind blowing at the messed-up Huimao's fur but it was a very exciting feeling that Hui Mao liked. After the incident on Mercury Eagle's back, Hui Mao had dreamed of growing wings a couple of times. Therefore, he liked the feeling of flying more and more. He couldn't feel this kind of excitement from a flying car at all. "Wait!" shouted Hui Mao as he slapped Sillin with his paw. "What's wrong?" asked Sillin as he slowed down the hoverboard. "The taste of food," said Hui Mao with a face full of reminiscence. Because this place was relatively close to the main venue of the wedding, there were buffet tables set up in this area for guests to enjoy. Many people would go there to replenish their food after they got tired playing around. As expected, no matter how beautiful the dream of wings was, it couldn't resist the temptation of food. Sillin changed his original flight path and flew to the nearest buffet marked on the map he had obtained when he came here. In fact, there was no need for this map. Hui Mao could tell the specific location just by saying it. The nearest buffet was actually a little far from where Sillin was. Hui Mao's nose was indeed very sensitive. There were quite a lot of people at this buffet, but there were fewer young people. Most of the young people were gathered at a certain central area and were having a good time. Seeing Sillin coming down on a hoverboard, many people snorted. There were luxury cars parked all around, but only Sillin came down on such a simple thing. It would be strange if he didn't attract attention. Sillin didn't care about other people's gazes. He came here to eat, not to struggle. After putting away the hoverboard, he washed his hands and asked Hui Mao to wash its paws. Sillin took it out. After washing its paws, Hui Mao jumped onto an empty small table with its two hind legs like a kangaroo. When it jumped, the meat on its round body bounced. After sitting down on the small table, Weez rattled off a bunch of things and waited for Sillin to bring the food over. After all, it wasn't very convenient for the cat to pick its own food from the table in front of a large crowd. There was a service robot, but Hui Mao said it didn't believe in the service of such a retarded robot. It asked Sillin to help get the food. Sillin took 2 plates and walked over, ignoring the curious gazes around him. One plate was filled with aquatic food, and the other plate was filled with a little more variety. As Sillin was choosing food, a voice came from behind. "Excuse me, are you Brother Sillin?" Sillin turned around. Although the person had changed a little, Sillin still recognized her. Kiva Lanani? The girl standing in front of him was the girl Sillin had met when he went to Baron Bader Intermediate Education School to look for Xianxia San and Xianxia Si. Compared to his impression of her, the current Lanani was more like a pure aristocrat, be it in clothes or words. After all, there was still a difference between inside and outside the school. Plus, after not seeing her for a long time, the girl's eyebrows had opened up a little, giving her the air of a noble little princess. Most importantly, this noble lady didn't discriminate against commoners. Sillin remembered that the girl was quite interested in Xianxia Si, but he didn't know how their relationship had developed. Lanani was very happy to hear Sillin call out her name. There weren't many people she was familiar with here, and she wasn't familiar with any of them at all. Her family could only be considered a middle noble, and she didn't have much confidence compared to most of the nobles here. If it weren't for the close business relationship between her family and the Lore family, her family wouldn't have been invited here, let alone to a place that was close to the core venue. Lanani's father was talking to someone not far away. Because of their business relationship, Lanani's father knew a lot of people. Because of the trend of profit, other nobles didn't care if you were a middle-class noble or not. But other than Lanani's family, there were also some middle-class nobles here. After all, upper-class nobles didn't make up the majority. Lanani came over and chatted with Sillin after she informed her father. She was happy to run into someone she knew, and she was glad to meet someone she knew. However, Lanani's father wasn't happy to see Sillin. After all, many people had seen Sillin come down on those crude hoverboards. His first impression was directly put on the list of people he didn't know. But since the conversation was going on, Lanani's father didn't stop her from talking to Sillin. Lanani followed Sillin to the small table after choosing her food. Hui Mao raised his paw to greet Lanani absent-mindedly, then focused on the food on his plate. Sillin asked a few questions about Chong 4 and the others. From Lanani's words, he learned that both Chong 3 and Chong 4 had entered one of the top-ranked advanced education schools in the Star region. Not only that, they were treated pretty well, and they could be considered as celebrities in the school. Sillin trusted Chong 3 and Chong 4's abilities, but Sillin didn't believe that Bell wasn't behind all this. The more Sillin interacted with this circle, the more he understood the trickery. If it weren't for Bell, Chong 3 and Chong 4 wouldn't have received such preferential treatment in such a short time, no matter how capable they were. Lenani's eyes sparkled with pride and shyness at the mention of Chong 3 and Chong 4. Besides Chong San and Chong Si, Lenani also mentioned Chong Xiaowu. After the treatment, Chong Xiaowu quickly showed his talent, and he was currently studying at a school that was even more advanced than Baron Bader Intermediate Education Academy. That being said, Sillin also deduced one thing from Lenani's words. The Sizer family was behind Chong Xiaowu. Bell might have pushed for Chong 5, but the Sizer family was the one who helped him from the shadows more than anything. It would seem that Fleeka thought very highly of this boy, who wasn't even 10 years old yet. Moreover, Sillin was absolutely certain that Chong 5 wouldn't disappoint Fleeka. Chong Xiaowu's talent was there for all to see, and he was Wheeze's favorite disciple. Ahem, he could be considered half a favorite disciple, if not a whole one. Coupled with Chong 5's experiences in his early years, he knew how to seize opportunities better than anyone else. Chong Xiao San, Chong Xiao Si, and Chong Xiao were doing well. The other children of the Chong family were also doing well. Lenani had visited them once. Old Man Chong was getting more and more energetic, and the triplets had grown a little taller. It would be strange if they weren't doing well with a big shop and the planetary government's secret help. Sillin was listening to Lenani talk about the Chong family when Hui Mao suddenly made a puff sound. Hui Mao spat out half of the fish head he was eating just now, and it hit a large piece of cake on the table not far away from him. A child was about to reach for the cake with a fork, but when he saw the half-eaten fish head on the cake, his mouth turned into a pout, and he was about to cry. But when he looked up, he saw that the cat in front of him was smiling instead of crying. Pulling a nearby servant, the cat pointed at Hui Mao and said, "Look, there's a little leopard." "That's a cat, young master." "It's a leopard." "Yes, it's a leopard." Hui Mao didn't care that people thought of him as a leopard. He jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and whispered to Sillin, "Look, it's that weird kid." Sillin looked in the direction Hui Mao was pointing. There was a group of people, and in front of the group was a 14 or 15-year-old boy. It was an acquaintance Sillin had met once before. When Sillin left Old Man Chang's place and was on his way to the capital, he saw the boy in a luxury suite on the top floor of a hotel through Hui Mao's surveillance camera. At that time, the boy and the people he brought with him didn't have any emblems on their clothes, so he couldn't tell which nobility they were from. But today, they had family emblems on their clothes. They were from the Gleason family. "Look, it's young Master Dodge from the Gleason family. I didn't expect this young master to show up. I heard that young Master Gleason had a lot of power in the family." "Really?" Blah, blah, blah. Some people were already thinking of ways to curry favor and establish a relationship with him. So this is Gleason Dodge. Naimi once said that every upper-class noble in the empire knew that there were two brats in the empire other than the monarch and the three kings. One of them was Yurong Taida, and the other was Gleason Dodge. Anyone who dared to touch them would be met with great misfortune. It was a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. Sillin was familiar with Taida, but he didn't think that the other brat Naimi was talking about would be this young man. If Taida received special treatment from Old Man Yurong due to his age and special background, and caused the other upper-class nobles to treat him differently, then why was this boy different? Both Hui Mao and Sillin had a deep impression of this boy. The boy's keen intuition was able to detect Hui Mao's surveillance. Up until now, there were very few people who could detect Hui Mao's surveillance, and Gleason Dodge was just a 14 or 15-year-old child. Even in the face of an assassination attempt, he was able to act as if he didn't hear anything. Such a person was indeed frightening. But it was hard to explain why people would put him in the same position as Taida, a brat that no one dared to mess with. Gleason Dodge and a group of people walked over from a distance. Their presence was so strong that everyone who wanted to go over and greet them was forced to stop in their tracks. A mere 14 or 15-year-old had such an aura. No wonder he had a say in the Gleason family. Having a say in the family meant that he could influence the Gleason family's attitude on many things and even important decisions. Gleason Dodge, it was hard not to be impressed. Because of the arrival of this group of people, the chatter in the surroundings quieted down, and it became a lot quieter. A few children who were using their spoons to knock on their plates were also stopped by their parents. Everyone knew that the legendary two brats were not to be trifled with, so they didn't dare to provoke this young master with such a strong presence in front of them. This group of people didn't pay attention to the others, and went straight to the table with a "don't disturb me" attitude. The people who were choosing their food at the table also hurriedly left. They didn't dare to block this young master's path. Gleason Dodge, who was leading a group of people to eat something and then leave, suddenly looked towards Silen's direction as if he sensed something. Hui Mao was whispering bad things about Dodge to Silen. Seeing Dodge suddenly look over, Hui Mao didn't show any weakness and directly looked over with his round eyes. Dodge frowned slightly. He felt something familiar, but obviously hadn't seen this pair before. If he had seen this cat before, he would never forget it. What was this sense of familiarity? Seeing his young master's expression, a guard next to him came up and asked in a low voice. Dodge shook his head and continued to eat the food that the guard in front of him had prepared for him. So sensitive, Hui Mao snorted. How many times have I told you? That's called sensitive. Same meaning. Hui Mao squatted on Silen's shoulder and wagged his tail, then said, "There are 4 invisible people around." Of course, Silen also noticed, so he was even more curious about why Gleason Dodge would be treated like this, as if he was always guarding against assassinations. Huh? Assassinations? When she first saw Gleason Dodge, this guy seemed to have been assassinated. Not simple at all. Lenani was just curious about the famous Gleason Dodge that people were talking about. This young man, who was only a few years older than her, had an aura that was far beyond his age. Even her father didn't give her such a feeling. Lenani, like everyone else, looked at Gleason Dodge curiously. She didn't notice the conversation between Hui Mao and Silen. Of course, even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have heard the conversation between Hui Mao and Silen. Dodge and the group of people he brought ate very quickly, which was in line with the dining etiquette of the nobles. It was because of this that the people around them had a higher opinion of this young man. After the meal, Dodge left with his people. He didn't talk to the people around him, but when he left, Dodge glanced at Silen and Hui Mao again. "Celine, what do you think that brat's final glance meant? Did he already know that we were the ones watching him?" Hui Mao said uncertainly. This young man was too strange. He knew it the first time he met him. Chapter 293. Silen didn't know if Gleason Dodge realized that Silen and Hui Mao were the ones who spied on him that day. But one thing was for sure. Gleason Dodge had begun to pay attention to both Silen and Hui Mao. The 15-year-old boy's intuition was too sharp, and Silen had to be prepared for it. After the young master of the Gleason family left with his people, the surrounding atmosphere began to relax again. However, the following topics were all about this great noble who was in his teens. As for Celine, he had long been forgotten by the people around him. Lenani excitedly told Silen about the legendary young genius. Dodge hadn't enrolled in any educational school, and he had learned everything from elementary education to advanced education on his own. By the time his peers started their elementary education, Dodge had already started his intermediate education, and it didn't take long for him to start his advanced education classes. Sometimes, he would attend some famous academies and listen to the guest lectures of the old academicians invited by the RAS. He wasn't faking it. He truly understood what they were saying. Lenani had said a lot about the young genius, Gleason Dodge. It was hard to tell how much of it was true, but there had to be a reason for it. Since there was such a rumor, it meant that something similar had happened more or less. People kept coming and going at the self-service lounge. As soon as they heard that Gleason Dodge had been there, the newcomers began to talk among themselves. Suddenly, Silen saw a familiar face walking toward him. Libero, Sillin called out. The person who was sauntering towards Sillin with his head hung low and looked very lethargic was none other than Libero, one of his roommates back when he was taking the AF5 entrance exam before he entered the AF5. Libero didn't say what kind of background he had, but it seemed like his father's status wasn't low. Libero's clothes had the emblem of the Lore family on it. When Libero heard his name, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw Sillin sitting there and waving at him, Libero's listless expression brightened. He smiled and ran over to Sillin. Some people in the surroundings also saw Libero running over. These people would first look at the family emblem the newcomer was wearing, and then they would decide whether or not to greet him based on the family emblem. Someone was about to approach Libero when they saw the Lore family emblem on him. However, before they could take a step forward, someone pulled them back and whispered something to them. Then, the person who was about to approach Libero stopped and looked at him with disdain. If it weren't for the Lore family emblem on Libero's body, or if they were in a different place, they would definitely show their disdain. After all, this was the Lore family's private property. They had to give the Lore family some face, right? Libero was already used to the attitude of the people around him, so he didn't care. He walked over to Sillin and sat down. Hey, why are you here? I didn't expect to see you here. Libero was very happy to see Sillin. After all, Sillin was one of the few people who didn't look down on the mutants. On top of that, they were roommates who had also attended the 5th exam. This was the first time Libero had seen Sillin after they had parted ways. A friend gave me a pass, so I came here to eat and drink. I don't really know anyone here, Sillin said. You don't know me? Who is this little girl? Aren't you going to introduce us? Libero squinted his eyes. He looked at Lanani and then at Sillin. His eyes seemed to say, brother, not bad. She's still a young flower. Don't be ridiculous. It's not what you think. Sillin introduced both Lanani and Libero to Lanani. However, Sillin only mentioned that they were former roommates when he introduced Libero, so he didn't go into too much detail. Speaking of which, I didn't expect you to be from the Lore family, Sillin said. Libero smiled helplessly. I wouldn't have the right to come here if I wasn't accepted by AF2. AF2, the first advanced education school under the RAS. Lanani exclaimed. It was too difficult for them to get into an affiliated school. AF3 was only for the upper class, and it was difficult to get in without a strong relationship with the upper class. As for AF1 and AF2, it was even more difficult. Rumor had it that they were where all the geniuses of the Empire gathered. Yeah, didn't Sillin tell you? Libero asked. Noticing Lanani's expression, he continued. Sillin and I were roommates when we were taking the entrance exams at AF1's preparatory campus. In the end, I got into AF2, and Sillin got into AF1. Lanani's eyes were filled with admiration and admiration. She didn't expect to see geniuses from AF1 and AF2 in front of her. Entering these two affiliated schools wasn't something that could be entered just by having a noble's identity. It was all about genuine talent and learning. Libero was a little embarrassed by Lanani's admiring gaze. He scratched his head and cleared his throat. He looked at Sillin and changed the topic. Have you been busy lately? I've just finished a large-scale test. I'm doing fine. I don't have many assignments for my mentor. What about you? Me too, but my mentor knows my mentor from AF2. I was supposed to be assigned a task, but because of the wedding, my mentor gave me an early leave. Ever since Libero was accepted into AF2, there were still many people in the Lore family who looked down on him, but most of them no longer dared to show it in public. The affiliated schools were renowned throughout the Empire, not to mention that Libero was only able to get into AF2 through his own strength. It was exactly because of this that Libero received an entry card from his family. It was an acknowledgement that he was a member of the Lorga family. Since he was a member of the Lorga family, it was only natural that he would attend such an important wedding. The groom for this wedding was Lorga's half-brother. Although this older brother had never treated Libero well since he was a child, he was still a member of the Lorga family. Internal strife was fine, but he had to behave himself in front of other nobles. Many nobles who were close to the Lorga family knew who Libero was. He used to be the biggest joke in the family, and he would have been killed a long time ago if it wasn't for his mentor's help. Therefore, Libero's desperation to get into the affiliated schools wasn't just for the Lorga family's recognition. It was mainly for his mentor. Silen's communicator rang while the three were talking. It wasn't a video call, but an audio message from Jen Xingming. It looked like the guy was too busy to make a video call right now. Just as Silen thought, Jen Xingming's message was a pressing one. Silen replied after reading the message. I ran into 2 acquaintances. I'll head over after talking to them for a bit. Jen Xingming. What acquaintances? Male or female? As long as it wasn't an old man's generation, they could all be brought along. Anyway, they were all young people. What was there to hide? Second Grandpa had once said that young people should know how to have fun. Relationships were formed through playing, right? Silen was sure that Jen Xingming had too much to drink right now. Plus, he could hear the laughter behind the voice. It must be quite lively over there right now. Silen hung up after replying, I'll be there soon. Lanani and Libero didn't know Jen Xingming, so they couldn't tell whose voice it was. As for the other people around them, they were too far away to hear anything at all. My friend asked me to go over. Do you two have plans? If not, let's go together, Silen said to Lanani and Libero. Lanani was a little afraid of strangers. Or rather, she was afraid of the supercilious looks from too many great nobles. However, this place was too unfamiliar to her, and she didn't want to leave just like that. Since they were Silen's friends, they should be easy to get along with. It was more accurate to say that she trusted little more than Silen. After reporting to her father briefly, Lanani left with Silen to her father's dissatisfaction. As for Libero, he had the same thought as Lanani. Since they were Silen's friends, they should be easy to get along with. Do you have a flying car? Since they were going to go together, Silen's hoverboard alone wasn't enough. They needed a flying car. Lanani shook her head. She came here in her father's flying car and didn't bring her own. Libero didn't drive a flying car either. In fact, he didn't even come here in his private car, but a service car on the planet. Without a flying car, they could only borrow one from a car rental spot set up by the Rawl family. Silen borrowed one from the car rental spot with a pass card. The flying car specs weren't great, but they definitely weren't bad either. Nobles cared a lot about their reputation, and giving them a low-quality car was basically a slap in the face. Silen sat in the driver's seat, Lanani and Libero sat in the back, and Huimao was munching on a biscuit in the passenger seat. After looking at the coordinates Jen Xingming had given him, Silen drove the flying car towards that direction. He wasn't going too fast, and he didn't forget to take a look at the scenery below him while he was flying. Lanani looked forward to the scenery very much, because every girl had a dream of becoming a bride. Libero wasn't very interested in the scenery. Some of the things here were even arranged by him, and he came back to do hard labor. His stomach hurt just thinking about it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While Silen was driving the flying car slowly towards the destination, a couple of flying cars flew past him. One of them almost brushed past the outer shell of Silen's flying car, and a couple of bullets hit the back of the car. Thankfully, the flying car's defenses were good, or else it would have been severely damaged. Lanani was shocked by the series of events, and Libero wasn't much better off. He looked out the window and said angrily, "These noble kids are crazy." "Who are they?" Silen asked after he stabilized the flying car. "I don't know, but I've seen them racing a lot lately. I wouldn't have said anything if they were skilled, but the problem is, what kind of skills do they have? Every day, the Rawl clan's cleaning robots have to clean up dozens of wrecked flying cars due to racing. They've also accidentally injured a few people, but since the injured people aren't on any important missions, everyone keeps quiet about it." Libero grew angry at the mention of this. As expected, the lives of everyone other than nobles were worthless. These people had nowhere else to spend their money, and they were still in high spirits even when their luxury cars were turned into scrap metal. Silen changed his flight path and avoided these people when he saw a few flying cars firing at each other. If worst comes to worst, he'd just have to take a detour a little longer. That was what Celine thought, but those people really had their eyes on them. With a whoosh, they flew towards them again. When they flew over, they even released them while shouting crazily. Huimao said while biting into a biscuit, "Should we teach them a lesson?" At this distance, Huimao was more than capable of interfering with the flying car's control systems. Sillin shook his head. Not many of these noble kids had real strength, and it was obvious just by looking at the flying car's trajectory. Sit tight, Sillin said to Lanani and Libero before adjusting some of the settings on the flying car's control panel. What surprised Sillin was that even though this was just a public rental car, it was still equipped with all sorts of surveillance and alarm systems. It was just that very few people would put these things to good use. Even though a rental car was a bit inferior to a custom-made car, as long as they had a good driver, this difference wouldn't be a problem. A few noble children were driving their flying cars and surrounding Sillin's flying car. It was as if they were watching a movie, observing the cowardly expression of the trapped wretch and waiting for it to beg for mercy. But before they could act arrogantly for long, the poor bastard charged out of a gap in the encirclement as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He's rebelling. He still dares to escape. Damn! Hurry up and chase after him. They weren't afraid of people driving rental cars. This was why they were so unbridled. They had done this many times over the past few days, and every time they saw the people in the cars begging for mercy, they would feel a sense of accomplishment. But slowly, the nobles who were driving the luxurious cars realized that the pitiful worm seemed to have suddenly grown a few pairs of wings. Not only was it fast, but its flight path was also very difficult to grasp. Even if a few people joined forces to surround it, they would not be able to trap it. Some people had already started firing at Sillin's car with their weapons, but Sillin was able to dodge them all. The rental car didn't have any weapons installed, so Sillin simply lured the tracer bullets towards a forest and flipped them over in a couple of quick blinks. The tracer bullets kept missing their target and hitting the trees or rocks on the ground. Fuck, could the person driving the rental car be the pilot of the fighter jet? Isn't he afraid of crashing into a mountain? Someone complained. I don't care if he's a fighter pilot or not. We have to shoot it down. Otherwise, how are we going to face people when we get back? How are we going to lose to a rental car driver? That's true, but some people were hesitant. This wasn't their territory, and it wouldn't be good to cause too much of a ruckus. There were only a few basic weapons on the car, and the rest had been removed by their families for safety reasons. From the looks of it, it would be very difficult to shoot down the rental car with the monotonous weapons left on the car. The surrounding flying cars were in hot pursuit, and Sillin maintained the rental car's high-end speed almost all the time. Even if the surrounding cars were faster than Sillin, they were flying around like headless flies due to Sillin's zigzagging route. It was a complete waste of their high specs. After a sharp 90-degree turn, a flying car in hot pursuit crashed into a dense forest and didn't catch up. Sillin didn't look at the flying car that crashed into the forest. The noble kids' flying car protection was enough to save their lives anyway. At most, they would suffer a little. Sometimes, Sillin found it strange that the descendants of the three kings like Jin, Xingming, Uligenuo, and Bel wouldn't be this crazy even if they went crazy. They would force their twisted pleasure onto unrelated people. If it was just the upper nobles, then what about Naimi and the others? It was a waste of youth if one didn't go crazy, but this kind of madness was already twisted enough. There was no way Sillin would believe that these people's backgrounds were much better than Naimi's and the Sizer families. They were all nobles, and there was no way someone with a stronger background would be this twisted and insane. So what do these people rely on? Thump thump. 2 more flying cars were driven into the forest by Sillin. He had no interest in wasting time with the remaining flying cars. The remaining flying cars couldn't form a circle anymore, so Sillin thought it would be very easy for him to escape. Thus, the rental flying car that was labeled as a pitiful bug easily bypassed the obstacles of the buildings and trees in front of it and flew into the distance like the wind, leaving the flying car that was still flying and dodging obstacles farther and farther behind until it could no longer be seen. After making sure that he had shaken off the annoying flying cars, Sillin checked the direction and flew towards his destination. Feeling that the atmosphere inside the car was too strange, Sillin looked at Lanani and Libero through the rearview camera. The 2 people were sitting there blankly with pale faces and clutching the handrails tightly. Libero's legs were still shaking. Hey, you two, are you all right? Sillin asked. It took him a long time before he finally heard Libero's reply. I'm fine. I guess, Sillin. He stopped the flying car in a grassy area so that Libero and Lanani could take a breather. The moment the flying car came to a stop, Lanani and Libero rushed out to vomit after they recovered from the shock. Sillin rubbed his nose. That was a little too much. He glanced at Hui Mao, who was still leisurely munching on a biscuit and about to say something. Sillin reached out to cover the dog's mouth, which was covered in biscuit crumbs. Otherwise, the dog would say something like weak constitution again. After Sillin drove the flying car far away, the flying cars behind them also stopped. After they met up with the people who had crashed into the forest, one of the nobles took out his communicator and contacted a few people, asking them to look for the serial number of the rental car. He had just given the order when his communicator rang. Hey, when are you guys coming? Don't mention it. We ran into some trouble. Stop bullshitting. Who are you trying to scare? Who would dare cause trouble for you? The other party didn't seem to believe him. Fuck, there really is one, and it's just a rental car. Chapter 294. The place Jin Xingming mentioned was close to the main wedding venue, but it was in a different direction from where Sillin had landed. Moreover, he had run into a bunch of street racers on the way there, so it took him a while to get there. It was a place the Rawl family had built specifically for youngsters to have fun and socialize. Even before he landed, he could tell that the place was bustling with activity from above. More than half of the children of nobles who had come to this planet to attend the wedding were gathered here. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were in groups. They were all chatting with people they were familiar with and looking for a chance to build a relationship with someone of a higher rank. Sillin parked his flying car at the designated spot. The parking lot was filled with dazzling luxury cars, and most of them had the whirlwind emblem on them. Any car with this emblem represented luxury, and people used it to show off their status. Lanani and Libero were obviously familiar with a whirlwind. Lanani's father's personal car was a whirlwind, but she herself had one as well. It wasn't a custom-made version, and one had to make a reservation long in advance to get a custom-made car, unless they provided a design. Otherwise, they had to wait in line obediently. Of course, the Sizer family would definitely show you some respect, and make a custom car in advance if your background was strong enough. Lanani could still be proud of herself back at the 23rd star region, but she didn't have the courage to do so in the entire empire. Lanani's confidence faltered the moment she saw these luxury cars. She knew how the nobles handled things all too well. Libero opened his mouth as he watched Sillin calmly park the rental car in an empty spot surrounded by shiny luxury cars. In the end, he didn't say anything. He wouldn't have been able to stay as calm as Sillin if he were in Sillin's place, and he wouldn't have parked his rental car here. He would have taken it to another public rental spot a little further away. That was why Libero felt a little hot on his cheeks when he saw Sillin's reaction. He looked around guiltily, but thankfully, most of the services here were automated and no one was looking. After he parked the car, Sillin grabbed the restless gray cat by the neck and called out to the obviously nervous Lanani and Libero. Then, they headed towards the place Jin Xingming mentioned. Lanani followed closely behind Sillin. She was afraid that he would leave her behind. As for Libero, he saw a couple of people he knew, but he chose to ignore their disdainful and provocative gazes. It wasn't like they dared to act too presumptuously in this place. It was an internal rule, and everyone had to do their best to show off their manners and poise in a gathering place like this. Even if they had personal grudges, they would put them aside for the time being. Firstly, they were not the main characters of this incident. Secondly, they did not dare to take the lead. After all, there were people with higher statuses than them here. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, everyone would choose to give way and focus on the few people with the highest statuses. If anyone made too much a ruckus, they would be seen as stealing the limelight from those few people. This was a hidden rule. Lanani was following behind Sillin nervously and didn't pay much attention to the people around her. She turned around when she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Luna was her nickname. Only people who were close to her would call her that. The person who was calling her right now wasn't someone she knew, but to show that they had a lot of connections here. Everyone liked to call each other by their nicknames when they saw someone they knew. Of course, this was only limited to people who weren't higher in status than them. They would never dare call someone of higher status like this. The girl who walked over with a puffy skirt came from a middle-class noble family, just like Lenani's family. However, unlike Lenani, this girl knew a lot of people in the noble circle and liked to make friends with them. "Nice to meet you, Sister Vela." Lenani pulled her skirt up and gave a noble greeting. Vela didn't pay too much attention to Lenani. Instead, she examined Sillin and Libero from head to toe. Libero was wearing the Lore family's emblem, but Sillin wasn't. She hadn't met them before, but she wouldn't underestimate them since she had spent most of her life among the upper-class nobles. She smiled at Sillin and Libero as a greeting, and both of them returned the greeting as well. She was used to judging a person's status and self-restraint through their standard and proficiency in their greeting. Both Sillin and Libero's greeting looked casual and natural, but it wasn't a deliberate imitation at all. This caused Vera's opinion of them to rise a little higher. But she didn't know them, and she believed that she had met every single person of status in the upper nobility before. Therefore, even if she thought highly of them, she wouldn't pay them any mind. "Luna, why didn't you tell me you were coming? You're not a good friend." Vela pretended to be angry. "I'm really sorry. I was with my father and didn't plan on coming, so I didn't want to trouble you." Lenani felt like her face was a little stiff from the smile, but she still maintained a flawless appearance. After all, this was a necessary skill for a noble. "If that's the case, I forgive you. Let me tell you, Luna, I've made a lot of new friends in the past 2 days. Come, I'll introduce you to them." Vela liked to show off her superiority, and Lenani knew this very well. It would be good to know more nobles, but Lenani didn't feel safe in an unfamiliar environment like this. Little Luna didn't dare to make decisions carelessly because she was familiar with the dirty facade of nobles. Compared to Vela, Lenani trusted Sillin more, so she turned down Vela's invitation politely. "All right then, this is a great opportunity. Don't regret it if you miss it." Vela didn't waste any more time since Lenani had turned her down. She quickly excused herself and walked into another group to socialize. "You humans are so real." Hui Mao lay on Sillin's shoulder and said. Sillin pulled Hui Mao's whiskers softly. "So don't be like humans." Since the three of them were unfamiliar faces and their emblems weren't very attractive, no one came over to talk to them. Sillin was happy to have some free time, so he went straight to the venue Jin Xingming mentioned. He thought it was a public venue, but who would have thought that there would be someone stopping him at the entrance to check his identity? Usually, it's a robot that checks people's identity here. If there aren't any service robots drinking tea, then it should be a public venue. There shouldn't be anyone stopping you, Libero explained. He knew how the Lore family set up the venue, which was why he pointed out that there shouldn't be anyone guarding this place. The so-called identity check was just a look at the emblem on the clothes. Everyone guarding this place had a list in their head, and they had memorized the emblems of the nobles who were qualified to enter. If the person's emblem wasn't on the list, then sorry, but please leave. Of Sillin's group, Libero was the only one who was qualified to enter. Sillin and Lenani weren't. "It looks like the bar is pretty high." Sillin smiled. "Then should we leave first, big brother Sillin?" Lenani asked. "That's right, Sillin. We don't care." Libero pulled Sillin and tried to leave. Stopping Libero, Sillin turned on his communicator and was about to summon Jin Xingming when he suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. "Who did you see?" Libero followed Sillin's line of sight and didn't see anyone out of the ordinary. However, there were a lot of people coming and going in that direction, and the clothes they were wearing were dazzling. Hui Mao also turned around and looked in that direction. His beard trembled, but he didn't say anything. "It's nothing." Sillin turned around and was about to contact Jin Xingming when a voice suddenly came from the other side of the communicator. "Your Highness Sillin." Your Highness?" Libero and Lenani stared at Sillin in shock. Only the Emperor and the three kings were qualified to use the suffix Your Highness in their titles. Then what was Sillin? A person ran out hurriedly after the voice. It was one of Jin Xingming's bodyguards. Only someone who understood Silen's role in the Jin family would address Silen as such. Because of Jinya, the current and former King Fuji's tacit approval allowed this title to spread in the Jin family. Jinya was happy to see this happen and didn't object to it. He would always watch the conflicted look on Silen's face every time he heard this title. Your Highness Silen, His Third Highness is already waiting inside. The person guarding the door hurriedly apologized and moved aside to let Silen and the others in. Let's go. Silen patted Lanani and Libero's shoulders and said, Let's go. Oh. The two of them followed Silen with stiff steps. They were also wondering how they had become His Highness Silen. Silen saw Olegenuo come out to relieve himself after they turned a corner in the corridor. Silen called out, Gaga. Libero's face twitched. He knew Olegenuo. He had seen him during the test. But after Libero learned more about Olegenuo, he realized that anyone who didn't know Olegenuo very well would be silenced on the spot if they called him that. Olegenuo jumped up and slammed his fist on the wall when he saw Silen. Oh fuck, you're finally here, Silen. I was just talking about you. Look, those people outside are still pretending to be gentlemen, but the real prince in front of us is already cursing out of habit. Since they ran into Olegenuo, there was no need for the guide to continue. What are you talking about me for? Silen walked over and asked. What else could it be? Naimi is bragging so much that he even took out that award-winning flying car model to show off to a bunch of flying car enthusiasts. Jin, Xingming, Olegenuo, and Bell had won quite a lot of money during the flying car race that Silen and Naimi participated in. It was pocket money that belonged to them, and they didn't have to worry about their families. Libero's face twitched again. Since when did Silen participate in a flying car race? Libero was busy with his mission at the time, and he didn't pay much attention to the racing car race because he didn't have the funds to do so. That was why he didn't know that Silen had participated in that very influential race. Moreover, the people who left the deepest impression on everyone during the race were Vegfritter, the young master of the Sizer family, and Naimi, the young master of the Sizer family. As for Silen, he didn't show his face much, and the Sizer family had blurred his name at Silen's request. That was why not many people remembered Silen. Who's this? Olegenuo looked at Lanani with interest. He remembered Libero a bit, but he didn't know this girl at all. She's a friend of my younger brother, Kiva Lanani, Silen explained. Lanani bowed cautiously to Silen. This bow was different from the one she had used before. It was a special greeting for royalty. Royals had their own special greeting as well. Olegenuo waved a hand after Lanani was done. You don't have to be so reserved since you're Silen's friend. Relax a bit. Lanani nodded hurriedly. She didn't care what Olegenuo meant by relax a bit. Kaka, your smile is so perverted. Huimao said. Olegenuo wasn't angry at all. Instead, he greeted Huimao with a chuckle. Hey Wheeze, I prepared a lot of good food today. Olegenuo's image in Huimao's mind was instantly upgraded from perverted to friendly. Olegenuo explained that all three of them had agreed to the guard stationed at the entrance of the venue. It was because their identities were public and too many visitors came to visit them. It was to the point where they were annoyed to no end, so someone suggested that they be stationed at the entrance. That was how things turned out. When Silen walked into the room, Olegenuo mentioned, a silver-white shadow flew toward him. Silen didn't try to dodge. Huimao leaped into the air and bit down. Huimao was already holding the vegetable-shaped model tightly in his mouth by the time he landed on the ground. Hey, don't. Please have mercy, Lord Cat. Nami jumped over to Huimao's side and tried to say something nice. The people who were yelling at Huimao were about to curse him when they saw him holding the model in his mouth, but they immediately swallowed their words back into their stomachs when they saw the cowardly look on his face. What a joke! He even called him Lord Cat. How would they dare to curse him? Wouldn't that be suicide? Silen, get over here. Jin Xingming pushed away the two beauties beside him and placed 3 bottles of alcohol on the table. You're late, so you'll punish yourself with 3 bottles. Celine didn't say much. She picked up the bottle and started to pour without stopping. 3 bottles of wine were finished just like that. Good. The obviously drunk Jin Xingming slammed the table and roared again. His so-called princely demeanor was completely gone, and Lanani was staring at him with a look of disbelief on her face. Sillin shook his head. No wonder Jin Xingming was punished every time he returned home. His father's spies knew everything he did outside, and he was going to get whipped again after the wedding. He might even be sent to the army for another round of furnace modification. Bell thought Lanani looked familiar, so he clapped his hands after Sillin's explanation. I was wondering why you looked so familiar. You're Chang For's wife, Lanani. Lanani's impression of the three princes had been completely overturned. Sillin patted Bell's shoulder and told him stop. Lanani's face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. Nami finally managed to get the vegetable fritter model back from Hui Mao's mouth with a plate full of food. Tears streamed down his face as he complained to Sillin. I'm telling you, Sillin, you have to pay me back with an intact one. You deserve it. There was no way Sillin wouldn't understand Nami's intentions. He wanted Sillin to build another car for himself. He didn't have a time to build one right now. After learning that the young man who just walked in was the racer Nami was talking about, a few knowledgeable enthusiasts came over to talk to him. They had watched the racing competition, but their experience wasn't as deep as Nami's. Some of them even hoped that Sillin could drive the car again so that they could experience what Nami was talking about. Ever since the flying car race, Nami had taken the lead, and a lot of other young nobles who love flying cars were planning to change their flying cars into vegetable-shaped ones. However, vegetable fritter hadn't officially entered production yet, and there were a lot of technical issues that needed to be solved. That was why there were less than 10 vegetable fritters in production right now. They were limited in number, and all of them were made by Fleeka. Right now, there was a long line of people waiting to order vegetable fritter from the Sizer family. While they were talking, the door opened and a couple more people walked in. Sillin immediately knew that 2 of them were the culprits who had caused trouble for them with their flying cars. However, after greeting the crowd, the duo walked away from Sillin and bowed in apology. The surrounding people were still wondering what was going on, but the 2 of them were quite frank and explained what had happened. At the time, they had sent someone to investigate the rental car serial number, but the Rawl family supervisor had issued a warning when they found out that it was Sillin. Later, they were warned by their family members again, and it was only then that they realized that they had run into someone they shouldn't have. They had to apologize first, or they would be in big trouble if the other party took the initiative. That was how the scene unfolded. Yeah, you guys have a pretty big deal. You want to race with Sillin? Are you tired of living? Nami snorted. Ahem, of course I don't know. Cut the crap. Who doesn't know what kind of people you are? It looked like Nami knew them, but since they were here, Sillin didn't say anything out of respect for Nami. Halfway through, Sillin excused himself to go out and drain the water. He walked through the long hallway and arrived at a secluded place. He looked at the hidden cameras around him, pressed a button on his wrist, and entered a room in a flash. It was a place to store goods, sofas, tools, and so on. After Sillin entered the room, he looked around once and said, "Come out." A figure slowly came into view after Sillin's voice. It was a robot, a Black Viper robot. After Sillin took over Guan Feng's position, the robot's programming had changed. They wouldn't attack Sillin because they knew where Sillin was in Black Viper. What happened? What's your mission here? Chapter 295. Unlike humans, Black Viper's robots didn't have their own private activities, so they were usually sent out on a mission. The reason why Black Viper's robots were sent out on a mission couldn't be a small matter. Take the Sea Blue Gold incident, for example. The mastermind behind the incident had directed the RAS academicians who were busy trying to make themselves famous. But ever since then, the research on Sea Blue Gold had progressed by leaps and bounds, and the results were remarkable. This was why it was said that leaders were born strategists. Speaking of which, Sillin hadn't received any news about the Black Viper incident when he arrived here. Guanfeng hadn't completely let go of Sillin, and Sillin was just getting used to it. Still, there was no way he wouldn't have informed Sillin about it if it was something serious. The robot hadn't told Scylla about the incident before, but it wasn't going to hide it from Scylla now that he had asked. "We're here to monitor the suspected carrier of the virus," said the robot. "The suspected carrier of the virus?" Scylla was puzzled. He hadn't heard anything about the carrier of the virus since he arrived on this planet. Yes, the robot told Scylla the cause of the incident and all the relevant information. A virus had appeared in the Empire, and it was called the zebra virus by the RES virology. This didn't mean that the virus was related to zebras, but that the symptoms caused by the virus were striped just like the stripes on a zebra's body. At first, it would be reflected in the change of color on the surface of the body, with the appearance of two alternating colors. As the disease progressed from light to dark, the nerves and muscles would be seriously affected. The muscles would soften and harden according to the appearance of the two alternating colors. The alternating softness and hardness would be the same as the color distribution on the surface. Both overly softened and hardened muscles would cause inconvenience to the human body, and in the end, the patient would lose all mobility. The body's conditioned reflexes would become sluggish, and the body's nerve conduction would be obstructed. However, the nerves in the brain would be relatively normal, and the patient would be conscious enough to know that they were dead. It had to be said that this was a form of torture. Unable to move, unable to speak, and even facial expressions began to fade. He could only express his emotions through his eyes. As his condition worsened, his pupils began to change color, becoming the same color as the stripes on his body. At first, a group of patrolling soldiers from the 11-star region detected an uninhabitable planet's energy signature and went to collect energy ores. However, they found 5 people who had been dead for many days, and next to them was an energy ore that had been dug out. The energy mine on this planet was not located on the surface, so it was not easy for the patrol to detect the energy mine deep underground. If the 5 people had not dug out some of the energy mine, the patrol would not have discovered the energy signal at all. Since it was an energy mine located deep underground, how did these 5 people know about it? Obviously, they were not the only 5 people who had come, because the patrol saw traces of aircraft landing there. But when they arrived on the planet, they did not see any aircraft. This meant that they actually had companions, but their companions had left them behind and left. The 5 people who had died did not have any wounds on their bodies. The patrol pulled off their protective suits and saw their miserable state. All 5 of their bodies were covered in 2 colored stripes. Some were greenish-red, some were blackish-purple, and some were bluish-yellow. These were all symptoms caused by different virus mutations. The soldier who pulled off the 5 people's protective suits also noticed that something was wrong when he saw this. He immediately reported to the others, then took a bit of the deceased's blood for analysis. The result was that they had died of a virus. The soldiers were all wearing protective suits. After collecting some information, they returned to the fleet. When they returned to the base, they went to the sterilization room to perform 6 layers of sterilization. However, not long after, the soldiers' fingernails began to show 2 colored stripes. At first, they did not feel any discomfort, but because they had seen the 5 dead people, the soldiers were quickly sent to be examined. None of them returned to the base. Because of the existence of this unknown substance, ordinary virus scanners could not detect its existence at all. Analyzers could only determine whether it was caused by a virus or other causes based on the patient's physical condition. Many sterilization equipment could not completely kill this single-stranded virus. The 6 layers of sterilization in the sterilization room did not kill the virus, but only temporarily inactivated it. When the conditions were right, it would become active again. The samples they collected from the 5 dead people were later sent to the RAS. The RAS's Institute of Virology listed this new virus as a Level 1 dangerous object. At the same time, the RAS named this new virus the zebra virus. Soon, the entire patrol team was quarantined. 3 days later, under the RAS's special virus scanner, more than 60% of the patrol team were diagnosed with the zebra virus. However, there were many people who came into contact with the patrol team. Later, the virus spread more and more from one planet to another, from one star sector to another. Because the incubation period of the virus varied. Even if the RAS rushed to create a detector to detect the latent virus, it also made the work more difficult. There were so many planets and countless people. How could they capture every single one of them and use a detector to detect them? Now that the higher-ups had purposely suppressed the matter, Black Viper's people began to get busy. Because it was inconvenient for humans to move around, Black Viper's robots were the ones tracking down the virus primary mutants and prototypes in secret. Sillin counted the days and asked, was this the reason why Shikai had to leave during the Black Viper handover meeting? Yes, but the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor contacted Lord Shi urgently. But if this virus is so dangerous, why haven't I heard anything about it for so long? Also, why would the three kings let Jin Xingming and the other two run around if the situation was bad? The Wind Chief said, not to tell you yet. The virus is still contained in the 11th star region, so there are many things that haven't been made public yet. I think the three kings must have felt that this place is too far away from the 11th star region, so they didn't restrict the three princes. If an infected person appears in this star region, the people protecting the three princes will definitely kidnap the three princes and bring them back. Sillin shot him a glance. Guanfeng hadn't completely handed over his authority yet, so his words still carried more weight than Sillin's. However, the reason Guanfeng didn't want Sillin to get involved wasn't because he didn't want to give up his authority, but because he didn't want Sillin to get involved. Guanfeng hadn't been involved in virus research in the past, so he hadn't participated in any research projects related to viruses or molecules, even though he was an academic in Black Viper. But Sillin was different. Guanfeng was afraid that Sillin would get involved. The initial research of a new virus was the riskiest, and this was Guanfeng's way of protecting Sillin. No wonder Guanfeng hadn't handed over his authority, even though Gu Chang'an and Christian had already handed it over. It was because he knew about this a long time ago, and that was why he hadn't given up yet. It was because a verbal handover didn't count. Black Viper's robots would set up a new program after the actual handover. The people responsible for changing the program were the decision-maker, the royal family member, and the executor, Shikai. Both of them had obviously been notified by Guanfeng beforehand. How high is the death rate right now? 10% of the infected are dead, 30% are in critical condition, and the rest are in the early stages of infection. This virus mutates very quickly, and there are many derivatives of it. That's why we haven't produced a satisfactory antibody yet. The medicine we produce is only able to prolong the patient's lives a little longer, the robot said. You haven't determined the route of transmission yet? Sillin asked again. It's spread through the respiratory tract, body fluids, and bodily secretions. Up until now, everyone who came into contact with the patients has been infected. What's the situation with the foreign races? The foreign races aren't immune either. The virus mutates even faster in their bodies. Sillin fell silent for a moment. The robot continued. Later on, the military and Black Viper conducted a two-pronged investigation and discovered that the planet discovered by the patrols was not the origin of the virus. Now, there are two viewpoints. One is a conspiracy theory. They believe that this is a conspiracy, that someone deliberately arranged such an incident to release the virus in order to take revenge on the dynasty. As for the other point of view, it's mostly people from the Royal Academy of Sciences. They've taken out some experimental results as a basis and believe that this virus molecule isn't man-made, but a new type of molecule formed naturally. There's a great deal of chance. You got the molecular diagram, right? Let me see, Sillin said. The robot's eyes flashed, and two beams of light shot out of them to form a three-dimensional image in front of it. The image showed the structure of a high-level mutated virus. The molecular diagram of all the atoms that made up the virus was clearly displayed. It was a single-stranded virus molecule. Human DNA was a double-stranded helix, so it was relatively stable. However, single-stranded DNA like this was much less stable, let alone a single-stranded virus like this. Sillin pointed at a black circle on the molecular diagram and asked, "What does this represent?" "Unknown substance." "No clue at all." "No, This is a substance that has never been seen before. The people from the RAS and the Black Vipers research group haven't come up with any useful information so far, but they have pointed out that to understand this substance, we have to start with the original virus. So far, only a small portion of the virus samples have been obtained, and the original virus has never been seen before. It was because of this that the RAS Virology Department rejected the conspiracy theory and supported the idea of natural formation. However, was there any use in arguing about this at a time like this? Either way, there was no progress on either side. Send me all the information you have on this zebra virus. Cylin turned on the communicator in his hand. This communicator had a secure receiving function and could store a large amount of information. The robot didn't refuse and directly transmitted all the information it knew to Cylin. You came to this planet because you found a carrier of the virus? We're not sure. We're just following them. A noble from the 11-star region came out of the wedding, and although the 11-star region is currently in a closed state, they're still lenient toward the nobles. They didn't find any virus when they came out, but the higher-ups told us to follow them and take immediate action if we found any. Cylin nodded. Who are you following then? Where is he right now? The robot named a person, and this person was one of the people who entered the room later. Keep watching and notify me if anything changes. Got it. Cylin waved a hand, and the robot's figure faded away once more. Cylin stood outside for a while longer to digest the information the robot had given him. Finally, he returned to the room. The room was as noisy as ever. Nami was talking about Vegfurter with a couple of people, and Jin Xingming and the others were talking about how they made a lot of pocket money from betting on the flying car race. Thanks to Bell's care, Libero and Lenani weren't harassed by anyone when Cylin left. In fact, they even made a couple of friends and started a new conversation. Hui Mao, on the other hand, was having a lot of fun. Sometimes he would join Jin, Xingming, and the others in jeering, but his twitching ears told Cylin that he had been paying attention to his surroundings all this time, including Cylin's meeting with the robot and their conversation. Hui Mao stopped eating when he saw Cylin. He jumped on Cylin's shoulder and asked, "What are you going to do?" "Let's wait and see. I'll research that thing after the wedding." Hui Mao looked absent-minded. He clenched his claws and scratched Cylin's shoulder. It took him a long time before he finally said, "I think it's best if you don't get involved." "Why?" Cylin walked over to the sofa and lay down. He kicked the red-faced Jin Xingming, who was about to come over, and dragged someone to drink with him to the side. "I think this virus is very dangerous." "Even you think it's dangerous?" "Not really. I'm sure I can resist it. If the robot isn't afraid of me, why should I?" "But you can't. You're a complete organic life form. And this virus is different from the ones I've come into contact with before. That unknown substance especially, I can't figure out what it is." Hui Mao said while his ears drooped. Cylin didn't say anything. Hui Mao had the same thought as Guan Feng, but Cylin didn't want to avoid it just like that. "Sigh, Cylin, can we just ignore that? We could just give up our position as Black Viper's leader and be a free hunter." Hui Mao missed his old life in the League of Stars a little. Cylin picked Hui Mao up from his shoulder and scratched his chin. "Do you want to go back?" "Man, I kind of miss them." Hui Mao tilted his head and showed his chin for Cylin to scratch. Cylin naturally knew who Hui Mao was referring to. Why wouldn't he want to go back? But he couldn't go back. Cylin's thoughts returned to the zebra virus while he scratched Hui Mao's chin. According to the robot's message, Black Viper had collected 10,000 highly active virus samples from 10,000 patients. However, more than half of them were high-grade mutants of the zebra virus, and the rest were mostly mid-grade mutants. Just like the robot had said, there were very few low-grade mutants, and there was no way he would be able to find answers from the virus itself. Whether it was artificially synthesized or naturally formed, the higher the level of mutation of a virus, the more it would conceal its original method of formation. The robot did not have the analytical diagram and diagram of the primary mutant virus, so if Cylin wanted to know, he would have to personally ask for it. However, if he asked for the information of the primary mutant virus, then Cylin would truly be participating in this work. Sillin wasn't afraid or averse to this kind of research, but Guanfeng probably wasn't the only one who objected to Sillin's participation. It made sense. If it really was a high-risk virus, then there was no one who could replace Sillin if something happened to Sillin. At the very least, no one had found a suitable candidate yet. Even the members of Black Viper who weren't familiar with Sillin probably wouldn't agree to it. Their objection wouldn't sway Sillin much. After all, Sillin was one of the 3 leaders of Black Viper. It was just that it might be a little troublesome when the time came, and there were definitely going to be a lot of delays. "Hey, Sillin, what are you thinking about?" Bell shoved Jin Xingming to the side and put his arm around Sillin's shoulder. He came over and told Sillin about the beautiful girls he saw just now. Sillin listened with a smile on his face. When Bell offered to introduce a few girls to Sillin, Sillin turned down the offer. He wasn't used to the noble's way of doing things. It felt like he was selling himself. The way the girls looked at Jin Xingming and the others reminded Sillin of the wolves in the forest. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. If Jin Xingming and the others hadn't displayed their unpredictable temperament in public, those girls would have probably forced themselves on them already. Sillin had been paying attention to the robot's movements all this time. Although the gray cat was very reluctant for Sillin to interfere, it still had to pay attention to the robot's movements at all times. The gray cat pondered in its heart. If it discovered an infected person, should it forcefully kick Sillin unconscious and drag him back to his second grandpa's master to lock him up, or should it use a soft policy of feigning illness? Either way, the past 2 days were relatively peaceful. Nothing major happened during the race with Naimi and the discussion with a couple of racing enthusiasts. Just like that, the wedding finally began. Sillin delivered the gifts with Jin, Xingming, and the others, and the core members of the Lore family and Gleason family who received them were smiling so widely that their faces were practically blooming chrysanthemums. They didn't dare to mess around with Jin, Xingming, and the others, but they didn't dare to mess around with Sillin. After all, there was a difference in the treatment between those with royal blood and those without. Sillin felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw the meaningful and overly friendly smiles on their faces. He found an excuse to leave the room and catch his breath. But Sillin's communicator rang before he could catch his breath. Sillin looked at the character code on the communicator and answered, "What's up, Coach Guan?" Chapter 296. What is it that you don't know? Guanfeng asked impatiently. Sillin knew that the robot would report everything to Guanfeng. Why else would the robot tell him everything it knew so easily? That was because Teacher Guan was watching. "What's the situation right now?" Sillin asked. The robot was only monitoring the nobles from the 11-star region, so it didn't know a lot of the core information. "It's not looking good." Guanfeng sighed. "I really don't know if I should say that you're unlucky or that I'm just too unlucky. You've only just taken over, and now you're running into something like this." Sillin listened to Guanfeng quietly without interrupting. It was exactly because of Sillin's behavior that Guanfeng felt helpless. He knew Sillin very well. Sillin was a man of few words, but he was incredibly stubborn. If he wanted to turn his head somewhere, no one would be able to stop him no matter how hard they tried. The RES had been suppressing the news for a long time, and the Empire's higher-ups were doing their best to keep it a secret as well. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to keep it up for too long. If the situation got out of control by then, and they still hadn't produced an antibody or an effective countermeasure, the consequences would be dire. Guanfeng wasn't a member of the Institute of Virology, but he was still part of the management of the Imperial Academy. The management had held several meetings since the outbreak, and it was obvious that the situation wasn't looking good from Guanfeng's tired expression. "Don't interfere, Sillin. Leave the virus to the professionals from the RES and Black Viper. We have enough manpower, so there's no need for you to get involved. Even if you want to get involved, don't stand at the front lines," Guanfeng said. His voice was heavy and calm. Sillin didn't answer him directly. Instead, he asked, "What is that substance?" Guanfeng wiped his face. "You're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Both sides fell silent for a while before Guanfeng said, "Think about it again. The virus hasn't spread beyond the 11-star region yet, so it's too early for you to get involved. You might as well focus on your own things. All right. Guanfeng stared at Sillin in astonishment. He didn't expect Sillin to agree so quickly. Sillin didn't look like he was lying either. Guanfeng ended the call after a brief exchange. He still had a meeting to attend, and the RAS Council of Scientific Society was useless except for a bunch of executives. They were all talk and no action, and even now, they were still pretending to be busy. Wasn't this just torture? Even the good-tempered Guanfeng couldn't keep up the act any longer. He wasn't a professional in this field, but there were some things he was aware of. The threat posed by this virus was too great, and the meeting yesterday was a joint meeting between the Mist Bodhisattva Emperor's Special Department and the RAS's management. In the end, they came to a decision that if the virus spread beyond the 11-star region, the Empire would wipe the infected planets off the star map. This would be a permanent wipe, unlike Black Viper's area, which was temporarily dug up by humans. If they did that, it wouldn't just be a single planet that was wiped out. At least 100 heavily infected planets in the 11-star region would be wiped out, including some with ancient civilizations and cultural heritages. Wiping them out would be a huge loss to the Empire, and the Emperor wouldn't approve such a decision unless it was absolutely necessary. After ending the call with Guanfeng, Sillin stood quietly outside the wedding hall for a while. The wedding hall was very lively. The middle and upper nobles were doing their best to make themselves known and attract attention. However, if even one of them was infected with the zebra virus, no one would be spared. Currently, being infected with the zebra virus meant death. Even if a lot of medicine and technology were used, it would only delay the inevitable. It was extremely easy to be infected, the mortality rate was high, and the coefficient of variation was high. There was no need to mention the people from the RAS. Black Viper had a lot of one-track minds, and Neo was the kind of person who wouldn't come out until he got a result. Their infection rate was probably much higher than the RAS's. After thinking for a moment, Sillin turned on his communicator and contacted Sillin. At the time, Neo had told Sillin all of his numbers, and there was no way he would let this opportunity slip through his fingers if he wanted to research the zebra virus. Go watch the wedding, Sillin. The bride almost tripped over her long skirt just now. Wheeze ran over on its tiptoes to share the hilarious scene it saw just now with Sillin. Who was Huimao? A cyborg cat. This guy was like an automatic camera. Everything he saw could be replayed in the form of a projection. Sillin pinched Huimao's ear when he saw the bride's sorry state. What did you do this time? The gray cat looked away and shook its whiskers with a guilty look on its face. It's nothing. Cut the crap. I'm noticing that you're getting worse and worse. Of course not. You're framing me. It's slander. All right. Since you're here, can you do me a favor? I want to contact Neo, but Black Viper will probably cause trouble for me. I need you to clean up the signal. Huimao glared at him. Didn't you promise Guanfeng to stay out of this and focus on your own business? Why are you contacting Neo? Although Huimao was causing a little trouble for the bride and groom at the wedding, he had been paying attention to Sillin's movements all this time. It was exactly because Xianxia had promised Guanfeng that Wheeze would do more of its own things that it was so happy that it raised the automatic platform beneath the bride's feet a little. However, it quickly lowered it back down, and the bride tripped and nearly fell to the ground during the short period of time. I did say that I'm going to focus on my own business, but I didn't say that I'm not going to participate in this. You're lying. Liars will turn into shit in their next life. Sillin pinched Huimao's fur on his round face. What nonsense are you looking at now? Never mind. I have my ways even if you don't want to help me. Huimao might be angry, but he still helped Sillin contact Neo. Huimao was going to save him some time. Sillin looked around and found a secluded place to contact Neo. When he finally got in touch with Neo, Sillin's heart sank when he saw Neo's face on the screen. Neo was wearing a protective suit, but it couldn't hide his striped face through the transparent mask. Right now, Neo was busy in the lab that Black Viper had carved out of the quarantine zone. Sillin, hurry up and tell me what you need. I still have things to do. This zebra is killing me. Neo didn't sound depressed at all because of the virus. On the contrary, He looked full of fighting spirit. "When did you get infected with the zebra virus?" Sillin asked. "About 10 days or so. But I made a medicine that can alleviate the symptoms." It could only alleviate the symptoms and not cure the root of the problem. Neo would die for sure if he couldn't produce a medicine that could counter the virus. "How do you feel now?" Sillin had read some reports about the complications of the virus, so he knew that it definitely wasn't a good feeling. When the subject was brought up, Neo cried out like he had experienced it deeply. "Oh my God. I'm telling you, Sillin, this is a really bad feeling. Do you see these stripes?" Neo pointed at his face behind the transparent mask. There were green and gray stripes on his face. It was another variant of the zebra virus. "They are still very faint now, but I can already clearly feel that a part of the muscle cells in my body has begun to be torn apart by the cunning horse, while the other part is like a man and a woman in love who are about to fuse together." Sillin, he really couldn't understand what was going on in Neo's head. How could he speak in such a tone, even though he was infected with the zebra virus? He was as pure and stubborn as an idiot. Neo thought of this as a different kind of battlefield, a battlefield between him and the virus. He definitely knew that he would die if he lost, but death wasn't his priority right now. His priority right now was to analyze the virus and conduct in-depth research on it. Only a person like Neo could maintain such high morale and spirit in a situation like this. If he went to the RAS, he believed that only a small number of people would be able to do the same. Those who were truly dedicated to academia would be able to do so. Sillin asked Neo to tell him everything he knew so far, and Neo didn't hide anything from Sillin. Instead, he told Sillin everything he knew about the virus and discussed his theories with Sillin. His starting point was the same as most zebra virus researchers, and that was to start with the original virus. "I'm afraid the original virus won't be easy to find," Sillin said after listening to Neo's analysis. "Of course I know that. I did some calculations, and given the mutation rate of this horse, the probability of finding the original virus is less than 1 in a billion. Also, I'm guessing that the original virus probably doesn't exist anymore. Even the primary mutants won't exist for long. 10 days later, more than half of the primary mutants will mutate a second time, and it will be even more difficult to find primary mutants by then. So I'm going to start from another angle." Neo's face was covered in stripes, and his eyes were shining. He said proudly, "I've already constructed the virus original model, and I've calculated 1/10 of it based on the experiment results. This 1/10 isn't enough to prove whether the model is right or wrong, but I'll be able to confirm it when it reaches 3/10. Constructing the virus original model required a lot of calculations. Even the most powerful computers in the world couldn't help with this. They could only help calculate the results, but every piece of data had to be calculated by humans. Some parameters had to be obtained through experiments, and then calculated by computers. How long will it take to calculate 3/10? Sillin asked. Based on the current progress of the experiment, it'll take more than 332. 16 days. Sillin, you'll be dead by then. Didn't Black Viper arrange an assistant for you? You can ask for help from other virus researchers. There should be a lot of people in Black Viper. That won't do. I don't trust anyone else, and their way of thinking is different from mine. Yesterday, I saw someone who proposed the hypothesis that bonds can be restored across atoms, and I finally saw what it means to be kicked in the head by a donkey, Sillin. Sillin felt like crying as he listened to Neo's rambling. People like Black Viper were really hard to deal with. They were geniuses on one side, but they were also stubborn to the point where it was impossible to instill other people's opinions into them. If a slap could work, Sillin would have slapped them without hesitation. After talking to Neo, Neo went back to work on his experiment. According to the experiment plan and schedule he had laid out, his experiment would take a very, very long time. After ending the call, Sillin felt like there was a lump in his chest that he couldn't exhale no matter how hard he tried. Sillin? Huimao poked Sillin with his paw and said, "Come back, Wheeze." Sillin looked down at Huimao, who was poking his ankle, and said, "Wheeze, help me one more time." Hui Mao's ears drooped as he scratched Silen's pants and said, "Can you leave this alone?" Hui Mao couldn't help but worry when he saw Neo's brilliant face. Far away in Black Viper's hinterland, Shikai was busy working in his workshop. Suddenly, the data on the main screen started jumping faster and faster. The system immediately sounded an alarm. Shikai and the robot next to him turned to look at the screen in surprise. "Someone is stealing data," the robot next to him said. If Silen was here, he would have noticed that this robot was different from the other robots he had seen in his life. It was more intelligent and human, more like Sigma. It was obvious from the way it was frowning in thought. It's someone from Black Viper. There's no way he could have gotten into this system otherwise. Moreover, everything he stole is related to the zebra virus. Shikai entered some commands on the screen, but they quickly lost their effect. He couldn't stop the intrusion for now unless he turned off all his machines. A minute later, the data started jumping again. He left. I'm sure he knew someone was here, and I'm sure we would have seen such a forceful intrusion. Does this mean that the intruder intended to steal data openly for everyone to see? The robot next to him tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then, it also opened a screen. It didn't need to use its fingers, but the data on the screen started jumping automatically when its eyes flashed. A while later, the robot stopped and said in a puzzled tone, "This person is very powerful." "No, maybe he's not human." "You mean a robot?" Shikai asked. "I can't say for sure. It's a very strange feeling." Shikai's communicator rang before he could figure out the reason. It was Guanfeng. "What is it, Chief Wind? Watch your side. I'm afraid that the stubborn Silen will try to force himself on us. If you can't do it, just turn off all your machines." Guanfeng sounded very helpless. He really didn't want Silen to get involved in this mess. "If you're talking about the zebra virus, then I think you're a step too late. He got the data he wanted just now. That guy just openly stole all the data and information right in front of us." Guanfeng. Chapter 297. With Hui Mao's help, Silen obtained a lot of information from Black Viper regarding the zebra virus. Black Viper's people still hadn't come up with a unified solution, and the RAS also had their own theories. All in all, they had only determined a general direction, but they still hadn't come to a conclusion on how to proceed in that direction or what specific steps to take. Everyone knew that the virus' original form was the key, but where was he supposed to find the original form of the zebra virus? If what Neo said was true, and the original form of the zebra virus had already mutated a long time ago, wouldn't that mean that they couldn't come to a conclusion? Silen skimmed through the information very quickly. Neo's words were reasonable, but he needed to make his own decision and come up with a solution based on the information he received. Black Viper's people were talented, and there were a lot of solutions that Silen couldn't think of even if he was beaten to death. However, it was still uncertain whether they would work in the end. Besides that, Silen also learned that a lot of Black Viper's people had changed their original solutions after they were infected with the zebra virus. Some of them were physically weak or had inborn immune deficiencies that couldn't be cured, so they passed away not long after they were infected with the zebra virus. However, they left behind a lot of valuable, detailed, and accurate records. The information obtained from these people was of great help to the research. Compared to the RAS, Black Viper's people had sacrificed more, but the results were also greater. These were all information that had been exchanged with their lives. After reading through the information, Silen sorted out his thoughts and began to simulate the experiment in his mind. Black Viper had at least 1,000 different detailed solutions, and the RAS had 3 main solutions. The amount of energy Silen's brain had expended in this short period of time could only be described as enormous. No one would believe that he could simulate more than 1,000 different experimental solutions in such a short amount of time, not to mention the fact that he could simulate more than 1,000 different experimental solutions at once. It wasn't that the solutions were completely wrong, but that there wasn't enough time to carry them out. Take Neo's case, for example. Even if he could solve the problem after more than 300 days, There was no telling how many people would die from the virus by then. Therefore, Sillin had no choice but to learn from the different solutions, combine them with more solutions, and link them together according to his own judgment to come up with a final solution. It couldn't be helped. People like Black Viper and Neo would never accept another person's point of view, nor would they abandon their own to support someone else. Hui Mao was especially annoyed when he saw Sillin sitting there with his eyes closed. From Hui Mao's point of view, he wouldn't feel sad even if a bunch of people he didn't know died. However, he couldn't bear to lose those he knew. He was a selfish cat. Was it wrong to be selfish? Who cares if it was wrong or not? After a long time, Sillin opened his eyes and looked at Hui Mao, who was lying listlessly on the ground. He picked him up and carried him out of the room. "Where are we going?" Hui Mao asked weakly. He lowered his tail and looked at Sillin. "To Black Viper." "I'm not going." Hui Mao struggled free from Sillin's arms. His foreclaws were firmly nailed to the ground. He lowered his body as if he didn't want to leave. "You really don't want to go?" Sillin didn't move. "I'm not going. I won't go even if you kill me. Then I'll go by myself." In the end, Hui Mao still followed Sillin when he was a certain distance away. However, he scratched Sillin's pants until they were like noodles again, and he was throwing a tantrum without saying a word. Even when Sillin placed a fresh fish biscuit next to Hui Mao's mouth, Hui Mao would eat it. He definitely ate it, but he wouldn't say a word or look at Sillin. Sillin definitely had to tell Jin Xingming that he was leaving. He didn't tell him the real reason, but he did indirectly remind them to be careful and return immediately after the wedding. Jin Xingming and the others were a little playful, but they still understood what Sillin meant. Although they didn't say anything after hearing Sillin's words, they still decided to do as Sillin said. After giving Jin Xingming and the others some instructions, Sillin took Hui Mao to a good place for a flying car. However, to Sillin's surprise, someone was already waiting for him there. Gleason Dodge. Sillin looked at Gleason Dodge. The young man obviously knew that they were going to leave, and he hadn't stopped monitoring Sillin and Hui Mao at all. There were always a lot of people around Gleason Dodge who were in charge of protection. Some were in the open, some were in the shadows, some were in the visible, and some were invisible. The Gleason family really did protect Dodge like he was their treasure. "Are you going to the 11th star region to find a cure for the virus?" Dodge asked. "How do you know about the virus?" Sillin didn't think that Dodge would know about the zebra virus. There was no way he would know about the virus if he was in contact with the true core of the Gleason family. The core nobles of the upper echelons of the empire have received the news already. However, the emperor has ordered us to keep it under wraps for now, so it hasn't spread yet. Dodge had investigated Sillin before. Since Sillin had a close relationship with the Jin family and was Guan Feng's favorite disciple, it wasn't surprising that he knew about the virus. "Then may I ask why you are waiting here?" "I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry." I hope that young Master Dodge can be more direct. Even if Sillin found out that he was being watched, he wasn't afraid of conflict with Dodge. Gleason Dodge shook his head. "I'm not trying to cause trouble for you. I'm just waiting here to tell you that if you want to go to the 11th star region to find a cure for the virus, I suggest you go there." As he spoke, Gleason took out a star map, opened the star map of the 11th star regions, and pointed at one of the planets. "Before the virus appeared in the 11th star region, I once went to the 11th star region, but one day, due to the ion storm and severe magnetic interference caused by the stellar flare anomaly in that region, I changed my original route. However, in that region, there was a planet that was affected the most. You're saying that planet might be related to the virus? What did you pass by that planet?" Sillin asked. Dodge gave him a date, and the patrol team discovered the virus not long after that date. The planet the patrol team discovered wasn't far from the planet Dodge was pointing at, but it wasn't close either. It wouldn't be their first suspect. "Why would you think that?" Sillin asked again. After all, there was too much chance that something like this would happen. Stellar flare was a common occurrence, but a virus like this had never happened before. "It's just my guess. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not." Sillin paused for a moment and didn't press the issue. Instead, he asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Dodge looked at the listless Huimao lying on Silen's shoulder. Have I seen you guys somewhere before? What do you think? Never mind. Dodge turned around, waved his hand, and left with his men. Thank you for the information, Silen said. Dodge didn't turn around. He didn't respond to Silen's expression of gratitude. TSK, what are you being so arrogant for? Huimao said as if he was venting his anger. Silen walked into spaceplane and rubbed Huimao's round cat head. All right, be a good boy and don't throw a tantrum. I'll go find Shikai after this is over and see if I can get the method Sigma used to travel through the galaxy. After that, we'll go back to the League of Stars and take a look. Really? Huimao's ears perked up and his eyes lit up. Yes, really. You'll turn to shit if you lie. Yes, I'll turn to shit if I lie. Hook claw. The gray cat lifted a front paw and curled its paw, revealing only a single curved cat nail. Silen gestured at the cat's claw with a finger and shook it twice. Then, he activated the spaceplane and left the planet. Not long after Silen's spaceplane left, a robot appeared where the spaceplane was parked. Wind Chief, he's already left. Silen received a message from Guanfeng not long after he left the planet. He thought that Silen would return to Black Viper to study with Neo and the others. But Guanfeng flew into a rage when he learned that Silen was going to the 11th star region. You're not allowed to go. Right now, the RAS's conference room was completely silent. The president of the RAS was in the middle of his speech when Guanfeng's roar cut him off. He was so scared that he forgot what he was going to say later that his face twitched again and again until it was as black as charcoal. Guanfeng pretended that he didn't see the expressions of the people around him. He got up and walked out while shouting. His usual calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. What's wrong with Guanfeng? Someone asked. I think one of his students caused some trouble. Another person who usually disliked Guanfeng slowly picked up his cup and sipped on his tea. It was best to cool down at a time like this. He didn't want to mess up in an important meeting like that hypocrite Guanfeng. The reason Silen didn't hide it from Guanfeng was because he knew that he couldn't keep it a secret for long. He would have to deal with the Empire's Special Department if he wanted to go to the 11th star region, and Guanfeng would find out sooner or later. It would be a lot of trouble if that happened, so it was better to inform Guanfeng as soon as possible. Silen turned off his communicator after Guanfeng had gone mad and cursed him. Then, he continued his journey to the 11th star region. Just like Silen had learned, the 11th star region was heavily guarded, especially the regions with more serious problems. The planet Gleason Dodge had pointed out was also one of the heavily guarded regions. The spaceplane was inspected when it entered the 11th star region. As one of the higher-ups of Black Viper, Silen naturally had a special pass that allowed him to enter and leave the planet. However, the inspection wasn't as simple as it seemed when he approached the heavily guarded region. It didn't matter if you were a noble or not. Even if you were an upper noble, you weren't allowed to leave the area. You had to stay inside the heavily guarded region obediently, or else extreme measures would be taken. This was an order from the higher-ups, and the people guarding the regions with the most serious problems were all from the Empire's Special Department. Wing was only in the open, while this department operated in the shadows. Nobles couldn't influence them at all. Silen received a long-range warning before his spaceplane even got close to the guarded region. Silen took out a special pass, but the other party didn't let Silen in immediately. Instead, they told Silen to drive his spaceplane into a space fortress. Silen did as he was told. He would undergo a full-body scan inside the space fortress, and they wouldn't let him in if he was carrying a pathogen. The spaceplane went through several heavy antivirus tests at the entrance. However, when he got off the spaceplane, he saw two familiar faces. Tuba Guexen. The two people who walked over were the people who were tested on that planet. At that time, Silen and Byakuya had other arrangements. As for the others, Silen only knew that they were placed in other positions in Black Viper, but they weren't under Silen's direct jurisdiction. The person in charge of them was Christy Hadar. As soon as he saw Gu Xian and Tuba, Silen knew that the so-called Empire Special Department was the people tested by Black Viper. The Empire's so-called Special Department is made up of you, Sillin smiled as he walked towards Tu-Ba and Gu-Xian. As you can see, Gu-Xian was also very happy to see Sillin again. I didn't expect to be a soldier again. Tu-Ba was wearing a military uniform, but it was very different from the uniforms of the two armies of the Empire. At a glance, it was obvious that they were experienced in combat. The design of the military uniform was very suitable for combat. Hey, Wheeze, why are you so unhappy? Who bullied you? Gu-Xian poked Huimao's ear and received a claw from Huimao. Who dared to bully it? Sillin curled his lips. It was you. Huimao pointed a finger at Sillin and complained, Sillin is a big bad guy, a big idiot, a big liar, and a big piece of shit. Sillin, where did he learn this from? Gu-Xian chuckled as he looked at Huimao's resentful expression and scratched Sillin's sleeve. What are you doing here? You should know that this is a critical ward. Tu-Ba asked. At the mention of this, Gu-Xian's smile disappeared and his expression turned serious. They had seen the symptoms caused by the virus before. No matter how strong one's physique was, it was inevitable. I'm here to look for clues about the virus. Clues? Did Black Viper send you? No, I came on my own. Gu-Xian and Tu-Ba didn't know that Sillin was one of the 3 new Titans. They only knew of Christy Hadar. Sillin didn't explain his background to them. He only said that he was an academic like Neo and the others. The trio chatted for a while longer. Gu-Xian and Tu-Ba's expressions grew heavy when they learned that Neo was infected as well. Although the guy's words made them want to slap him, they had to admit that he was talented. If it wasn't for Neo's safety zone, they would have died a long time ago. Since Sillin had made up his mind, Gu-Xian and Tu-Ba knew that it was useless to try and persuade him otherwise. They told Sillin about the situation in this area. What do you think of this planet? Sillin opened the star map of the 11th star region and pointed at the planet Gleason Dodger was talking about. Oh, this one. Let me see. Tu-Ba brought up the planet's information. It's also one of the heavily infected planets. How much longer do we have? Sillin asked. Sillin wanted to know how much longer it would take for the planet to reach the time limits set by the higher-ups. Judging from the rate of spread of the virus on the planet would be wiped out if they couldn't produce a cure by the time the virus reached the time limit. The longer it took, the harder it would be to destroy the mutated virus. Originally, the virus could be destroyed by erasing the planet's energy, but after a while, the virus's survivability would increase, and it would infect other planets and regions a second time. Tu-Ba and Gu-Xian understood what Sillin was trying to say. A moment later, they said, since a new cure has appeared, it should be able to buy us some time. We'll wait for the higher-ups, but no one knows when the order will come. It could be the next moment, or it could be a very long time. In other words, Sillin had to be careful if he was going to go. All right, I got it. Let me know when the order comes, and I'll retreat immediately, Sillin said after he connected the communicator. All right, be careful. There's the latest protective suit here. We all wear this when we move. Tu-Ba handed Sillin a few protective suits. One was definitely not enough, so he had to prepare a few more, just in case. Sillin took the protective suit and looked at Gu-Xian and Tu-Ba. Do you have enough for yourselves? This is definitely enough. Every once in a while, the latest modified protective suits will be sent over. We've already worn 3 versions. Tu-Ba gestured for Sillin not to worry about this. If there's a new protective suit, I'll send a robot to deliver it to you. They weren't the only ones guarding this place. There were robots as well. It wouldn't be too safe if all of them were robots. If others found out that the Dynasty and Black Viper were in cahoots, there was no telling how much trouble they would cause. Thanks. You're welcome. We haven't thanked you for your help yet. Sillin had brought his own protective suit, but compared to the latest version here, the one he had on hand was obviously safer. After Sillin left, Gu-Xian and Tu-Ba sat on the railing, each with a cigarette in their mouth. The atmosphere was heavy. After a while, Gu-Xian finally spoke first. Tu-Ba, do you think Sillin will be infected? Tu-Ba did not speak. He exhaled heavily, the smoke rising from his mouth obscuring Tu-Ba's expression. This smoke is really thick, Tu-Ba said. After that, the two of them stopped talking and sat there quietly, smoking. On the other side, Sillin piloted a small flying device toward the planet. The planet was in a mess. Not only were the ordinary people on the planet infected, even the military was infected. The rest were basically carriers who were still in the incubation period. No one would come to maintain order, and not a single flying device could fly out of the planet. It was as if all the flying devices had collectively malfunctioned. This was the work of the robots. The people of the planetary government had long escaped. To be exact, they had entered another place outside the planet, a place the dynasty had opened up to treat the zebra virus. Perhaps some of these people were already dead, and some were still in the ward receiving experimental drugs to slow down their lives. But one thing was for sure, they had abandoned their people. Looking from space, the planet was flashing everywhere. That was the artillery fire from the chaotic battle, and the entire planet was already riddled with holes. By then, even if an effective drug was produced to counter the virus, the damage to the planet would not recover in a short period of time, and the people who had experienced this incident would find ways to migrate to the planet or even to other star regions. To them, this was hell. Even if everything was over, the fear that was deeply imprinted in their memories would be stirred up by the familiar scene. Before entering the planet, Xianxia had used the spaceplane's scanning system to analyze some energy reactions. This proved that the planet had indeed received relatively strong radiation from external energy not too long ago. However, this kind of radiation shouldn't be able to cause large-scale damage. Moreover, if it was just this kind of energy radiation, the probability of forming that kind of virus was not high. After scanning and analyzing the entire planet, Xianxia drew a map of a place where there were still remnants of superpowers. All the satellite networks were also paralyzed, and the place Xianxia chose was on the dark side. He found a place to land, and it was a place with few people, so Xianxia's entry would not attract any attention. After putting on the protective suit, Xianxia walked out of the space plane with the test tools in hand. However, the gray cat ran out of the space plane before him and shouted at Xianxia, "There are viruses everywhere. Xianxia, check the protective suit again. Don't let the virus seep in." After confirming that there were no problems with the protective suit, Xianxia finally officially stepped out of the flying device. Huimao nervously observed Xianxia's reaction, afraid that the next moment it would detect that Xianxia was infected with the virus. This place was very remote, and it was strangely quiet at night. Humans weren't the only ones affected by the spread of the virus. Animals weren't spared either. Xianxia could even see the colors of the plants changing. This virus was so powerful that it didn't even choose its targets to infect. All living things were infected, and no one could avoid it. Was this really just a virus? Because of the continuous war, the sky on the planet was no longer clear, and there was no starlight. There was only fog, and under the dark sky, it made people feel unusually heavy. Only the sound of Xianxia's footsteps could be heard. The withered leaves were still struggling on the branches, and they had not completely fallen off. However, some of the branches had softened and drooped weakly, while others were strangely stiff. The wind could not make them sway, as if they would break if they were forcefully swayed. The hair on Huimao's body stood on end. This place made him feel very uneasy, very uneasy. He was not wearing any protective gear, so he could feel the invasion of the virus. However, his internal organs had been converted to a mechanical state, so the virus was useless against him. This was the first time that Xianxia had come into such close contact with the zebra virus. In the past, he was immune to viruses and certain toxins. Because of his body, he could spontaneously form the most ideal substance to deal with these invaders based on the virus he was infected with and the invading toxins. However, this time, Xianxia was not confident. If he was really infected, would he be able to deal with it as he had in the past? It was undeniable that one of the reasons why Xianxia dared to come here was because of his special physique. However, when he came into close contact with these substances, although he was separated by a protective suit, the chip in Xianxia's body had already started to activate. It told Xianxia that this zebra virus was really a strong enemy that he had never encountered before. What was more puzzling to Xianxia now was the unknown substance on the virus. Looking at the data from the device in his hand, Most of the zebra viruses around him were high-level mutants. Some of them were intermediate mutants, but he still did not see any low-level mutants. Sillin, let's go back to the space plane. Out of habit, Huimao was about to use its claws to hook Sillin's pants. When it saw the protective suit that Sillin was wearing, it suddenly stopped and retracted its claws. Sillin nodded and walked back to the space plane. One of the hatches of the space plane had been modified and installed with the latest antivirus equipment. After multiple antivirus tests, Sillin took off the protective suit in one of the buffering rooms and had his body sterilized again. It took him a long time before he came out. Before Sillin landed, he launched a sample collection device to various places on the planet. It would detect the virus data in various places and report to Sillin immediately. Now that the sample collection device was in place, it began to collect and analyze the data. Sillin turned on the main control system to observe the newly collected data. From the data, Sillin was able to know the situation of the virus in various places on the planet, and the proportion of low-level mutants, intermediate mutants, and high-level mutants among these viruses. The place where Sillin landed had many sample collection devices launched in a small area. This was the key area that he marked on the map, and he had to focus on analyzing it. Looking at the data, Sillin frowned. The data analysis in various places was similar, and there were basically no low-level mutants. However, when these collected sample analysis data were distributed on the latitude and longitude map according to the color difference, the results were obvious. The darker areas indicated that the proportion of intermediate mutants and low-level mutants was larger, and the areas with low-level mutants were especially dark. According to the map, the darkest area on the entire planet was a few steps away from the landing point, where Sillin was now. It was really here. Sillin, send the robot, Huimao said. Sillin hesitated for a moment, then contacted the nearest robot on the planet and told the robot to pay attention. The robot followed Sillin's instructions and went in that direction. On the screen inside the aircraft, Sillin and Huimao stared closely to see if there was anything unusual. Everything was the same as what Sillin saw when he went out, but when the robot walked to the place Sillin marked, Sillin's contact with the robot was cut off. The tracking monitor flashed, and the surrounding situation could not be seen clearly. Sillin had no choice but to move the monitor away from that place, and the image became clear again. The robot that was sent over stood there quietly and did not move at all. There was not even a signal. What's going on? Huimao was puzzled. When it was outside, it did not notice anything unusual. Although it did not go to that place, it really did not feel anything unusual. After a moment of silence, Sillin got up and walked into the sterile buffer room to put on the protective suit. It seemed that he had to do it himself. Chapter 298. After putting on the protective suit, Sillin walked out of the aircraft with his tools. Just as he had expected, the robots could not do this job. If they could, they would have found a solution a long time ago. Black Viper had so many evolved robots, and they were not just decorations. However, there had been no significant progress until now. Something still needed to be done by humans. Watching Sillin leave, Huimao raised its paw and then lowered its ears. It really wanted to kick Sillin unconscious and take him away. This place gave it a strange and dangerous feeling, and it did not have the ability to help Sillin with the zebra virus. The surroundings were quiet, but if one listened carefully, they could hear explosions in the distance. There were sparks in the sky, and one could imagine what kind of riot was going on. Sillin carefully and slowly approached the location he had taken out. Every time he took a step, he would observe the data displayed on the device. He would stop the second there was an anomaly, but strangely enough, just like before, there was still nothing suspicious until he reached the place. Sillin was already very close to where the robot was standing, but he couldn't find anything special from the display on the device at all. "Wheeze, do you feel anything?" Sillin looked at Huimao. The gray cat shook its head. "It's just a bad feeling. I can't put my finger on it, I just feel a little scared. But I can't detect anything special except for the zebra virus around us." "No, wait," The virus density in the air has increased. Sillin, don't move. I'll go and take a look. Be careful. Hui Mao walked over. When Hui Mao stood next to the robot, it suddenly felt cold all over, and all the hair on its body stood on end. Wheeze, what's wrong? Sillin saw Hui Mao and was very anxious. Don't come over. Hui Mao slowly moved back step by step. Unlike the easy steps he had taken earlier, every movement now looked very difficult. Sillin felt pain all over his body. With great difficulty, Hui Mao retreated to Sillin's side and let out a long sigh. That place is too strange. Sillin, it's better if we don't go there. All right, let's go back first. Sillin also knew that he couldn't rush it. However, it was good that he could discover the strangeness of this place. At least it was an improvement. Just as he was about to walk back, Sillin suddenly stopped and looked at his hand that was holding the instrument in a daze. Hui Mao shook the stiff fur on his body. When he heard that Sillin wanted to go back, he let out a long sigh of relief. He tiptoed back to the drone, but after a few steps, he found Sillin standing there in a daze, staring at his hands. Sillin, leave quickly. Let's go back. Seeing that Sillin didn't answer and was still staring at his hands in a daze, Hui Mao panicked. Could it be that he crashed like that robot? Sillin. Hui Mao ran over and yelled. Sillin finally moved his gaze away from his hands and looked at Hui Mao. Wheeze. What? I've been infected. How is that possible? Aren't you wearing a protective suit? Hui Mao walked around Sillin as if he wanted to confirm it. He took a closer look at the protective suit that Sillin was wearing. There was no damage. The respirator, gas exchange tube, and the newly added internal virus filter were all intact. How could he be infected? How could this be? The protective suit is useless. You're lying? Gu Xin and that mud guy told me that this is the latest protective suit. The lunatics from Black Viper and the old guys from the RAS have all tested it. How can it be useless? Sillin, don't lie. If you lie, you'll turn into shit. Hui Mao really wanted to jump over and scratch Sillin's face. I'm not lying. Sillin did not turn around and sat down. Just as Sillin was about to leave, he noticed that a substance had penetrated the protective suit and entered his body through the surface of his skin. Then, the familiar molecule started to slowly synthesize. It was not fast, but it was indeed synthesizing the molecule according to the familiar zebra molecule. It was also recognized by the RAS and Black Viper as a primary mutation. After the primary mutation was completed, it went through a second change. It was synthesizing toward another familiar molecule, which was recognized as an intermediate mutation. If not for Sillin's computer-like body, he would not have noticed it. Sillin was shocked. He did not expect the so-called virus to be that thing. Wheeze, I found the virus, Sillin said. His tone was neither fast nor slow. There was no sign of emotion from the infection. The gray cat was pacing anxiously on the spot, but its eyes lit up when it heard that Sillin had found the virus source. According to the researchers from both sides, they would be able to solve this problem even faster if they found the virus source and create the antiviral medicine. What is it? Where is it? Hui Mao asked hurriedly. Sillin pressed a button on the communicator on his wrist, and a green screen popped up. Sillin raised his hand and tapped on the screen. The speed of his fingers was so fast that normal people would not be able to see Sillin's movements. They would not even be able to see the characters flashing on the screen. However, Hui Mao could see it. Following Sillin's new set of procedures, Hui Mao's eyes changed. His pupils expanded until they covered his entire eyeball. The glowing green light was eerie in the dark. I see it. The gray cat converted the scene it saw and projected it for Sillin to see. The image had filtered out all the other organisms, and it was an ultramicroscopic image. There were only a few floating light spots on the image, and they were connected to other bands. The bands are the so-called zebra virus, and a very small number of light spots in a free state were the unknown substances in the molecular map that had yet to be identified. This unknown substance was the zebra virus that everyone had been searching for. No one would have thought that the virus was the unknown substance. Even Sillin was shocked when he discovered the truth after he was infected with the substance. He had never seen a virus with such a single substance. It was like a pure atom, but this atom was full of mysteries. Its internal structure could not be determined, and it could not be defined. Even if such a substance was found, and the zebra virus was found, the next step would be even more difficult to solve. For the researchers of the zebra virus, it was like charging electricity for a long time. They were ready to use all their energy on the target, but in the end, they found that the target was an insulator. More importantly, this substance could penetrate the protective suit. Cylin reprogrammed the sample collectors with a new set of procedures and detection methods. Huimao would track these sample collectors and guide them to the correct path of detection. 2 hours later, Cylin got the results. Other than this place, there was no free original substance at all. The free state of this original substance was not stable, and it would quickly attract other needed elements to the stable state of the virus to synthesize. In a relatively short period of time, it would go through a primary mutant, intermediate mutant, and then a relatively stable advanced mutant. However, although the advanced mutant was relatively stable, it was only relative. They would undergo subsequent mutations according to the different conditions in the host cells. Because there were too many advanced mutants, everyone called the relatively stable virus mutants after the intermediate mutant as advanced mutants. What are you going to do? Huimao looked at Cylin with a sad face and scratched the ground with its claws. I told you not to come, but you were so stubborn. What are you going to do? Look, you're infected with the virus. Even if your body is different from normal people, you're not superhuman. Do you really think you were a robot? Weez hadn't stopped mumbling since just now, and Cylin didn't reply either. He just sat there quietly and stared at the data displayed on the light screen. After a while, Cylin stood up and walked toward the robot. What are you doing? Don't go. Do you want to die? Huimao did not care so much. Its body suddenly expanded, and its appearance became fierce. Its long fangs opened, blocking Cylin's path. Cylin let out a sigh before walking over and rubbing the gray cat's enlarged head. He said, I'm going to look for the cause and see if I can find a solution. If I go back like this, then I'm dead for sure. Huimao's big ears flicked, and its round eyes stared at Cylin. It hesitated. Are you serious? Of course. I don't want to die. I will go with you. As soon as he said that, Huimao shrank again. This way, it would be more resistant to the virus. Cylin brought Huimao closer to the source. Because of the observation method from before, Huimao showed Cylin the ultramicroscopic image in its eyes. The closer they got to the source, the more pathogens there were. Without a doubt, this was the source of the zebra virus. Passing the robot standing there, Cylin walked toward the core. The measuring device in his hand was no longer working. This substance seemed to be able to affect the operation of machinery. It could be called a supervirus. Not only could it infect organisms, it could also affect machinery. Huimao squatted on Cylin's shoulder. The closer they got to the core, the more difficult it was for Huimao to move. Even in its organic form, it was still greatly affected. It could only rely on Cylin to move. To be honest, Cylin wasn't completely unaffected. Although the biochip embedded into his genes wasn't a pure mechanical substance, it still gave him a feeling similar to the one Wuxia was experiencing. The distance of less than 50 meters felt like he was running 50,000 meters with obstacles in his way. When he reached the core area, Cylin discovered that there was a basement here. It was very well hidden, and since this area was a remote area, it was also a heavily infected area. No one would come here, so it was no wonder that no one had discovered it until now. He found the entrance. It was not big, just enough for one person to go in and out. Cylin slid down and put on the night vision goggles. It was completely dark down there. Cylin did not dare to use the light. He was afraid that there were substances that could not be exposed to light. Some special departments in the military would also have similar professors in their training. This was because the places they were assigned to were very special. There might be some substances that could be easily decomposed when exposed to light. It would be fine if they were non-toxic, but some substances that were originally non-toxic would become highly toxic after being decomposed. Cylin did not learn this from the military. When he was still a shadow hunter, he had created many substances that could decompose in light. Although Sillin was still wearing the protective suit, it was better to use the night vision goggles to avoid any abnormal events other than vital gases. From the filtered image, it could be seen that there were more pathogens in the basement than outside. It was very likely that the virus was leaked from here. If that was the case, could the zebra virus really be artificially created? If that was true, the person who created the zebra virus could be called a genius, just like the mad scientist Ori Hansen who injected the chip into Sillin. There were no signs of animal life here. The laboratory was maintained the same as before. The equipment in the laboratory was not very advanced. Most of the instruments were models that had been eliminated by the Royal Academy of Sciences. Sillin found the owner of the place in one of the laboratories. However, the man had been dead for a long time. There was not much decomposition. People who died from the zebra virus would not decompose so quickly. The man looked like a mummy with a zebra crossing drawn on it. Sillin speculated that he was the first victim of the zebra virus and the first person to die from it. The underground laboratory wasn't big, so Sillin quickly walked around it. There were no traces of the zebra virus being produced. A few key machines had been destroyed by the owner of the place, but they were only malfunctioning. Sillin could still read some information from them. Huimao was not in the right state, so Sillin could not count on it. He took out a finger-long cylindrical instrument and waved it over the broken machine. Just as he finished reading the data, the instrument stopped working. This was the best it could do. The influence of a virus around them was too great. Even if Sillin was curious, he could not read the information on the spot. Is it done? Huimao was feeling very uncomfortable. Yes, let's go up and see what information is hidden in these machines. Sillin patted Huimao's drooping ears to comfort him. There was one more place that they needed to check before they left. The virus came from there. The dead man was leaning against the lab table. He was holding a stick in his hand. The surrounding instruments were smashed with this stick. Because the man had been infected by the zebra virus, he could not use much strength. That was why the data on the machine could be completely restored. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot more effort. The man was lying there, looking at a spot. It was a wall. Sillin walked to the wall and knocked on it. After confirming a spot, he used a knife to pry it open. Just as he made a crack, Sillin's vision went black, and he fell to the ground. Sillin, what's wrong? Huimao raised his paw to pat Sillin. It took a long time for Sillin to recover. Earlier, his vision had been dark, and he could not see what was shown through the night vision goggles. Now that he had recovered, Sillin looked up at the wall. From the place where the knife had pried open, there was only a broken bottle. As for the thing inside the bottle, Sillin rubbed his head, feeling very uncomfortable. Did the thing go into your body? Huimao asked with a trembling voice. Sillin knocked his head. I think so. Huimao wanted to cry. In the end, Sillin moved out step by step. He seemed to have lost his sense of balance. His cerebellum was about to rebel, and his brain was starting to show signs of rebellion. It was not looking good. However, after leaving the underground laboratory, Huimao jumped down from Sillin's shoulder. He did not know if it was because the thing in the bottle had gone into Sillin's body, but Huimao was not affected much. After changing his body size, he carried Sillin and quickly ran to the aircraft. It did not matter whether the virus was sterilized or not. In any case, he was already infected with the zebra virus. Sillin entered directly from the cabin door and not from the sterile room. After returning to the aircraft, Sillin sat on a chair and took out a few bottles of medicine to inject. Then he sat there quietly. Hey, Sillin, don't fall asleep. If you fall asleep, you won't wake up. Huimao circled around the chair. Who did you hear that from? That's what everyone said. All right, I'll rest for a while. Don't disturb me. You'll wake up after falling asleep, right? Of course. Lying turns into shit. Yes, it turns into shit. Huimao jumped onto a nearby table and squatted down to stare at Sillin. After thinking for a moment, he ran to the communicator on the aircraft and contacted Guanfeng. Guanfeng was in the middle of a meeting, and an urgent report had panicked everyone in the RAS. The Flaming Eagle Fulvig family's princess had been diagnosed with the zebra virus 3 hours ago. If it was just a trivial matter in the 11-star region, they could delay it for a while. But now that the royal family of one of the three kings was involved, the RAS could no longer shirk their responsibilities. The president of the RAS had summoned all the senior executives. I don't care what you are doing or where you are right now. Don't even think about shirking your responsibilities. Therefore, Guanfeng reluctantly returned to the meeting room and sat down. He didn't understand. He knew nothing about viruses, so what was the point of sitting here and listening to these people bullshit about shirking their responsibilities? In the past, he used to parade around with the title of an academician as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know that he was a highly respected and knowledgeable person. But now he was completely wilted and couldn't come up with an effective solution even after a long time had passed. Guanfeng was only here to make up the numbers, so he didn't pretend to be patient and gentle anymore. Instead, he sat down and listened to these professionals' bullshit. At the same time, he wondered what was going on with the little bastard and why he hadn't contacted him for so long. Guanfeng's communicator rang while he was lost in thought. This time, it wasn't a video call or an audio call. It was a few lines of text. Great teacher Guanfeng, this is Wheeze. Sillin has been infected with the zebra virus and is asleep right now. Please don't let me disturb him. Guanfeng's mind exploded when he saw this line of text. At the same time, he slammed the table reflexively. Slap! A loud slam on the table interrupted the president of the Royal Academy of Sciences, who was in the middle of giving his speech. Chapter 299. The Dean of the Royal Academy of Sciences was sitting there with a dark expression on his face. A gloomy aura surrounded him. This was the second time Guanfeng had interrupted him like this. It was common knowledge that it was very difficult for a speaker to regain their composure once they were interrupted. His speech had long since vanished into thin air due to the sudden slap. The conference room was completely silent. The managers of the engineering department and the people from the literature department who were spacing out just now were pulled back to their senses and looked around blankly. The people who disliked Guanfeng picked up their glasses and pretended to drink in order to hide the gloating expressions on their faces. Guanfeng, on the other hand, was still staring at his communicator with his head lowered. His expression couldn't be seen clearly, but the pressure around him was incredibly low. His aura was even stronger than the dean's, who was sitting at the highest position in the conference room. The people who were sitting near Guanfeng subconsciously moved their buttocks away from him. The dean was going to call out Guanfeng's name, but he hesitated for a moment when he saw Guanfeng's aura and decided against it. He coughed and drew everyone's attention back to him. The situation is very urgent right now, but if you have urgent matters to attend to, you may leave. Normally, this kind of talk was just a formality or an indirect knock on someone's head. However, Guanfeng stood up and walked out of the conference room before the dean could finish a sentence. Not a single person in the conference room made a sound to stop him. The dean's expression grew even darker. His heart was beating erratically, and he wanted nothing more than to slam the table twice. In reality, Guanfeng wasn't trying to oppose the dean. He just wasn't paying attention to what the dean was saying at all. He was communicating with Hui Mao through encrypted text. Just now, Hui Mao had asked him what he should do next, but Guanfeng had lost contact with him before he could reply. The failure analysis of the communicator showed that the other side was suffering from extremely strong signal interference and couldn't connect. That was why Guanfeng was in such a hurry. He didn't pay attention to what the people in the conference room were saying and walked out of the conference room to contact the others. He had to find Sillin as soon as possible, or Sillin was dead for sure. A person who was infected with the zebra virus and didn't receive any treatment would die very quickly. While Guanfeng was busy contacting people, something had happened on Sillin's side. Hui Mao was in the middle of communicating with Guanfeng when something strange suddenly happened around him. Almost all the electronic devices in the area were disrupted by this strange energy at the same time. After a series of bangs, all the machines around him were paralyzed, and a couple of precision detectors even exploded on the spot. All the hair on Hui Mao's body stood on end. He looked at Sillin, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This strange energy was coming from Sillin. Sillin wasn't in a good state either. The two substances in his body were in a state of scorching heat. The unknown substance that had rushed into his body was trying to forcefully assimilate and modify Sillin's chromosomes. But the biochip that had been embedded into his chromosomes a long time ago wouldn't allow it to happen. If the unknown substance won, then Sillin would turn into a pure humanoid virus body. If that happened, then Sillin could no longer be considered a person. In fact, even his consciousness would disappear. The invasion signal his brain felt was pretty strong. Right now, Sillin was adjusting the biochip inside his body to fight for sovereignty with the unknown substance, or to chase the invading unknown substance out again. The strange energy that had appeared out of nowhere was none other than the energy ripples produced by a round of battle. Huimao stared at Sillin like a statue. He could sense Sillin's vital signs, and they were still strong. He hadn't declined because of the virus, but two different colored stripes had appeared on Sillin's face. One was black, and the other was white. Moreover, the boundary between the two colors was fairly clear, unlike the other infected, where the stripes were blurry. Sillin. Huimao tried calling Sillin's name, but he didn't get a response for a long time. Huimao was about to move closer and poke Sillin a couple of times when he suddenly sensed something. He immediately jumped up and grabbed Sillin by the back of the collar and dragged him out of the room. While he was dragging Sillin, he accidentally bumped into a chair leg and a door frame a couple of times. Sillin's forehead was bleeding from the impact. "I'm sorry, but the situation is urgent. I can't care so much. Don't blame me when you wake up," Huimao said in his mind. After dragging Sillin out, Huimao didn't stop. He ran away from the space plane, and not long after, he heard an explosion from behind him. The space plane had exploded. Due to the abnormal energy disturbance, all of the space plane's settings were seriously messed up. Even its alarms were disabled and unable to sound a warning. The reason why the gray cat dragged Sillin out of the space plane in a hurry was because it sensed that the space plane was about to explode. That was close. Huimao let go. He looked at Sillin, who was lying motionless on the ground with his eyes closed. He then looked at the wound on Sillin's forehead. The strange thing was, even if Sillin was cut by a knife, he would recover very quickly. But now, with just 2 bumps, it was just a scratch. There was no sign of scab forming, and the wound was still bleeding. What should I do? Huimao panicked. It didn't have a communicator right now, and Sillin's communicator couldn't be used either. It couldn't contact anyone on its own. After thinking for a moment, Huimao tilted its head and pricked up its ears to listen to the movements in the distance. Then, it picked up Sillin's collar again and moved toward the direction where the sound of gunfire was the least. In fact, it would have been more convenient to carry a person in its current form, but Sillin's body was very strange right now. If the person lying here wasn't Sillin, but someone else, wouldn't even spare them a glance, even if it was Guanfeng. That substance had a huge effect on mechanical intelligence and organic life forms. After some consideration, it was still easier for an organic life form like this. That was why it could only drag Sillin with its mouth in the form of a kitten towards the direction where there was less gunfire. A few more wounds appeared on Sillin's body along the way. They weren't deep, but they didn't show any signs of scab forming at all. Huimao made sure that Sillin didn't run into any big rocks while running. If he did, it couldn't guarantee that Sillin wouldn't die from excessive blood loss when he woke up. The thought that Sillin might not wake up made Huimao anxious. It wanted to scratch its paws, so it left very obvious scratches on the ground when it ran. It finally dragged Sillin to a relatively calm place. The buildings here were already riddled with holes, and there were still flames and thick smoke coming out of many places. The smell of all kinds of burnt substances filled the air. Huimao didn't have time to think too much about it. It checked the network around it and found that it was still in a terrible state. The network was completely cut off, but it could still check the operation of the machines and know what kind of machines they were running. The good thing was that the energy fluctuations from Sillin's body had calmed down, so Huimao could check the operation of the machines in this area more clearly. Suddenly, Huimao's ears twitched. It found a few medical equipment and a dozen patients there. There were also people in charge of simple injections. Okay, that's the place. Hui Mao dragged Silin closer to the place. At the same time, it was careful not to attract the attention of the people hiding in the ruins with guns. Those people didn't look like good people, and they were very murderous. The place that Hui Mao chose was underground. Many buildings on the surface had been bombed out of shape. Some people felt that they couldn't survive, so they wanted to drag more people to hell with them before they died. There were quite a lot of people like this. In their despair, they vented their anger by shooting and killing ordinary people. The army was gone, and the government was long gone. The world was really chaotic and desperate. People who wandered between death and madness were wavering, perhaps waiting for someone to make a decision for them. Due to the collapse of the network and the destruction of many electronic devices in the gunfire, this underground rescue point could still exist for a long time. In the past, without a high-end shielding device, it was absolutely impossible to hide for a long time with a thick stone slab that was only coated with some simple isotope material. There were some animals that were dead or not far from death. There were pets and wild beasts. Whether they were struggling at death's door or had been dead for a long time, they were all abandoned there. The people walking around with guns wouldn't even look at them. Maybe they would shoot again on a whim, turning the animals that were still breathing into sieves. Finally, it dragged Silin to the place. Hui Mao didn't immediately drag Silin into the building. It wanted to see what was going on inside and find a better way to get the people inside to treat Silin. Even if the treatment was useless, it was much better than the bleeding. After hiding Silin in a corner, Hui Mao ran into the building. It could detect the layout of the basement under the building, and it knew where the entrances and exits were. It found an entrance that was blocked by a thick stone slab. The gray cat was just about to force the stone slab open when its ears perked up when it heard movement inside. It retreated and hid behind a broken cupboard to observe the person who had come out. It was difficult to hear the voices behind the stone slab, and most people couldn't hear them at all. Wheeze, however, could. It was two girls, one old and one young. The older one was around 20 years old, and the younger one was no more than 10 years old. Judging from their faces, they had been infected with the zebra virus since a long time ago, and the two colored stripes on their skin were more obvious than usual. They could still move a little right now, but it would probably be difficult for them to do so in the near future. They looked a little ragged, but their eyes were still bright. Hui Mao had animal instincts, and it could tell whether a person was trustworthy or not from their eyes. They weren't bad. They probably wouldn't do anything that would incur the wrath of the heavens. Hui Mao had already confirmed their character, but Hui Mao was hesitating about how he should make them drag Silin into the building. Should he just jump out and say it? That didn't seem like a good idea. Silin said that all animals that could talk were rare in the Mist Bodhisattva Empire. It wouldn't be good if something bad happened because of this. Should he drag Silin over here? What if they refused to save him? What a pain in the ass. God knows what it hated the most was trying to figure out the minds of humans. Humans were too complicated, and even now, it hadn't fully grasped their thoughts. It would rather figure out how to pry open someone's storage cabinet like that Miantuan chameleon. While Hui Mao was thinking hard, the girl carefully walked out of the building and exclaimed, "Ah, puppy." Wheeze followed the little girl's gaze and looked towards the direction she was looking at. There was a small pet dog that had been shot in its body lying next to the building. It had lost all mobility due to the virus infection and the gunshot wound, and all it could do was lay there panting with difficulty. It looked like it wouldn't last much longer, but its eyes were still open and staring at the people inside the building. Some people say that a dog's eyes are the most capable of arousing people's sympathy. This dog was one of them. Although its fur was covered in blood, dust, and the stripes caused by the zebra virus, it no longer looked the same as before. However, its eyes, reflecting the light from the burning objects on the street, still made people's hearts tremble. There was no hatred, no jealousy, and no madness common to humans. Even though it had been shot by a human, its eyes were still pure. It was this kind of gaze that made the two people who walked out of the building stop in their tracks. The little girl looked around, and when she didn't see the people with guns, she quickly walked over and carried the puppy in. Hui Mao, who was squatting behind the cabinet, shook his beard. It seemed that he had an idea. Meow low, thin meow sounded. The two people inside the building could still hear it, but it was difficult for the people outside the building to hear it, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people outside. The two people who were pitying the pet dog heard the meow and looked toward the cabinet. With the light from the fire outside the building, they saw a kitten that was half the length of an arm. Its ears were drooping, its tail was drooping, and its body was close to the ground, as if it was difficult to take another step. Its eyes were filled with endless sadness. Meow. It was another weak meow, like a mosquito. It was really sad to hear it, and it made people cry. It's a kitten. The little girl walked toward Hui Mao with the pet dog in her arms. She squatted down and looked at the kitten that was crawling over. Hui Mao walked to the side of the little girl who was squatting down, tilted his head, and rubbed along the little girl's outstretched hand. The soft touch made the little girl's heart soften all of a sudden. "Sister, can I take them down?" The little girl looked at the other person. After thinking about it, the woman was also affected by such a cat and dog, especially the cat's eyes that were filled with strong expectation and sadness. Her eyes became hot, and she nodded. Originally, they came out to find some useful items, especially food, under the cover of the night. They didn't expect to meet these two animals. "Bring them in first," the woman said. If these two animals were left here, they might be shot into sieves by those extremists at any time. Okay. The little girl hugged the little pet dog in her arms and freed her hand to carry Hui Mao. "Let me do it," the woman said as she came over, intending to carry Hui Mao into the basement. But before she could touch it, Hui Mao bit the little girl's trouser leg and pulled it to the side. Children's empathy was the strongest, so they had to start from the young. Adults had too many thoughts, and the matter would probably be ruined if they pondered over it. Hui Mao understood this point. "Sister, what is it going to do?" The little girl looked at the woman and asked. The woman looked for a while and said tentatively, "Is it taking us somewhere?" Hui Mao meowed to express its understanding. The little girl looked at Hui Mao and asked, "Where are you taking us?" Hui Mao bit the little girl's trouser leg again and pulled it to the side. "So annoying. Should I say something?" After hesitating for a while, the woman touched the little girl's head. "You carry the puppy in first. I'll take the kitten to see what's going on." The little girl shook her head. "I'll wait for you here. Be good. Go down. It's too dangerous here." Seeing that her sister was so determined, the little girl pursed her lips and carried the puppy into the basement. "Sister, be careful." "I know. Go in quickly." After the stone door was closed, the woman squatted down and touched the soft-looking Hui Mao's head and asked softly, "Kitten, where are you taking me?" Seeing that the woman had decided to follow, Hui Mao was so happy that he forgot his manners, turned around, and ran out quickly. The woman was speechless. "Where's your softness?" Seeing that the woman didn't follow, Hui Mao turned his head and looked over in confusion. Seeing the surprise in the woman's eyes, he came back to his senses and knew that he had gone too far. So he walked over and rubbed against the woman's hand, hooked his tail around the woman's wrist, and pulled her in one direction. Although he was too surprised by the cat's two completely different behaviors, he also admired the cat's intelligence. But just to be on the safe side, she touched the gun at her waist and the knife in her sleeves. After confirming that they were safe, she looked at Wheeze and said, "I'll let you go for now, but you better not lead me to the rioters." Hui Mao shook his head hard. Seeing that Hui Mao was looking at her nervously, the woman asked again, "Is your friend or master injured?" Hui Mao nodded again. Standing up, the woman smiled and said, "Take me there, but I'm not sure if I'll let him into the basement." Meow. Hui Mao took the woman to Silen's side. It wasn't a long distance, but the woman found that the cat was really too smart and even good at hiding. She didn't notice that someone was coming, but the cat found out in advance, lowered its ears, and hid behind the ruins, and even used its tail to signal that someone was coming. After the man with the gun walked past, the cat continued to lead the way. Finally, The woman was taken to Silen's side. After checking Silen's injuries, the woman confirmed that the external injuries weren't serious, and he would be fine after some simple treatment to stop the bleeding. The woman took Silen to the basement. The little girl was happy to see that her sister came back safely, but she was shocked by Hui Mao, who was jumping up and down. After listening to her sister's explanation, the little girl kept praising Hui Mao for being smart. But the cat didn't care about the praise anymore. It was paying attention to Silen's body condition. His vital signs were a bit messed up. How impatient! There were some simple hospital beds in the basement that were pieced together from different items, but it was better than nothing. While treating Silen, the woman noticed that the wounds on Silen's body weren't deep, and they didn't look serious, but they just couldn't stop the bleeding. Strange, all the other basic tests were normal, so why couldn't he stop the bleeding? While Hui Mao was pacing around the dark basement anxiously, Guanfeng had contacted Black Viper's men to search for Silen. They couldn't detect Silen's space plane from afar, so they could only send robots to search for him. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.